Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After a short rest, the team moved again. The Moon Kingdom and Thunder Kingdom shared a long, hostile border blocked by jagged mountains. Only a handful of passes cut through. The largest and most used of those routes was the target this time, the canyon known as Thunder Moon Bridge. Despite its name, it was no bridge but a narrow gorge. If the cliffs that flanked it were brought down and the scree dumped into the chasm, the main supply road would be impassable for days. Reopening it would take time enough perhaps for a battle to decide the war. Satoru and his team lay flat on the rim above the gorge, waiting for the moment to strike. 5 shinobi teams are patrolling below. There's a Jonin among them, Hinata Ikki reported, his Byakugan tracking the patrol pattern, sweat beaded along his temple. One of the Jonin, his chakra is violent. He gives off an enormous pressure. Satoru's brow tightened. You mean AI? Hinata's lips thinned. Yes, he's the 4th Raikage candidate, the 3rd Raikage son. His presence is heavy. At the other camp, AI frowned and glanced toward the cliff line. One of his lieutenants leaned in. What is it, Lord AI? The ninja asked. Nothing. Ai's voice was clipped. Or maybe I'm being paranoid. He shook his head. Still, front reports say a Konoha detachment slipped through behind our lines. Their likely target is Thunder Moon Bridge. The lieutenant's face hardened. The assessment matched what they had suspected. Each side sent teams to sabotage the other's logistics. Destroy a major route and you delay supplies and reinforcements. It was a strategy both hated and understood. HMPH. If they try, let them die in the attempt. Ai's tone was flat but deadly. Where is Karabi now? He demanded suddenly. No one knows, sir. He vanished after supporting the forward troops. The reply was reluctant. Ai's jaw clenched. That man, when we catch the Konoha team, I'll make him pay. On the rim, Hinata breathed shallowly. Nara Zenu glanced over. What's wrong? Zenu asked. Hinata's voice dropped. I nearly got spotted. That Kumo Jonin's power, it may rival Orochimaru's. The others exchanged stunned looks. If Kumo dispatched such strength to this pass, their task would be far harder. Satoru stood. At night we place detonating talismans across the ridge. The cliff will do the rest. He met their worried faces. As for him, he tapped his temple. Leave the Raikage candidate to me. They all hesitated. Satoru knew his current strength might not match Ai's, but he could stall. Buy Ikki and the others time to withdraw. AI could not teleport faster than Satoru's blink. Don't worry, Satoru said. I don't act without a plan. As twilight bled into night, the team moved. Zenu wove shadows and anchored the first talismans into the rock. Yamanaka Tonkai slipped his consciousness into the guise of a Kumo scout and planted fuses behind enemy lines. Hinata blinked through the patrols with his Byakugan, slipping between sentries to tape runes into crevices. Akimichi Teizo guarded their rear and readied reserves. An hour later they were done. Dozens of talismans, wired together, lay hidden along the cliff face. Pull a single cord and hundreds of charges would detonate, sending enough falling rock to half-fill the gorge and close the route for days. Ai's unease intensified. He covered his chest and ordered tighter patrols. Double the watches at Thunder Moon Bridge. No gaps, he said. The ninja messenger had barely gone when explosions cracked the night. AI was on his feet instantly. Fire streaked across his pupils. Scree rained down. A boulder the size of a cart thundered toward his head. Blue chakra ignited across his skin, hair singed with static light as the Raikage thunder armor flared. With a single, earth-shattering punch, he shattered the falling stone into dust. The display of raw power sent most of the Cloud Shinobi running for cover. Evacuate Thunder Moon Bridge. Now. AI roared. He knew the pass was compromised. The priority was now to find the saboteurs and avenge the loss of the route. AI leapt the remaining gap to a still intact hairline of cliff and peered down into the rubble. His earlier intuition hardened into certainty. Konoha had struck, and the most likely hiding places were the cliffs. Height gave him the view and the advantage. Below, a scatter of Konoha figures was already withdrawing, moving fast between rock and shadow. Konoha scum! AI bellowed. You have nowhere to run. Hinata and the others quickened their retreat, muscles burning. Even at a distance they felt the oppressive weight of Ai's presence. His chakra washed over them like a storm front. Every step away from the gorge felt harder under that pressure. Satoru slowed only enough to glance back once, taking their positions in and around the rockfall into account. The trap had worked. The bridge was ruined. But with Ai's hunt now active, escape had become a razor's edge. He stepped off into the dark, and the canyon swallowed their footsteps. Lightning exploded across Ai's body, arcs snapping through the air like coiled serpents. In the next instant he vanished, his figure becoming a streak of blue-white light tearing toward the Konoha team. None of them dared to look back. "TCH, not that easy to get away," Satoru muttered, irritation flashing in his voice. They had already detonated their charges at the furthest ridge, yet AI had caught up within moments. "You go first," Satoru said, spinning on his heel. "I'll hold him off." The others hesitated only a second before obeying. In the blink of an eye, AI closed the distance. He swung, a thunder-wrapped fist crashing toward Satoru's face with bone-shattering force. Sending a kid for a mission like this. Konoha's standards are slipping. AI sneered as he struck. The punch never landed. AI froze mid-swing, eyes widening. His fist hung inches from Satoru's cheek, immovable like it had hit an invisible wall. "What?" AI muttered. "It's like hitting air. There's resistance." "It's not that your punch was blocked," Satoru said calmly, meeting his gaze through lowered lashes. "It's that the closer you get to me, the more the world pushes back." AI jumped back instantly, lightning still crackling around him. His instincts screamed that this boy was no ordinary ninja. "You're staying to buy them time," AI realized. "That's the idea." Satoru reached up and slid the blindfold from his eyes. He didn't need to, but when he fought seriously, he always preferred to see the world with nothing between him and it. 6 radiant blue eyes gleamed in the darkness. Ai's expression tightened. Those eyes, not the Byakugan, not the Sharingan, a new Kekkei Genkai. His jaw clenched, equal parts envy and awe. Konoha breeds monsters. Then come find out what this one can do. AI blurred, vanishing in a flash of thunder. In a heartbeat, he reappeared in front of Satoru, his punch a blur. Again it stopped short, air bending between them, space itself resisting. He pressed harder, and yet it felt as if the distance only stretched. "Absolute defense," AI breathed. "You could say that," Satoru replied, eyes killing intent sharpened. "Then you die here. I can't allow a Kekkei Genkai like yours to grow unchecked." He attacked again, faster, strikes from every angle, fists and feet landing like lightning bolts. But no matter how he moved, his blows never connected. Seconds passed like minutes. Ai's frustration deepened. Every bloodline limit had a cost. A defense that's strong should drain chakra fast. But Satoru's breathing stayed calm, his posture relaxed, eyes cold and still. "Then your defense has a flaw," AI said through gritted teeth. "You can't attack." Satoru's lips curved slightly. "Is that so?" Lightning split the air as AI flashed past him. Technique cursed void. A pulse rippled from Satoru's outstretched hand. The air in front of AI warped, and the ground there collapsed inward, forming a deep, smooth crater. A single step more and AI would have been swallowed whole. He stopped instantly, chest heaving. "I wouldn't move so recklessly," Satoru said softly, appearing in front of him without warning. Ai's eyes went wide. When? He hadn't seen the movement at all. That could mean only two things. Either Satoru's speed surpassed his own lightning body, or he had used space-time ninjutsu. AI refused to believe the first. "No one in this world is faster than me," he growled. "Then you'd better keep up." Satoru raised his hand again. Technique azure void. The air shimmered, then imploded with a thunderous crack. AI dodged sideways, the spot where he'd stood collapsing into another perfect crater. Wherever AI moved, the world seemed to twist and collapse in Satoru's wake. "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" AI spat, darting between attacks. "Impossible to defend, impossible to predict." Satoru smiled faintly. I really hate fighting speed types like you. Their exchange continued, light against light, thunder against stillness. AI darted, struck, and vanished again, but never landed a single hit. His armor blazed brighter, each dodge leaving furrows of lightning behind him. Satoru's calm never faltered. Minutes dragged on. Then finally, Satoru exhaled and glanced past AI toward the horizon. That should be enough time, he thought. The others would be far beyond pursuit now. Playtime's over, he said. We'll finish this next time. Wait. AI shouted, but Satoru's form flickered. In a blink, he was gone. Only the echo of his voice lingered in the crackling air, quiet and certain. Tell your Raikage Konoha's ghosts are still watching. AI stood alone among the falling dust, jaw clenched, lightning fading slowly from his skin. And for the first time in years, he'd met someone who made even the thunder hesitate. Escape. Everyone once again returned to hide in the cave they had hidden in before, breathing heavily, and a feeling of fear arose in their hearts. But I didn't expect you to be so strong, Satoru, that you could successfully escape from that monster. Akimichi Teizo said to Satoru from the bottom of his heart. He also respected Satoru in his heart. If he faced that monster, he might not be able to hold on for even a minute. Now you can convey the message that the mission has been completed to Lord Orochimaru. Narazenu spoke. Good. Then Yamanaka Tanghai took out a scroll and used psychic skills. A small white snake appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Then Yamanaka Tanghai wrote the main points of the mission on a blank scroll. Experience, and then stuffed it into the belly of the little white snake. And then the little white snake disappeared directly from everyone's sight. Now it's time for us to figure out how to get out of here. Then, Zenu Nara spoke again. After all, they are now behind the Cloud Ninja, and they don't know when they will be discovered by the Cloud Ninja again, and they are always in a very dangerous situation. This time we destroyed the Thunder Moon Bridge. After all, the Cloud Ninja will be more vigilant. It will not be easy to withdraw from the front line again. Zenu Nara drew a simple sand map on the ground, trying to find the most suitable place to leave. Captain Hatake, what do you think? Which direction should we retreat from? Just leave this question to you. After all, you are the brains of our entire team. Satoru sat casually aside, leaning against the stone wall, with a slightly tired expression on his face. The battle with AI just now was not as easy as it seemed. It was very taxing on him. He felt that if AI was against him again, if he throws a few punches, there may be no way to use unlimited techniques. Each of Ai's punch attacks was getting closer and closer to Satoru's body. When AI returned to the camp, he was furious there. But the only thing that made him feel lucky was that this time, none of the Kumo ninjas were killed, although some were injured. Even Lord AI didn't catch up with them. It seems that Konoha's team is really capable. Seeing the gloomy look on Ai's face when he returned, the Cloud Ninjas naturally knew what happened. That brat. Ai's mind kept thinking of Satoru, the white-haired kid with special pupils. He had a hunch that that kid would definitely become a formidable enemy of their Cloud Ninja village in the future. However, even now, AI has not found a way to break the opponent's blood inheritance limit. Order all Kumo ninjas to pay attention to a white-haired Konoha brat wearing an eye patch. If you find his traces, report to me immediately. Yes, Master AI. What he was thinking in his heart at this moment was that he would never be able to let Satoru grow up smoothly. Hey brother, why are you here? At this time, a black-skinned kid suddenly appeared next to everyone and said in a hip-hop tone. As soon as he saw this person, AI Dun became furious. Bai, you bastard, where have you been? In the direct thunder escape armor mode, just punch Bai's head. Hey bastard brother, why did you hit me? Bai, who was squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, said very unhappy, but he did not dare to fight back against AI. Okay, Master AI, calm down. Master Bai is back now, isn't he? The Cloud Ninja on the side quickly laughed and started a fight. Bai, use the tailed beast Jade to blast a way out of the Thunder Moon Bridge for me. No, you blast this place for me. AI immediately said to Bai. He wants to completely open the border between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Clouds. In this case, Konoha will no longer be able to carry out such operations. Okay, leave it to me, Master Bai. After saying that, 8 octopus legs grew out of Bai's back, and then his body immediately grew in size, directly transforming into tailed beast mode, 8 tails and a bull ghost. I saw the 8 tails' big mouth open, and red and blue chakra suddenly condensed into a small ball above it, and it continued to expand. Tailed beast Jade. As the 8 tails' voice came out, the tailed beast Jade was shot directly from Ushiyuki's mouth. A big explosion immediately occurred at the Thunder Moon Bridge that had been blocked. The terrifying fire shot straight into the sky, even in the distance. Wu and others all felt this strong aura. Everyone hurriedly ran out of the cave to check, only to see a huge explosion in the distance, and they could feel the terrifying heat wave here. What's happening here? Everyone looked at this scene in stunned silence. The distance was beyond the range of the Byakugan, so Hinata Ikki didn't know what was happening. Only Satoru lifted a corner of his blindfold and looked at the direction of the explosion with a solemn expression. Mission failed. These 5 words slowly came out of Wu's mouth. What happened, Captain Hatake? Nara Zenu hurriedly asked before they left. They had confirmed that the Thunder Moon Bridge was blocked, but why did the mission fail now? Maybe it was the explosion. Nara Zenu thought suddenly. That's right, Kumo Ninja used the power of the tailed beast to directly flatten everything around the Thunder Moon Bridge. There is no longer a barrier between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of the Moon. Everyone took a breath and didn't know what to say. They had worked so hard to complete the task, but they didn't expect that the other party would resolve it so easily. Redeliver the message to Lord Orochimaru and wait for Lord Orochimaru's next instruction. Yes, Captain Hatake. On the young ninja side, they cheered. Karabi gasped for air after exiting the tailed beast state. Since I have just mastered the complete tailed beast transformation state, I still have no way to fully control it. Using one tailed beast Jade is already the limit. If I forcefully transform into a tailed beast again, I will probably be destroyed by the tailed beast's violent chakra. Invasion of sanity. As expected of Sir Karabi, you are truly amazing. Those cloud ninjas immediately complimented Karabi and said that if they wanted to open the Thunder Moon Bridge again, it would take a long time. Now it is over in just a few seconds, which makes people sigh at how powerful the tailed beast is. Well done, B. AI patted Bai's shoulder directly. Orochimaru, who was at the Konoha border, had just received the news from them that the mission had been completed, and then a little white snake crawled over and conveyed the news that the mission had failed. Orochimaru, who had only smiled for a short time, immediately turned cold. What's wrong, Orochimaru-sama? Narayayan on the side asked. The mission failed. The Kumo ninja used the 8 tails to forcibly raise the Thunder Moon Bridge to the ground. Not long after, they received another order from Orochimaru, ordering them to withdraw directly now. Now they have no way to carry out the mission of destroying the Thunder Moon Bridge because it has been directly destroyed by the 8 tails. If we want to avoid being discovered by the Cloud Ninjas, then we can only leave from Tian country. However, this may waste some more time, but at least the safety can be improved to a certain extent. Nara Zenwei said that although the Kingdom of the Moon and the Kingdom of Tian are not bordering, they can go to the Kingdom of Tian by boat. If that doesn't work, they can only run across the sea. After Nara Zenu expressed his opinion, he looked at Satoru, as if waiting for Satoru to make a decision. Okay then, let's take a detour directly to Tian country, and then return to Tang country from Tian country. Hatake Satoru thought about it and found that there was nothing wrong with this plan. The only shortcoming was that it took a long time, and the frontline troops of the Kumo ninja will definitely strengthen their patrols. They have done such a big thing. Although the crisis at the Thunder Moon Bridge has been resolved, it is absolutely impossible for them to let go of Satoru and his party. Let's go now. Yes. When dusk fell, a few people took advantage of the darkness as cover and ran all the way to the border of the Moon Kingdom. Then they quickly made a raft and left the Moon Kingdom directly. After 3 days, everyone returned to the land of Yuno country and successfully returned to Konoha's position. Although it was only a few days for Ikki and the others, It was no less than returning from the Hell Gate, walked around and came back. I have also heard about your deeds in the report. You did a good job. You were able to stop AI from Yun Ninja Village by yourself. It seems that your strength is stronger than we expected. After seeing Orochimaru, Orochimaru praised Satoru directly, while his inner curiosity about Satoru became more and more intense. He naturally knew what the title AI meant to Yun Ninja, and he also knew what could inherit the title of AI, so he was surprised that Satoru could come back from the other party's hands. But the mission still failed. It's enough. You have destroyed the Thunder Moon Bridge once. The S-level mission has been completed, but what follows is a long and protracted battle with Kumo Ninja. This battle will take at least a year. When it's over, you can mentally prepare yourself for hardship. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, and you have been more careful recently. According to reports from the people, we have placed on the Cloud Ninja side, all the Cloud Ninjas must pay special attention to a white-haired kid wearing an eye patch in Konoha. That person must be you. Be ready at any time. Be vigilant to prevent being assassinated. Yes, I will pay attention. During the war, it was very common to assassinate the main local combat forces. Konoha would also carry out beheading missions on enemy ninja villages from time to time, but they were rarely successful, and most of them ended up losing money. The lady lost her troops again. Of course, this is almost the same situation when other ninja villages perform such beheading missions. For example, if Kumo Ninja wants to carry out the task of beheading Orochimaru, he must not only break through Konoha's heavy defense lines, but also pay attention to the people around him. He must also have good strength and be able to kill with one strike. Otherwise, if it causes a stir, then the only option is to commit suicide. Okay, you go down and rest. Yes. When Satoru walked out of the camp, a group of people immediately gathered around him, including Satoru's former teachers and team members, as well as the team members who performed this mission. Satoru, you guy, it's great that you can come back safely. Mahiro hugged Satoru and said with a choked tone. When he knew that Satoru was going to carry out such a dangerous mission, he was really afraid that he would lose another teammate. Haha, but I still think it's better if you let me go. Your actions will make others misunderstand my sexual orientation. Wu's words instantly broke the touching atmosphere. You guy, my sexual orientation is also normal. However, after Satoru's joke, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Congratulations, Satoru, for completing your first S-level mission in your life, but this is just the beginning. Don't be arrogant just because of this mission. Teacher Nakajima reminded Satoru. I understand, Nakajima-sensei, but it'll be good to come back safely. Nakajima showed a pleased expression on his face and patted Satoru on the shoulder. Being able to have a student like Satoru can be said to be the luckiest thing in his life. The war is still going on, and there will be ninja casualties on both sides every day. Although they are fighting every day, there has never been a large-scale conflict. In this way, this small-scale conflict continued for more than a year. In this period of more than a year, no one knows how many Cloud Ninjas died in the hands of Wu. Those Cloud Ninjas also understood what they meant by the white-haired brat wearing an eye patch. He was simply a demon that roamed every corner of the battlefield and killed people without batting an eyelid. Now, among the Cloud Ninjas, Satoru has a very famous name, the White Devil. Whenever you encounter a white demon, if there are not 5 Jounin in the team, retreat immediately. Of course, this does not mean that having 5 Jounin-level combat capabilities can defeat Satoru, but that 5 Jounins can barely guarantee their own safety by cooperating with each other. And even if they retreat, it depends on whether Satoru is in a good mood. If he is in a good mood, he may let them go. If he is not in a good mood, then even if the other party has plans to retreat, he will not have a chance to retreat. Now Satoru is regarded as a hero in the minds of these Konoha ninjas. Many ninjas have been saved by Satoru. It can be said that if Satoru had not been there would definitely be greater casualties on their side. Captain Hatake, Lord Orochimaru summons you to come over. Okay, I get it. Although Satoru has not yet mastered the reversal of the technique, he feels that it is not that long before he masters the reversal of the technique. Lord Orochimaru, are you looking for me? Well, the village has decided to send you to other battlefields. Now the Cloud Ninjas no longer focus on us as their main target, so staying here is a waste of your combat power. Other battlefields, where? Sand Ninja or Earth Ninja. If possible, Satoru still hopes to go to the Earth Ninja side because his brother Kakashi is on the battlefield there. During this year, Satoru also heard some news about Kakashi. He has also made outstanding military exploits and may soon be promoted to Jonin. Neither. Orochimaru shook his head. It's the Mist Ninja. The Mist Ninja have been very dishonest recently. From time to time, they will make sneak attacks on our border. Since it's not a large-scale attack, the village decided to send you to guard it. Mist Ninja, I understand. When will we set off? This time you don't need to lead the team, just go by yourself. There will be Konoha ninjas to pick you up over there. Now go say goodbye to the people you know and then set off immediately. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. After briefly talking to Mr. Nakajima and the others, they also knew the importance of this mission, so they didn't bother Satoru too much. They gave him a hug and told him to be safe, and Satoru left. It won't take long to get to the place where the mission is from his current position, because there is a sea between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water. Although there are several small islands in the middle, they are all ownerless things and do not belong to fire. The Kingdom of Water does not belong to the Kingdom of Water. If I must say it, then it belongs to pirates. However, there is still a small country between the two big countries, and that is the country of waves. Satoru probably ran at full speed for 2 days and finally arrived at the place designated by Lord Orochimaru. After launching a Konoha signal flare, 3 figures immediately appeared in front of Satoru. You are Hatake Satoru, right? The leader said. Judging from his appearance, he was not very old. He was about the same age as Satoru, maybe even a few years younger than Satoru. Hatake Satoru responded. Your Excellency, Uchiha Shisui, I am here specifically to welcome Hatake Jounin. Upon hearing this name, Wu was a little surprised. Uchiha Shisui, Shunshin Shisui. I didn't expect that the person who came to greet me would be you. No way, this can't compare to the title of Hatake Jounin White Devil. Upon hearing the title of Chunin, Satoru's face actually turned a little red. His shame has not yet reached the level of Gojo Satoru. It's better not to mention this kind of title again. How is the situation here now? Upon hearing this question, Shisui's face immediately became serious. Currently, the opponent has no intention of launching a large-scale attack, but they send small groups of troops to harass us from time to time. We also lost a lot of people on our side, and things like sneak attacks are the Mist Ninja's best tricks. To deal with the Mist Ninja, shouldn't we call the Hyuga clan over? Their family has a deep hatred for the Mist Ninja. Satoru remembers that there is a Kirigakure who has a Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and the Kirigakure technique used by the Hyuga clan to deal with the Kirigakure is also very effective. I heard that the head of the Hyuga clan did take the initiative to invite me, but he was rejected by the Hokage. It seems that he was afraid that the Hyuga clan would be overwhelmed by hatred. Shisui told Satoru what he heard from the gossip. I see. Tell me about our defenses. Good. Although Satoru is only 11 years old now, he is already the highest officer on this battlefield. As for why he can hold such an important position, it is entirely due to Orochimaru's recommendation to the third Hokage. There is also a trace of guilt that the third Hokage feels towards Sakumo, coupled with Satoru's good strength, and the fact that the Kiri ninja did not launch a large-scale attack. Otherwise, this kind of position of commanding a battlefield would definitely not be Satoru's turn. Well, that's right, but when you encounter Kumo ninja, remember not to fight alone. Even if you encounter one person, you must send out a signal flare to let the surrounding troops go to support. Good. Shisui nodded seriously. His strength on this battlefield can definitely be said to be among the best among Konoha's ninjas, so Satoru immediately handed over the position of deputy commander to him. Although this decision may be a bit hasty, Apart from Shisui, Satoru can't think of anyone who can take this position. After all, the Konoha ninjas currently on the battlefield of Mist Ninja are all Genin and Chunin, and there are no Jounin at all. Several, but they may face the entire Mist Ninja village. Brother Wu, is that you? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Wu, and Wu had already noticed who it was. Long time no see, Kai. Satoru turned around and said with a smile. Next to Kai were Shiranui, Genma, and Ebisu. It's really you. Brother Satoru, I heard that you have been promoted to Jonin. Congratulations. Kai happily said to Satoru that since arriving on the battlefield, although Kai has always maintained an optimistic expression on the surface, he is always worried in his heart. After all, people are dying here every day. Who knows if one day they will encounter an ambush by a Mist Ninja and die. They are also a group of children. Although they are ninjas, they are still afraid of war. Thank you, but I was right about you. You have become a Chunin. Haha, thank you for your continued encouragement, Brother Wu. Kai touched the back of his head embarrassedly, showing his big white teeth, and said a little embarrassedly, You two are quite powerful, you are both already Chunin. There is still a big gap compared to you. Shiranui Genma said, with a hint of envy in his tone. When they were in school before, they looked down on Satoru. He was usually indifferent and felt like a jackass. However, they didn't expect that after Satoru revealed his strength, their strength and that of the other party would actually become stronger and stronger, bigger. If they hadn't taken advantage of this war, they might still be Genin now. They also achieved a lot of military exploits before becoming a Chunin. Ha, don't compare with me. You will never be able to surpass me. If you set your target on Kakashi, there is still some hope. Kakashi, I will definitely surpass him. As soon as Kakashi was mentioned, Kai seemed to have a switch turned on with blazing flames coming out of his eyes, and his aura was even stronger than before. Okay, you can continue to patrol, I still have things to do. Yes, Brother Wu. After that, Satoru left with Shisui. He also wanted to have a detailed understanding of the terrain and situation here. Then following Satoru is Uchiha Shisui, right? Looking at the backs of several people, Shiranui Genma suddenly spoke. It seems to be him. Ebisu also pushed up his sunglasses. It's said that we have a new commander here, it's probably Satoru. Suddenly, Shiranui Genma thought of this matter and said with some surprise. How is it possible? No matter how strong Satoru is, Hokage-sama will not give such an important position to Satoru. Ebisu said calmly. I think Brother Wu is qualified to be a commander. Kai now can be said to have blind worship of Satoru. Who were those people just now? Shisui asked Satoru. Although they had met several times, they couldn't remember their names. They only knew that they performed well in this war. At least it was much stronger than the ninja who entered the battlefield for the first time during the same period. They were classmates at the ninja school. They were also a group of very talented ninjas. In the blink of an eye, Satoru has been here for more than a month. Satoru's identity as the commander has also been exposed. When they just learned the news, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu, everyone showed shocked expressions, except for Kai, who looked exactly as he expected. Of course, there are also many ninjas who are dissatisfied with Satoru, although they have already heard the rumors about Satoru on the battlefield of Cloud Ninja. But as the saying goes, hearing is believing, seeing is believing, and they have never seen Satoru take action. They naturally have deep doubts about Satoru's strength, but since this is an order given by Lord Hokage, even if they can no longer accept it, there is nothing they can do. But now, they have obviously changed towards Wu. Ever since they saw Wu's strength, they have completely convinced him. Even many former supporters of Hatake Satoru began to express their affection for Satoru. Although Wu didn't take many shots this time, every time he took action, he used thunderous means and defeated the local ninjas as quickly as possible. Thanks for your hard work. After returning from another expedition, Shisui said to Satoru. Originally, Shisui should have led the team to fight this time, but in order to make the voices of protest disappear quickly, Satoru would be present wherever enemies appeared. But that's enough. All the ninjas here have convinced you. Let's hold on for a while and see. I always feel like the Mist Ninja is planning something big during this period. During this period of time, the Mist Ninja's attacks were too frequent. In the past, when Satoru didn't come, they would harass Konoha's border guards about once a day. But within a month of Satoru's arrival, what happened was obviously inconsistent with what Shisui and the others described. In almost 3 days, a force of Mist Ninjas would appear, and their strength was not weak either. Then I'll ask each team to speed up their patrol frequency, Shisui suggested. Good. About 2 days later, a Konoha signal flare suddenly rose in a jungle. Here we go again. These Mist Ninja brats are really haunting us. The Konoha team surrounding the signal bomb said helplessly, but they still rushed towards the direction where the signal bomb was launched as quickly as possible. What should we do? Shiranui Genma said in a panic. Looking at the laughing people surrounding them, they immediately felt extremely panicked, and their teeth were already chattering. I don't know either. I can only pray that our reinforcements will come quickly. Kai Qiang said calmly. Tusk, it seems we are really unlucky. We didn't meet that white devil, but we met these little devils instead. A man with a bandage on his head, sharp teeth, and a big knife on his body spoke. His slanted eyes did not take these brats seriously at all. Are they the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist Ninja Village? Ebisu looked at the strange swords held by the 7 people and instantly remembered something. Hey, I didn't expect that the kid in Konoha actually knows our names. If that's the case, then you should also know that it is your honor to die in our hands. A terrifying, murderous aura erupted directly from the bodies of the 7 people. In an instant, the 3 of them were frightened and sat down on the ground. They were obviously sweating, but they felt very cold. What a bunch of cowards. Seeing the embarrassed state of Kai and the others, the 7 ninja swordsmen burst into laughter. However, at this moment, a figure with green light suddenly appeared in front of the 3 of them. When he saw the person, Kai was stunned and spoke. Dad, why is Dad a genin here? Hearing Kai's name for the visitor, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu also looked at each other, because they had also heard something about Kai's father. 10,000 years genin. What's the use of coming here? Are you going to die? Stop talking. You run away quickly. I will fight for you. You said you wanted us to escape, but Dad, all the enemies are jounin, and there are 7 ninja swordsmen. Dad, you can't stop them alone. The 7 ninja Dao are different from ordinary jounin. They are all at the elite jounin level and are very powerful. Don't forget, I still have the 8 gates of death armor formation. But that's my rule for myself. Kai's eyes widened when he heard these words. He thought of what his father once said to him. The so-called true victory is not to defeat the strong, but to protect what is most important to you. Just when Matt Dai was about to open the 8th door, Satoru suddenly appeared on the scene and grabbed Dai's hand that was pressing towards his heart. Senior Dai, it would be a waste to use the death gate on them. Enlightenment. Seeing the visitor, Kai and the others let out a shocked sound. But they are the 7 ninja swordsmen. If we don't use the death gate, we can't hold them back at all. Then it seems that Senior Dai, you don't know how powerful you will be after you escape the door of death. Don't worry, just leave the 7 of them to me. White hair, black eye patch, this is our target this time, the White Devil. It seems to be no different. Loquat Juzeng said while wielding his sword, but you delivered it to your door yourself, which saved us the trouble of searching. So your target is me. It seems even less likely that you will be able to leave here alive. Although I no longer need to open the door of death, I still want to make a contribution to this war. Open the 7th door, the shocking door. Blue steam quickly burst out from Dai's body, and Kai and others behind him were instantly blown away by a wave of air. Even Satoru had a look of shock on his face. This was the first time he felt the 8-gate dungeon. If he didn't use the unlimited technique, he would definitely be punched to death by Dai in this state. What's happening here? The 7 ninja swordsmen were also stunned. They never thought that the thick-browed ninja with a watermelon head would suddenly burst out with such a powerful momentum, directly reaching the level of a shadow. In that case, let's leave the 3 of them to Senior Dai. No, I want 4. Dai stretched out 4 fingers directly towards Wu. Oh well. Satoru smiled helplessly. Then please leave it to Senior Dai. Kai, is this your father? Ebisu asked with a shocked look on his face. At this time they were hiding behind a huge rock to avoid being affected by the battle between the two sides. This is the physical skill I am practicing now, the 8-gate dungeon. I didn't expect that just opening the 7th gate would be so powerful. Kai was also a little shocked. Although he also knew that the 8-door dungeon had great potential, this was the first time he saw the 7th door open. What kind of genin is this? Even the Jounin can't compare to the current Dai Senpai. Directly opening the 7th gate of the 8 gates of dungeon, blue steam spurted out directly from Dai's body. Veins were already popping up on his forehead, and his eyes turned white. Afterwards, Dai set his first target on the loquat Juzo, who had a beheading sword. Before the other party could react, Dai had already rushed in front of him. So fast, Loquat Juzang secretly thought and quickly placed the decapitating sword in front of him. Dai's fist hit the opponent's sword directly. The terrifying force blasted the decapitating sword into 2 halves with one blow. Loquat Juzang also, because of this terrifying power, he flew backwards. Juzo, another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, shouted anxiously, then raised his sword and planned to sneak attack Dai's back. But Satoru not only played a key role. When the opponent was about to hit Dai, Satoru's figure suddenly appeared behind Dai and helped him block the blow. Your target should be me, but don't get your mission wrong. After casually knocking the knife away, Satoru spoke, leave that guy to me for the time being, and you can solve the mission target as soon as possible. Said the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Ghost, the current owner of the great sword Samehada. My Samehada muscles can absorb chakra, so I should be able to hold him back temporarily. After seeing Dai's strength, even if Samehada has the ability to swallow chakra, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon is not sure to completely defeat the opponent. After all, if he is hit by the opponent's fist, half of his life will be lost. Then I'll leave it to you first, Puffer Fish Ghost. Black Holeya, the owner of Thunder Knife, said. After that, the remaining 5 people rushed towards Hatake Satoru, seemingly planning to kill Hatake Satoru with one blow. It must be said that the cooperation of these 5 people was quite tacit, and they launched various attacks from all directions. There is no room for Satoru to escape at all. Therefore, Satoru can only deploy unlimited techniques for defense. Good cooperation. When the 5 people attacked Satoru at the same time, they suddenly heard Satoru's praise for them and the smile on his lips. But unfortunately, it's of no use to me. Then he saw Satoru stretched out his finger, and a cyan ball of light appeared above his finger. Suddenly, the 5 ninja swordsmen who surrounded Satoru had a very bad premonition in their hearts. He hurriedly used his fastest speed to leave the place. The next second, he saw that apart from where Satoru was standing, a twisted deep pit appeared directly around him. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost also wielded the same shark muscle and attacked Dai. Succeeded. Seeing his Samehada touch the blue steam emanating from Dai's body, his face showed a hint of joy, but soon, the smile on his face could no longer be maintained. Because he did not receive the chakra feedback from Samehada, nor did he notice a decrease in the blue vapor on the surface of the opponent's body. Is it a sword that can absorb chakra? But unfortunately, the blue color on this body is just steam, not chakra, so your sword has no effect on me. After hearing Dai's explanation, Fugu Demon immediately felt as if he had met Samehada's nemesis. Day Tiger. Dai planned to end this battle as soon as possible. Opening the 7th gate was very taxing on his body, and he noticed that Satoru was surrounded by 5 people, and he was very concerned about Satoru's safety. Dai clenched his hands, and the puffer fish liver immediately felt a strong pressure. Not good. Without thinking about anything, what the puffer ghost wants to do now is to retreat quickly and leave the side of this monster immediately. He can no longer stay in front of this monster. As Dai waved his hands, a tiger-like air cannon rushed towards the puffer fish in an instant. Although the opponent tried his best to dodge, the tiger was still swallowed up in an instant. Hateful. The pufferfish waved Samehada in front of him, but it was still of no use at all, because Harutora was not a ninjutsu formed by chakra at all, but an air bomb from a taijutsu. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of Wu and others. "Are you kidding me? Is that puffer fish so defeated?" Black Hole Leia said in disbelief. The hearts of the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen were also very heavy. Not long after the battle started, 2 of their companions had already lost their fighting ability. "Satoru, get out of the way." At this time, Dai suddenly appeared in the sky and shouted at Wu. Wu also understood and hid aside, towards the peacock. Dai shouted and waved his fists rapidly. Countless flames followed Dai's fists and hit the remaining 5 ninja swords 7 people on the ground. In response to this kind of attack, they could only hide in embarrassment and did not dare to resist head-on. However, just when Dai wanted to continue the attack, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, and the blue steam emerging from his body disappeared. "Damn it, is this the limit?" Dai slowly fell from the air and knelt directly on the ground. He supported his body with both hands to prevent himself from lying down. A deep feeling of fatigue directly invaded his mind, but the severe pain in his body could not make him pass out directly. Good opportunity, let me tell you. How can a secret skill of that level be maintained for a long time? Everyone launched an attack on Dai. "Father!" When Kai saw this scene, he shouted anxiously and rushed forward without thinking. But at his current speed, when he rushes in front of him, he will probably only leave one body behind. At this moment, Wu appeared in front of Dai again like a savior. Directly using a Kang that had not yet exploded, the 5 people were instantly scared away. "Well done, Senior Dai. After I return, I will apply to Master Hawkage to let you become a Jounin. The status of Genin is too humiliating for Senior Dai." "Sorry, I originally wanted to solve 4 of them, but I didn't expect that I only solved 2. Dai said with some annoyance. "It's enough to be able to kill 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Senior Dai has surpassed most people in the ninja world. Leave the rest to me." "Then be careful, Satoru, they are not easy to deal with." "I see." Satoru smiled and told Dai not to worry. "Kai, take your father down and stay away from here, otherwise he may be accidentally injured." "Yes," Kai replied in a panic. The moment he touched Dai, a scream suddenly came from Dai's mouth. His tilde be gentle, Kai. It hurts too much." "Dad, please be patient a little longer." In line with the principle that short-term pain is worse than long-term pain, Kai directly picked up Dai and ran away quickly. One of them wanted to catch up, not wanting to waste the opportunity to kill the opponent, but Satoru teleported directly in front of the opponent and kicked him back. "Kid, you are looking for death." Seeing that Satoru stayed alone to block them, Black Hole Leia suddenly felt a little unhappy and said that he felt that he was being despised by the brat in front of him. They no longer care whether the kid in front of them is their mission target. They just want to get rid of the thick eyebrows. Otherwise, that person will become their own shadow. "Sorry, it's not me who's going to die." Spell, Kang. 5 cyan light spots instantly surrounded the remaining 5 people. If the 2 Kang bursts were relatively close, the power of Kang would be enhanced, let alone 5. Not good. Naturally, several people noticed the 5 cyan light spots that surrounded them, and the terrifying attraction instantly broke out, pulling on their bodies. It would be impossible for all 5 of them to escape. "Sorry, bro." After Black Hole Leia felt this terrifying attraction, he directly pushed his companion in front of him, and he immediately jumped out of the siege of Kang. "If you don't do it for yourself, you will be destroyed by heaven and earth, let alone in a situation where your life is at stake. In front of me, as long as I can survive, it doesn't matter if I sacrifice 1 or 2 companions." "Thunderya, you bastard." After the person who was pushed cursed angrily, he was immediately swallowed up by Kang and disappeared in front of everyone. As expected, the Mist Ninja Village deserves to be called the Village of Blood Mist. It can be said to be quite cruel to its companions. This kid's ability is very strange. Please pay more attention. But the other party seemed to be accustomed to such things. Black Hole Leia's behavior did not arouse any negative emotions in them at all, because in that situation, they would do the same thing. The art of Kirigakure. Only one Kumo ninja was seen, and when he formed a seal with his hands, a thick fog instantly surrounded Satoru. You really don't have a long memory, you guys. Even if his vision is blocked, Satoru can clearly see the position and movements of anyone in this thick fog with the help of his 6 eyes. Seeing that Satoru's sight was blocked, the remaining 4 people all launched attacks at Satoru with great tacit understanding. However, no matter what angle the opponent attacked from, Satoru was able to easily dodge or even neutralize it. How could this be possible? Can he see us? One person said in disbelief. That's right, I can just see you. Satoru's voice sounded directly from behind him, and then he felt his head being held down by a hand. Then, the next second, his head was pressed into the ground by the other party. If you can be reincarnated in your next life, try to be reincarnated in Konoha village. Satoru's words sounded in his ears like a demon's whisper, and then the strength of Satoru's hand increased again, directly squeezing the opponent's head and deforming it. He was already dead and could no longer die. There are 3 left, so let's fight quickly. Satoru directly locked the positions of the other 3 people and released 3 Kang around each of them at the same time, blocking every way they could go. Although they were mist ninjas, their sight was blocked under the mist, so even though they felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts, they didn't know where this sense of crisis came from. By the time they discovered it, it was already too late. Kang's terrifying suction force burst out and tore the bodies of the 3 opponents apart in an instant. After being unable to feel the life breath of the 3 opponents, Wu was relieved. Although the battle just now seemed relatively simple, it also caused a terrible consumption for Wu. The more Kang is released at the same time, the greater the consumption on him. Now you can collect the loot. But what Satoru didn't notice was that although all 7 people had been eliminated, the thick fog surrounding them had not dissipated. Immediately, Satoru felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he lowered his head, he saw that a knife had pierced his body directly from behind. How can it be? Satoru was shocked in his heart. Although he did not activate the unlimited technique, his 6 eyes did not even detect the trace of the other party. It actually worked. It's no wonder I've been hiding here for a long time. After hearing what the other party said, Satoru was even more shocked. The other party has been hiding around here for a long time and he has not even noticed the other party. No, I discovered it, but I didn't notice it. Suddenly, Satoru understood something instantly. You guy, do you have any special blood inheritance limits? Satoru asked with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The penetrating wound on his chest was already fatal. It's not a blood inheritance limit. It can only be said that since I was born, my sense of existence has been relatively weak. Even if I am seen by others, I will subconsciously ignore it. Is that why I never found you? I remembered that according to legend, there was a killer in Mist Ninja Village who was specially assigned to take on assassination missions, and the success rate of assassinations was 100%. It is said that he is a killer who can kill others even when they are under heavy protection and can leave in a swagger. That person is probably you. Haha, didn't you expect me to be so famous? Hearing Satoru say this, the other party said in a rather embarrassed tone, I didn't expect someone like me to be able to send a killer like you to attack personally. Don't say that. There are very few people who can kill 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After that, the other party used the knife to stir up Wu's body, and the severe pain spread throughout Wu's body in an instant. But in the end, you died by my sword. Then, the other party pulled out the knife and flicked it away, shaking off the blood on the knife. Without the support of the knife, Satoru fell directly to the ground. It's such a pity. If you can grow up smoothly, you will definitely become a famous figure in the ninja world in the future. But who made you meet me? Now lying on the ground, Satoru could no longer hear the other party's voice, and his consciousness began to become blurred. Really, I didn't expect that I would have the same experience as Gojo Satoru. So the negative energy of the reversal technique is multiplied by the negative energy, and the other negative energy is the physical injury. If physical health is a positive energy, then physical injuries are a negative energy, and a negative becomes a positive. So can reversing the technique treat physical injuries? This is actually such a thing. No wonder I couldn't understand it before. Satoru laughed helplessly at himself because he had never been injured before. However, I will be invincible next time. Just when the other party was about to leave, he suddenly heard Satoru's weak heartbeat gradually getting stronger and stronger. What? He turned his head in disbelief and found that Satoru had already stood up on the ground. The eye patch on his head had slipped off at some point. The fluorescent eyes looked cold and heartless at this time, and he also noticed that the penetrating wound he had pierced had actually recovered. This is how the same thing, the other party murmured in disbelief. Although he was not completely dead just now, he would not recover so quickly. I have to say, I really should thank you, Miss Ninja. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to understand this move in my life. Satoru's voice was a little excited. He was suppressing his joy now. After all, although he is not invincible in this ninja world, he is definitely immortal. Now his unlimited technique is true absolute defense. Physical fatigue and brain wear and tear can be directly restored to peak condition using the inversion technique. Stop pretending. If that's the case, I'll just kill you again. Ah! Hearing this, Wu smiled disdainfully. If it weren't for his short height, he would have wanted to look down at him now. Although your sense of presence is very weak, when you stabbed me with that knife, your sense of presence has been continuously amplified in my senses. Yeah, really. At this moment, the other party's voice suddenly sounded from behind Satoru, and he stabbed out with a knife again, but this time the result was completely opposite to before. When his knife was about to get close to Satoru's body, it was completely unable to penetrate. Is this how you defended against all attacks? He had clearly observed the scene where Satoru was fighting with the 7 ninja swordsmen just now. He naturally noticed that none of the ninja sword attacks fell on Satoru, but he didn't know what the principle was. I originally thought that if my attack could not hurt the opponent, I would retreat immediately, but who would have thought that it would succeed? But after it succeeded, who would have thought that the opponent would come back to life again? And not only did he come back to life, it seemed that some places were different, but he couldn't tell where exactly the changes had occurred. That's right. Then, Satoru's body turned in an instant, and he punched the knife in the opponent's hand to pieces. The opponent's reaction speed was not slow. He immediately took a few steps back and looked at the only handle of the knife left in his hand with an expression of disbelief. What a terrifying physical condition. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. If I don't go back, they will probably be worried. But in order to repay you for letting me learn new tricks, it's not too much to let you die on the new tricks, right? I saw Satoru stretched out a finger, and a small red ball appeared on the fingertip. Spell reversal, as Wu finished speaking. A burst of dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the red ball, and it exploded forward along with a very terrifying, repulsive force. The other party didn't even have time to react, and was instantly knocked hundreds of meters away by this terrifying repulsion, knocking away dozens of big trees before hitting a mountain and stopping. Is this a monster? But even so, the other party did not die immediately, but he could clearly feel that he would not live long because all his internal organs were shattered and there was no intact place inside his body. Monster! At this time, Wu's voice suddenly sounded in front of the other party. Seeing this scene, his eyes widened even more. In other words, his eyes were the only place he could move now. He didn't even notice when the other party arrived. He didn't believe that he had flown such a long distance. It can move such a long distance in less than a second. Perhaps this title does suit who I am now. Being able to die at the hands of a person like you is not a loss in my life. When he reluctantly finished this sentence, his eyes completely lost their light, his head drooped, and he completely lost the breath of life. Captain Hatake, are you okay? At this time, support arrived, and Uchiha Shisui led a team of ninjas directly to Wu's side. You guys are a little late. The battle is over. Satoru put the blindfold back on. The ninjas who came to support were dumbfounded at the destroyed site. They could not imagine how the destruction distance of more than 100 meters was achieved. Uchiha Shisui discovered something different. He found that the clothes Satoru was wearing had 2 holes in the front and back. This looked like it was caused by a penetrating injury, but he found that Satoru was exposed. The piece of skin that came was actually intact. Okay, let's clean up the battlefield. I believe those 7 ninja swords can bring us a lot of compensation for Konoha. The Mist Ninja will definitely not give up these 7 ninja swords. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen can be said to be the most powerful team of the Mist Ninja. Shisui, please do your best to lead the patrol in person during this period of time. I'm afraid that the Mist Ninja will send out a stronger combat force again. Clear. Shisui nodded seriously. It could be said that it was their mistake to allow the 7 ninja swordsmen to invade here this time. Satoru still needs to go back and become familiar with the reversal technique. He has just mastered it, and there are still many things that he is not proficient in. For example, the spell Stop Power took Satoru some time to master. Even Gojo Satoru mastered the power of stopping only a year after he learned the reversal technique. After returning to the camp, Satoru first reported the attack to the village. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen were quite involved. Then he applied to the 3rd Hokage for Dai to be promoted to Jonin. As expected, Dai's promotion to Jonin was quickly approved, and because he killed 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Dai had completed an S-level mission. This time Satoru made great achievements on the front line. He killed 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. White Fang's son actually already has such strength. It really is the waves behind the Yangtze River that push the waves ahead. Hiruzen, I think he should be trained by me. I can better discover the child's talent. After learning about Wu's achievements, Danzo became a little moved and started asking for people directly from the 3rd Hokage. Duanzo, don't mention this matter again in the future. Neither Satoru nor Kakashi will leave it to you. After all, we owe White Fang too much, and we can't let his children come into contact with more. It's dark. Hiruzen, you are still too merciful, but the leader of a village needs more than mercy. Seeing the 3rd Hokage's determined attitude, Danzo had no choice but to give up, but before leaving he still reminded the 3rd Hokage kindly. Captain Hatake, I want to have a duel with you. Just 1 month after that battle ended, Shisui suddenly found enlightenment and said it very seriously, both in tone and expression. Oh, why do you want to challenge me? Satoru's tone was full of curiosity, and he was also a little confused in his heart. He couldn't figure out why Shisui wanted to challenge him suddenly. I just want to see how strong Captain Hatake is. I have always watched Captain Hatake take action, and I have never fought against you. I feel a little itchy. Really? Then I just want to give it a try to see how much strength Shunshin Shisui, Uchiha's genius ninja, has. Satoru also became interested in Shisui's challenge. The two found a no-man's land. If the battle between the two of them was spread, it would definitely attract a lot of people to watch. This was not what the two wanted to see. You just take the first shot, Shisui. Good. Jai Shui did not shirk. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and several shadow clones similar to entities appeared around Jai Shui. Is this your teleportation technique? It's really wonderful. Satori's 6 eyes saw that these clones were connected by a special chakra. When needed, any clone can become Shisui's entity, but when it is not needed, any clone can also its illusory. Be careful, Captain Hatake. All the clones rushed towards Wu, and they all drew their swords and attacked Wu. When attacking, it was as if every clone was an entity. But Satoru just stood there motionless and was beaten by Shisui. All the knives stopped when they were about to touch Satoru. Is this the limit of Captain Hatake's blood inheritance? It's really tricky. Shisui quickly stepped back and then quickly formed seals with his hands again. Fire release, dragon fire technique. 3 huge fire dragons appeared from Shisui's mouth and flew directly towards Satoru. The reversal of the technique H. Satoru stretched out a finger and a red ball appeared. The 3 fire dragons that were about to devour Satoru were blown away in an instant. Shisui also observed all this with his Sharingan. Is it repulsion? Shisui said with some uncertainty. Well, you can understand that. Although it can be resisted with unlimited spells, Satoru feels that this battle may be more interesting. There are not only ninjutsu that can exert repulsive force, but also blood succession limits that are similar to absolute defense. This means that all ninjutsu are useless to Captain Hatake. If this is the case, then only illusions are left. Then, the three Magatama in Shisui's Sharingan began to rotate. Immediately, Satoru felt that the surrounding environment had changed. The illusion did not only affect vision, but directly deceived the brain and affected the senseless. Is this an illusion? He found that the environment he was in had not changed much, but Shisui suddenly disappeared, as if he had never existed. The traces of Shisui's use of ninjutsu just now were also eliminated. This is Satoru's first experience with genjutsu. After all, genjutsu can be said to be the most difficult type, and there are very few powerful genjutsu ninjas. But it can be said that it is full of loopholes in front of my eyes. Although the illusion deceived Satoru's vision, he could clearly see the flow of chakra in the illusion world, which directly caused a chaotic flow of chakra in his body, and he could easily break the illusion. The next moment, the environment in front of him seemed to shatter like glass. It didn't even take a second from realizing the illusion to unlocking it, but when Satoru's vision returned to normal, Shisui arrived directly in front of him and stabbed Satoru with his knife. But the next second, Shisui's body was instantly bounced away. This is the effect of the stop power spell. It will automatically judge the strength, quality, speed, etc. of the approaching object to determine the degree of danger. Depending on the screening result, it will stop or bounce away. The sword strike just now was extremely dangerous, so there was no need for Satoru to actively control it. The power of stopping instantly ejected the opponent, not even unconsciously. In an instant, Shisui felt a sense of powerlessness. He found that no matter what he did, he couldn't even touch the corners of Satoru's clothes. Okay, let's end this battle. You can't defeat me. I lost, Shisui said with some disappointment and felt a deep sense of frustration in his heart. After all, Satoru was younger than him. He has been called a genius of the Uchiha clan since he was a child. It is inevitable that he will be a little proud. However, in this battle, all his pride was completely shattered. His own strength was so unbearable in front of the opponent. After hitting, he found that the opponent didn't even move his body. Don't be discouraged. After all, I'm different from you. Satoru patted Shisui on the shoulder, and the next second his body disappeared directly in place. There were some things that he had to figure out on his own. However, this battle also made Satoru discover one thing, that is, his 6 eyes are not immune to illusions. Although he can see through illusions, he is not immune to illusions. You must know that there are some illusions that cannot be solved even if one knows the illusions in his body, such as Tsukuyomi, other gods, and infinite Tsukuyomi. If he is really caught by these powerful illusions, Satoru is not sure whether he can be untied. If you understand the realm, you might be able to forcefully break through illusions of this level. Suddenly, Satoru thought of this possibility, but he was not sure whether the realm could really break through illusions of the level of infinite Tsukuyomi. But he's not too anxious about domain Satoru right now, because there is no opponent worthy of him using his domain to defeat. Satoru has mastered about 50% of the power of stopping. The next step is to master the virtual-style Chinese letter. The difficulty of this move can be said to be very high. To perfectly integrate Kang and He, the power of the two must be the same, and the power of He is at least the same as Kang. Twice. This shows that if you want to master this move, control is very important. Of course, this is really not a problem for him with 6 eyes. He just needs to spend more time and become more proficient. Now Satoru suddenly discovered how invincible Gojo Satoru is in the world of magic. Now that he has mastered all Gojo Satoru's skills, he already feels that no one in the entire ninja world can stop him. In addition to powerful illusions, he only needs to beware of sealing techniques. After all, some powerful sealing techniques, such as the corpse seal, might actually be able to seal him. Good news, the third Raikage died in battle. On this day, the news of the death of the third Raikage suddenly spread throughout the ninja world. It looks like this war is about to end. When Satoru heard the news, he had already guessed that the third ninja war was about to end. In order to buy time for the Kumo ninja to retreat, the third Raikage directly faced 10,000 Iwa ninjas alone. Although the third Raikage died in the battle, the Iwa ninja must have suffered heavy losses. The Cloud Ninja Village, which lost the third Raikage, definitely didn't want this war to continue. The Iwa ninjas also suffered a lot of losses, and they didn't want this war to continue. The Mist Ninja Village also lost 7 people with ninja swords. Now those 7 ninja swords are still in the Leaf Village, and the Mist Ninjas have not redeemed them yet. When the time comes that they want to redeem their ninja swords again, they will definitely pay a huge price to Konoha. Although the Sand Ninja did not lose anything in this battle, you must know that the trigger of the third war was the disappearance of the third Kakashi. To say that the only one who did not suffer much loss this time was the Leaf Village. Although many ninjas died, they were all a group of Chunin and Genin. Only a few Jounin died, and even more cage-level ones. There is none, and there are many ninjas in Konoha who became famous in this battle, such as Hatake Satoru's title of White Devil and Namikaze Minato's title of Yellow Flash. It can be said that Konoha has benefited the most from this war, whether it is fame or fortune. The compensation that the Mist Ninja Village wanted to redeem the 7 ninja swords alone was enough to completely make up for Konoha's losses in this war. Finally, there was a chance for the lion to open its mouth. It would be strange if it didn't open its mouth wider. At this time, the fighting friction between the various borders has begun to gradually decrease, and it is estimated that the limit of a major battle that can break out is already reached. But at least now there won't be too fierce a war at the border of the Mist Ninja Village where Wu is sitting. Originally, the Mist Ninja Village didn't send a large force to participate in the war. It just wanted to get a share of the battle, but I didn't expect it. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen were inside. If the Mist Ninja Village lacks the 7 ninja swordsmen, the overall combat power of the Mist Ninja Village will definitely drop by several levels. At this time, several months have passed, and Satoru is now 12 years old. Snowflakes are slowly falling in the sky that day, and Satoru and the others' troops suddenly receive an order to return to the village. At this moment, everyone burst into cheers because they knew that the war was over and they finally no longer had to worry about the front line. As soon as they returned to the village, they discovered that all the villagers in the village had organized themselves and lined up at the entrance of the village to welcome them. The moment they walked into the village, the villagers burst into loud cheers. In the crowd, Satoru also saw his father. It seemed that he was getting along very well with Uncle Ikaraku next to him. Hatake Sakumo's eyes looked at Satoru, full of warmth and a hint of relief. He now feels that his eldest son has completely grown up. Well done, Satoru. Hatake Sakumo moved his lips gently, and Satoru also understood what Sakumo wanted to express. What responded to him was Satoru's confident smile. You guys go back first. I'll report the situation to Mr. Hokage. Satoru said to the ninja behind him. Yes, Captain Hatake. I must treat Captain Hatake to a meal someday to celebrate that we can come back alive. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Hatake Satoru did not shirk. He had been getting along with these ninjas for about 2 years, and naturally they all developed feelings for each other. They could be brothers, comrades, or friends. Although Satoru is younger than them, they have already regarded him as a peer or even an elder because Satoru is their benefactor. Hokage-sama, I'm back. Satoru knocked on the door of the Hokage's office and walked in directly. Thank you for your hard work. I have already heard about what happened to you on the front line. It turns out that you are a tiger with no son. If Sakumo is alive in heaven, he will definitely feel happy for you. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your compliment. I saw that the villagers welcome you. I hope you will always remember the will of fire and don't disappoint those who believe in you. Yes, Hokage-sama. Wait for the people from other battlefields to come back and hold a commendation meeting for you. When the time comes, if you want any reward, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Later, Satoru told the third Hokage some details of the past 2 years, and the third Hokage nodded frequently. When he heard about the attack, the third Hokage would also clenched his fists nervously. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Good. Just when Satoru was about to leave, the third Hokage suddenly stopped him, etc. "What's wrong, Hokage-sama? What level of strength has you reached now?" The third Hokage directly asked a question that he had always had in his heart. When he learned that Satoru had escaped unscathed in Ai's hands and killed 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, this question had been lingering in his mind. Heartbroken. "At least I won't lose when facing you, Hokage-sama," Satoru said confidently. Even if he faced the third Hokage, he still looked confident when faced with questions about his own strength. The strength he has now is the confidence he has to deal with all problems. It seems that White Fang really has a successor. From now on, the village will be in the hands of young people like you, and I will feel relieved. The third Hokage did not feel that Satoru was lying, because when Satoru said those words, the third Hokage felt a strong pressure in his heart. This pressure did not come from the strong chakra of the other party, because the other parties he didn't have as much chakra as him, but it was a kind of psychological pressure. The third Hokage also knows that when this war is completely over, he will also step down from the position of Hokage, because no matter what, leaders like them will always have to pay some price for the village for the losses caused by the war. At this price, he resigned as Hokage and became the 4th Hokage. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen has already had his own thoughts in his heart. Even if he really doesn't want to be Hokage, he still has to hold at least half of the power, so he must find someone who is relatively easy to control. "What are you talking about, Hokage-sama? The village needs people of your generation. I feel that Hokage-sama should be able to reign for another 12 years. 12 years, ha. That would really cost me my life." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, he was still happy to hear such compliments from others. After leaving the third Hokage, Satoru did not go home, but went directly to his father's dessert shop. "Long time no see, father." Sitting in front of the counter, Satoru spoke, his tone full of nostalgia and longing. "You have become a real man now, Satoru," Sakumo said with certainty. "Should I arrange a marriage for you, Satoru, I think the daughter of the Ikaraku family would be great." Suddenly, I don't know how Sakumo's brain circuit turned and the topic changed so quickly. "Better say goodbye. It's better to leave this kind of good thing to Kakashi. If his father doesn't help him, I guess Kakashi may die alone." "Kakashi?" Sakumo rubbed his chin with one hand, raised his head, and seemed to be deep in thought. With Kakashi's poisonous tongue, it was indeed difficult to find a girlfriend. "Well, you're right. Let's ask Kakashi when Kakashi comes back. By the way, I haven't seen Kakashi for half a year. I don't know how he is doing now." After all, unlike Satoru, Kakashi had to sit on a battlefield. His missions sometimes required him to travel between the village and the battlefield. So in the past 2 years, the father and son also met several times quickly. Who knows, maybe when Kakashi comes back, my father will be able to see a different Kakashi. Indeed, the battlefield is a very training place. Every time Kakashi comes back, I can find different changes in Kakashi, and it is said that Kakashi himself developed an A-level ninjutsu called Chidori. It's amazing, but I haven't seen it before. In this aspect, Kakashi is better than you. It doesn't matter. I don't care about these things, but what I said may be different from what my father thinks. I hope my father can be mentally prepared in advance. Satoru knew that what happened with Obaido would definitely happen. The reason why Madara chose Obaido was something that had been planned for a long time. In other words, except for Obaido, the other members of the Uchiha clan simply could not complete what he told them. After all, the Uchiha clan is a clan full of love, but when this love is lost, the eyes will evolve stronger. And Obaido is a person who is more loving than other Uchiha clan. He is also the person who is most easily stimulated, and the person who is easiest to be caught. It's not that Satoru didn't think of saving Obaido, but he didn't know the specific time when the incident happened, and he couldn't leave the border of Mist Ninja Village for a long time, so he could only let things happen. Otherwise, who wants to see a scar on his brother's eye, even though that scar will look handsome and charming in the future? Do you know something? Hearing Satoru say this, Sakumo's face instantly became serious. It is indeed clear, but it may be up to Kakashi to resolve this matter himself. Satoru, it's not convenient for my father to show up now. You and Kakashi must always take care of each other. Don't worry, father. I won't let anyone bully Kakashi. I'm very strong now. Even you, father, may not be my opponent now. I have to say that it is good to develop skills like unlimited spells into passive ones. There is no need to worry about one's own safety at all. Even if he stands there motionless and lets others hit him, others will even touch the corners of his clothes. Not yet. Really. When you say that, I really want to practice with you. Sakumo narrowed his eyes and said, as if he was looking at Satoru carefully, but he didn't find anything special about Satoru except that he was a little bigger. Then my father will definitely regret it. He could already imagine what kind of expression he would have on the other party's face as he stood there motionless, letting Sakumo chop him and finally being unable to chop him. By the way, I heard that Kakashi broke your sword. Don't hit him when you come back. After saying that, Satoru left directly. This kid. Sakumo smiled. My ability to make snitches is still the same as before. About 10 days later, except for the necessary border defense personnel, all the people came back one after another. Naturally, the villagers lined the streets to welcome them every time. Naturally, Sakumo also noticed Kakashi's abnormal state. There was a lifeless aura all over his body, and there seemed to be no effort left in him. Kakashi, what happened to you? Sakumo's heart felt a little heavy. He couldn't figure out what happened to make Kakashi so desperate. Kakashi naturally noticed that someone had been staring at him. He looked in the direction he felt and saw his father's concerned eyes. Seeing this, Kakashi's eyes showed a hint of excitement, but this excitement quickly disappeared. Sakumo also suddenly remembered that Satoru had told him a few days ago that Kakashi's changes this time were different from before. This was not different at all. Apart from the fact that they looked the same, they gave people the impression that they were completely different. Personal. Moreover, Kakashi's left eye was also covered by a forehead protector, so his eye must have been injured. Before Kakashi could sit down when he returned home, Satoru dragged him directly in front of Sakumo, because he knew that Sakumo must be very worried about Kakashi now. What the hell happened, Kakashi? In the secret room of the dessert shop, Sakumo asked with a serious face, but deep concern for Kakashi could be heard in his tone. Obaido is dead and so is Rin. As he spoke, tears streamed from Kakashi's eyes. Hearing this, Sakumo fell silent. He had experienced the death of his teammates, so he knew that this feeling was very uncomfortable and painful. And Lin still died in my hands. I killed Lin with my own hands. Kakashi looked at his hands, as if Lin's blood was still flowing on his hands. Brother, father, what should I do? Obaido entrusted Lin to me with his own hands, but I killed him with my own hands. Kakashi looked particularly helpless at this time, and Sakumo felt very distressed when he saw this scene. Even Satoru felt very bad when he saw Kakashi in such a state. It feels like the desserts in my mouth are a bit bland. Kakashi, you have to cheer up. Others in the village also need you. You can't keep wallowing in it. You are my son. Hearing this, Satoru rolled his eyes at Sakumo under his mask. Is a person who has committed suicide qualified to say this? Kakashi, although Rin is dead, Obaido is not dead yet. At this time, Wu opened his mouth and said, "What?" Hearing this, Kakashi raised his head in shock and looked at Satoru in disbelief. Then where is he? Satoru shook his head. At this time, Obaido is full of hatred and anger towards you. He saw you kill Lin with his own eyes. You know how important Lin is to Obaido, but Obaido has gone astray, so Kakashi, you need to cheer up and get him back on track. Kakashi believed in what Satoru said because he knew that Satoru's eyes could always see some future scene, so he believed that what Satoru said was true, even if Obaido went astray so long as he was still alive. Enough. But Kakashi, now that you have become a Jonin, do you have any plans of your own? Sakumo is still very concerned about Kakashi's future. Once he recognizes him as a Jonin, he can leave the team directly. I don't know, but it's very possible that he will enter Anbu, right? Kakashi doesn't have any specific arrangements now. He just needs to follow Namikaze Minato's arrangements. Well, if you join Anbu, it won't be long before Minato, will take over as the 4th Hokage. By then you will have a backer if you join Anbu, and with your strength it should be easy to join a team. Captain, what about you, Satoru? Me. When I don't have any missions, I can just hang out in the village eating and drinking. Hearing Satoru's answer, Sakumo and Kakashi showed dead eyes at the same time. They did not expect that after the war, Satoru would be so stubborn. You kid, I take back what I just said. You really haven't grown up at all. You haven't changed at all. Ha, isn't it good to be a salted fish? Satoru smiled. But Kakashi, the problem with your left eye needs to be solved. Hearing Satoru say this, Sakumo remembered the condition of Kakashi's left eye. Your left eye. My eye was scratched by the opponent in a battle. This left eye was Obaido's gift to me for promotion to Jonin. But since Obaido is not dead, I will give it back to him in the future. After saying that, Kakashi lifted up his forehead protector, revealing the 3 Magatama Sharingan. The Sharingan actually appeared on a foreigner. I guess the Uchiha clan won't let it go. Sakumo said thoughtfully, but this is not the most serious problem. Father, you must know that Kakashi does not have the blood of Uchiha. The Sharingan is simply a burden on him. He does not have the ability to close the Sharingan and will continue to consume it with Kakashi's chakra. Satoru didn't have a clue as to what to do with the Sharingan. Kakashi would definitely not be willing to dig out his eyes. If you use the sealing technique, you should be able to temporarily seal the Sharingan, but unfortunately, my father is not very proficient in the sealing technique. But you can go to Kushina and give it a try. She should have some knowledge about this. A similar sealing technique, and you are a disciple of Namikaze Minato, so she should be able to help you. Well, after the war is completely over, I will go to Aunt Kushina to see if there is anything we can do. Okay, Kakashi, don't think too much. Obaido is not dead yet. You must cheer up quickly. Sakumo directly pressed his hands on Kakashi's shoulders, as if he was passing on his strength to Kakashi to cheer him up. I will. At this time, Kakashi is not as gloomy and pessimistic as in the original work. After all, he still has his brother and his father, and he also knows that Obaido is not dead. At least he now has a clear goal in his heart, which is to bring Obaido back to Konoha. Then you should leave first. Staying here for a long time will make people in the village suspicious. But Kakashi, you have to come here often, and you actually broke the sword. It seems that you haven't mastered your sword skills yet. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at Satoru in disbelief. The meaning in his eyes seemed to be that you were telling the secret. Yes, that's what I said. Satoru said with a smile, admitting generously, You are really my good brother. Kakashi said through gritted teeth. Of course, I have worked hard to improve your strength, Kakashi. Satoru immediately hugged Kakashi's neck and said rather shamelessly, Haha, I haven't seen my brother for more than 2 years. I wonder how my brother's strength is. Do you want to compete with me? Although Kakashi also knew that he might not be able to win against the pervert in front of him, he was really unwilling to let him go so easily. Okay, then I want to see whether it was the confidence the Sharingan gave you or the confidence Chidori gave you that gave you the courage to challenge me. Don't worry, I won't use my tricks this time. I will defeat you using only physical skills. Then don't regret it. A gloomy smile appeared on Kakashi's face under the mask. These 2 boys. Seeing the 2 of them holding hands and walking out in full enthusiasm, Sakumo had a helpless smile on his face, but at the same time he felt that the atmosphere here was very warm. Growing up, he had never been with the brothers properly, and now he felt that not being a ninja seemed to be a very good decision. Hey Kakashi, come and challenge me. When the 2 of them walked out of the dessert shop, a passionate voice suddenly reached their ears, and everyone around them was attracted by the voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Kakashi directly covered his face in pain. He naturally knew who the person who said this was, but he did not expect that after such a long time, the other person did not change at all. The next second, the opponent jumped directly in front of Kakashi. Fight with me, Kakashi. The other person held out a thumb and at the same time exposed 2 rows of teeth that were so white that they were reflective. Not interested in. Kakashi said speechlessly, who else could come besides Kai? Apart from Kai, Konoha could not find anyone else who wanted to challenge Kakashi. Now Kakashi really can't understand where Kai got so much energy. Even though the war has only just ended a few days ago, he still wants to fight with others. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Kakashi, this is not okay. You have to be full of passion just like me. After saying that, he started doing push-ups directly in front of Kakashi as if to say how energetic he was. Boring. Kakashi walked right past Guy. If that's the case, don't blame me for not practicing martial ethics. Guy stood up again and punched Kakashi in the back of the head. However, Kakashi's reaction was also very sensitive. He tilted his head and grabbed Guy's arm with both hands and then got an over-the-shoulder fall. You lost. Kakashi also took advantage of the situation and stuck his leg on the opponent's neck. Damn it, I let Kakashi win one more game. In order to catch up with Kakashi quickly, I have to run 50 laps around the village first. See you next time, Brother Satoru. After saying that, Kai ran away with his legs smoldering. What a hot-blooded idiot. Kakashi and Satoru came to the training ground of the Hatake family. Satoru stood aside with his hands in his pockets without warning. Kakashi looked at Satoru with a serious look, and his Sharingan was also revealed by him. Come on, let me see how much you have grown in these 2 years. After hearing Satoru's words, Kakashi took the lead in launching an attack, throwing out several smoke bombs. In an instant, the entire training ground was enveloped in thick smoke. You should know, Kakashi, this kind of deception is of no use to me. Satoru moved slightly and avoided Kakashi's sneak attack. Then, Wu saw 2 more attacks coming at the same time. The cooperation with the shadow clone. I have to say that the tactics are excellent, but for me, they have no effect at all. Satoru's 2 hands directly grasped the 2 arms Kakashi was about to attack, and then slapped each other, and both Kakashi disappeared into a puff of smoke at the same time. Earth escape. The art of beheading in the heart. At this time, Kakashi's voice suddenly came from Satoru's feet, but he was dodged by Satoru with a jump. I told you, Kakashi, this kind of trick has no effect on me at all. Your every move is in my sight. It's really a troublesome eye. Although it is very difficult, Kakashi is still unwilling to give up. If he gives up now, even Kakashi himself will look down on him. After all, Satoru hasn't used all his strength yet. Your eyes are not qualified to talk about me now, Kakashi. In this case, we can only use that move to give it a try. Although that move is not suitable for use against relatives, other than that, I can't think of any way to defeat him. Thinking of this, Kakashi quickly formed seals with his hands, and a ball of thunder and lightning appeared directly on Kakashi's right hand, accompanied by a harsh bird song as if thousands of birds were singing in unison. Is this Chidori? It's really a gorgeous ninjutsu. Be careful. If it doesn't work, there's no shame in using your ability. Oh, am I being looked down upon? Come on, Kakashi, I hope you won't disappoint me. Tusk, then don't blame me for not reminding you. After that, Kakashi quickly rushed towards Satoru, and Chidori passively accelerated Kakashi's movement speed, so he needed the cooperation of the Sharingan, which has high dynamic vision. Wherever Kakashi passed by, a ravine appeared on the ground. When he was very close to Satoru, Kakashi jumped directly into the air, and Chidori stabbed directly at Satoru's body. To deal with this move, as long as you are faster than you can easily break it. Satoru immediately turned aside, then reached out and grabbed Kakashi's arm. Chidori flashed on his palm, but his right arm was already in Satoru's hand. What? Kakashi looked at this scene in disbelief and looked at Satoru with shock in his eyes. He didn't expect that his own trick would be easily neutralized by the other party. As soon as Satoru exerted force on his palm, the pain in his arm instantly dissipated from Kakashi's Chidori. You're at your wit's end, Kakashi. That's not possible. Thunder and lightning suddenly appeared on Kakashi's body, and his whole person turned into a burst of lightning and disappeared. Thunder escaped Shadow Clone. Feeling the strong numbness in his body, Wu instantly understood what was going on. You are careless, brother. Kakashi jumped out from under the ground and put a kunai on Satoru's neck. You lose. After hearing Kakashi's words, Satoru showed a happy smile on his face. Ha ha ha, you are indeed my brother. If ordinary people, even some ordinary jounin, would be defeated by your move, but it is a pity that you met me. In front of my eyes, no action of yours will escape you." After Satoru said this, the Satoru in Kakashi's eyes turned into a burst of smoke and disappeared, and then another Satoru appeared behind Kakashi. "So if you want to beat me, you still have 20,000 to go." Satoru stretched out 2 fingers, moved them from behind Kakashi's head to Kakashi's eyes, and shook them. "TCH, when did you use the shadow clone?" Kakashi asked his inner doubts. His Sharingan was also paying attention to Satoru's movements, but he did not notice when Satoru used the shadow clone. From the beginning, and Kakashi, if you are extremely proficient in ninjutsu, you can do one-handed seals or even muju. I have already done ninjutsu like shadow clone. It's so printed. Generally speaking, when using ninjutsu, you will use your head to think and use it deliberately. In this case, you need to form seals. However, if ninjutsu is regarded as a habit of drinking water and eating in life, and ninjutsu is regarded as something that must be done every day, then a ninjutsu should be treated as a daily routine. It is very simple to learn the technique to the level of Mayan. Generally, ninjutsu with relatively few seals can easily achieve the state of no seals. Kakashi, I feel that you'd better train Chidori to the level of Muji. With your talent, this must not be difficult. I really didn't expect that I have been left behind so much by you. Isn't it normal for an elder brother to be stronger than a younger brother? After all, I was born a few minutes earlier than you. If I was the one who was born earlier, then your blood inheritance limit would also be mine. Then you're thinking shit. Okay, don't think too much and become stronger as soon as possible. With your current strength, it is still not enough to make me feel at ease. You say it as if you are already strong. Do you want to see my full strength? Kakashi, who was about to leave, immediately became interested when he heard Satoru's words. If that's the case, let me show you. After that, Satoru directly dragged Kakashi and teleported to the outside of the village, which was quite far away from the village. It might be too noisy in the village, so in order to avoid some trouble, I'd better show it to you outside the village. Before Kakashi could recover from the shock of moving from inside the village to outside the village, he saw Satoru stretched out a finger, and a red ball of light appeared on Satoru's finger. Reverse the technique H. The terrifying impact exploded instantly. Kakashi reluctantly observed all this with his Sharingan, but he didn't observe anything useful. When Kakashi came back to his senses, everything in front of the two of them had disappeared, as if a violent explosion had occurred. So, Kakashi, if you want to surpass me, you still have a long way to go. Satoru saw several Anbu rushing towards this direction quickly, and quickly took Kakashi back to the village. After all, he would be punished if he was found to have left the village without permission. It didn't take long for 4 Anbu ninjas to appear where Kakashi and Satoru were standing. Looking at the deep ravine that appeared in front of them, all 4 of them were shocked. What ninjutsu is this? Is it possible that the one who can cause so much damage to the ground is Earth Escape? No matter what, this matter must be reported to Hokage-sama first. After all, the noise Satoru made just now was too big, and it was normal for him to be discovered. Are there traces of unknown ninjutsu outside the village? Strengthen patrols outside the village. Although the war is over, we must not take it lightly. The third Hokage said seriously. Yes, Hokage-sama. Although the big war has ended, small-scale frictions are already happening continuously, and from time to time there will be battles between teams from different villages. In this way, this stumbling battle has continued for more than a year. Until now, each village is still fighting for the compensation that its own village can receive. But what is understandable is that Konoha is the ultimate beneficiary of the Third Ninja War. The Cloud Ninja Village, which was the first to initiate the war, would definitely be the first to compensate the losses of each village, followed by the Mist Ninja Village. In order to redeem the 7 ninja swords, Konoha almost lost half of their family wealth. This year, Hatake Satoru was 13 years old, Kakashi was 13 years old, and the Third Ninja World War had completely ended in this year. Hiruzen, it's time for you to abdicate. On this day, The third Hokage and the elders of Konoha village were sitting in a conference room, discussing the matter of the third Hokage's abdication. Our village must also give the villagers an explanation for the losses caused by this battle, Zayuachan said after turning to bed. I know. The third Hokage took 2 puffs of cigarette, his expression slightly melancholy. After all, after staying in the position of Hokage for so many years, he still felt a little reluctant to leave. Have you decided who the next heir will be? Maido Kadanen also asked. After hearing this, Danzo, who had his eyes closed at the side, immediately opened his eyes and stared directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have made my decision. The fourth Hokage will be Minato Namikaze. Regardless of his strength, talent, and strategy, he is fully qualified to be the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have not noticed Danzo's gaze and spoke to himself. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes widened instantly. Although he had already known that the outcome of the matter would be like this, when Hiruzen announced it himself, he was still very unwilling. Well, Minato does have this qualification, and he has a good reputation among ordinary people. Maido Menyon nodded in agreement. Then, since the decision has been made long ago, let Minato take over as Hokage as soon as possible to give an explanation to the people. Hiruzen nodded. Then, the news that Minato would become the fourth Hokage immediately spread in the village, and everyone had a smile on their face, because everyone in the village recognized this yellow flash. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In an experimental base, when Orochimaru heard the news, there was a hint of gloom in his eyes. Although he had long known that the position of Hokage might no longer be available to him, he was once one of the candidates for the fourth Hokage after all. Now that he was defeated for no reason, it really made him feel very unhappy. But now, he really has nothing to remember about the position of Hokage. After all, he has more important things to do now. Thinking of his comrades who kept dying in front of him in the Second Ninja War and the Third Ninja War, Orochimaru felt that human life was really fragile, as if it would break with the slightest touch. But this is not what Orochimaru wants. He wants eternal life. Orochimaru. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Orochimaru. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Orochimaru already knew who it was. Duanzo, why did you come to me? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, now that the candidate for the fourth Hokage has been established, both of them are losers. As Hiruzen's disciple, it's really ridiculous that the successor he chose is not you. Hearing what Danzo said, Orochimaru's expression immediately darkened. Do you have anything else? If not, you can leave. You are not very welcome here. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, several little snakes surrounded Danzo, spitting snake letters as if they were threatening the other party. But Danzo didn't even look at these little snakes. Orochimaru, do you know why Hiruzen chose Namikaze Minato? If you have the ability, strength, and heart, isn't it normal to succeed as the fourth Hokage? Danzo and Orochimaru also have strength and ability, but they are lacking in the aspect of human heart. I don't think you can't figure it out. Hiruzen is just concerned about the rights of the Hokage. Choosing Namikaze Minato is just a puppet that is easy to control. You think Minato is too simple, Danzo. You don't really think that when Minato succeeds as Hokage, my teacher will still have room to intervene. All his rights will slowly be taken away by Minato. No one who runs for Hokage is without ambition, both you and me. We all have our own goals that we want to achieve. If you want to achieve this goal, you must not let outsiders interfere, and the same is naturally true for Minato. But it is useless to say anything here. The facts have been decided and the result cannot be changed. Tell me, what do you want to do with me? You can go to the Three Treasures Palace for anything. I know what you are doing now. Are all the missing children in the village related to you recently? Hearing Danzo say this, a murderous aura erupted directly from Orochimaru's body. It doesn't have to be like this. Although you are pretty strong, you can't kill me. Tell me your conditions. Orochimaru said directly that since Danzo didn't expose his affairs, he must have something to ask him for. I need you to study the blood inheritance limits of the first Hokage. I want to get the wood release. When he said the last two words, a hint of fanaticism suddenly flashed across Danzo's pupils. Would escape. It's indeed an interesting subject. Orochimaru's pupils also showed interest. But if you want to study wood release, you must first get the remains of the first Hokage. I have no way to get that thing. Don't worry, just leave these to me. I only need a result. Okay, that's settled. In this way, a series of secret agreements or transactions were reached between Orochimaru and Danzo. In order to celebrate Minato's succession as the fourth Hokage, several relatives and friends decided to hold a big party at Minato. There was Minato's teacher Jiraiya and Minato's disciple Kakashi. Satoru was also invited by Kakashi. It is said that there are desserts made by Kushina herself. Satoru also wants to taste Kushina's craftsmanship. Congratulations, Minato. It has always been your dream to be Hokage, and now you have finally realized your dream. Jiraiya's face turned slightly red. He raised his glass and said, "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. If it weren't for Jiraiya-sensei's teachings, I wouldn't be able to become Hokage." Minato said humbly, "I didn't expect that I would be able to teach a Hokage one day, haha." As he spoke, a lewd smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. "Congratulations, Minato-sensei. This is what Kakashi said." "Well, thank you, Kakashi, for your blessing." "Well, it's true. I drank too much before the food was even served." At this time, Kushina walked out of the kitchen, looked at the blushing people, and said with a look of resentment, No, I'm not drunk yet." Satoru raised his hand and said, the expression on his face seemed to say, "I'll be good." "It's better, Zio-Wu. This is my first time making dessert. I don't know if it suits your taste. You can try it." Then Kushina took out a baking pan with a few black things on it and a puff of black smoke. "Well, it was a bit burnt the first time I made it. It should be okay. Zio, please try it quickly." Seeing the desserts getting closer and closer, Satoru's body and the stool under his butt began to move backwards unconsciously. No need. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to turn off the fire at home. I'm going back first. After saying that, Satoru instantly used teleportation and left Minato's house. Is it really that scary? Looking at the dessert in front of her, Kushina sounded a little frustrated. "I'll try it, I think it will be delicious." The dazed Minato picked up a piece of dark stuff and put it into his mouth. The expression on his face did not change at all until he swallowed it into his stomach, still smiling. "Well, as expected of Kushina, the cooking is delicious, but don't make it again next time." "Is it so delicious?" Looking at the dark thing, Jiraiya said with some disbelief, "Then I'll try it too." After saying that, Jiraiya just picked one up and threw it into his mouth. But the next second, Jiraiya's face began to turn dark and he pinched his throat with both hands. He looked at Minato, who was still squinting in front of him, and gave him a thumbs up. Just fell down. Then Minato also fell down. Did these two drink too much? Really, if your drinking capacity is so bad, don't drink anymore. Kakashi, please help Jiraiya-sensei in. Just leave Minato to me. Yes, master. When Satoru returned home, he felt a little scared. He now seriously doubted whether he would be able to see the sun tomorrow after eating that black thing. If Kakashi doesn't come back, it seems that he will have to make dinner by himself. Another month later, the appointment of the Fire Nation finally came down. The daimyo of the Fire Nation had recognized Namikaze Minato's ability to lead the Konoha village and agreed to take over as the fourth Hokage. And today was the day Minato took over. All the villagers in Konoha village gathered on the street to welcome that great and sacred moment. Everyone, whether they had something to do or nothing to do, gathered here. The clan heads of each family also gathered together, and all the elders of Konoha also showed up. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all present. On the Hokage building, Namikaze Minato stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Minato, from today onwards, the responsibility of being the Hokage will be entrusted to you. I hope you can pass on the will of fire and don't let down the villagers' hopes for you." Sarutobi Hiruzen put the Hokage hat on Namikaze Minato's head. "I will definitely not disappoint the people in the village." Looking at the hopeful expressions on everyone's faces below, Minato knew that this was what he needed to protect in the future. From today on, I, Minato Namikaze, will succeed as the fourth Hokage. I promise you that I will never let you down. Oh Tilda, waves of shouts came from the mouths of the villagers. They were cheering that the fourth Hokage was indeed the candidate in their minds. If Minato succeeds to the throne, he should be able to adjust the relationship between the villagers and our tribe. Looking at Minato Namikaze, the leader of the Uchiha clan, who succeeded him, Fugaku Uchiha felt a little more at ease. After all, he has a pretty good relationship with Minato, and the relationship between his wife and Minato's wife is also very good. If someone else succeeds the fourth Hokage, they will probably continue to suppress the Uchiha clan. It seems that Minato is really the candidate that the people want. Nara Shikaku felt the enthusiasm of these villagers and spoke. Yes, after all, the name Little Sun is not for nothing. Yamanaka Hai opened his mouth and said, in front of other ninja villages, Namikaze Minato is a frightening yellow flash, but in front of the villagers of Konoha village, Namikaze Minato is a little sun that brings warmth to people. Other than Minato, I can't think of anyone else suitable to take over as Hokage. Akimichi Tiza said vaguely while eating the snacks in his hands. He had carried out several missions with Minato, and he had already been impressed by Minato's charm. There are many ninjas who have the same idea as Akimichi Choza, and there are also many supporters who saw the strength displayed by Namikaze Minato in the Third Ninja War. And there are also ninjas who were saved by Minato. Congratulations, Minato. Kushina was below looking at Minato with admiration. Her previous dream was to become Hokage. Although she has failed now, she has also become a Hokage woman, which can be regarded as half of her dream. Minato is still very suitable for this position, at least better than me. Sakumo, who was next to Satoru, said. He looked at Minato, who showed a confident smile. He had also had the opportunity to stand there. But isn't the life now just what my father dreamed of? At least I feel that my father is much happier now than before. Yes, this kind of ordinary life is a life that I never dared to imagine after becoming a ninja. The life of our ninjas is the life that ordinary people dream of, but the life of ordinary people is not what some ninjas yearn for. That's quite right. Now all the major ninja villages in the ninja world know that Yellow Flash has succeeded the fourth Hokage. Not long after, news came out from the Cloud Ninja Village that the fourth Raikage had successfully succeeded to the throne. In the past few years, the positions of three major ninja villages have changed. Suna Ninja Village, Konoha Village, and Kumo Ninja Village. The new Hokage took over as if everything was starting over. Everything in the village was developing in a good direction. 1 month after Namikaze Minato took over, the other party asked Kakashi to join the Anbu. The Anbu mission can be said to be it was quite busy, and Satoru basically couldn't see Kakashi anymore. Even if he saw him on a regular basis, it was just a face-to-face meeting, and he didn't even have time to talk. Tsunade and Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, also left the village one after another. In the Third Ninja World War, our ninjas in Konoha suffered heavy losses. It can be said that half of our core combat strength was lost in the war, so I decided to hold a Chunin exam to supplement our strength in Konoha. The backbone of. During a meeting, Minato suggested with a serious expression. Although Minato usually looks harmless, when Minato's expression becomes serious, he is still very intimidating. Well, we haven't had a Chunin exam for several years, and it's really time to have another one. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting next to Minato also agreed with Minato's proposal. But should we invite other ninja villages to participate in this exam? The elder of Konoha, Maido Kadanen, asked the question. I think we can just hold it ourselves. After all, the war has just subsided, and there are still many unstable factors. Bringing them in can be said to be luring the wolf into the house. Koharu, another elder of Konoha, moved to bed and spoke. I think we should unite the major ninja villages to conduct a Chunin exam, because we in Konoha also need to show our fangs to other ninja villages appropriately. Otherwise, there will inevitably be some guys who think that our Konoha is good. Bullet. Namikaze Minato immediately put forward the opposite opinion. I agree too. At this time, Danzo, who was silent on the side, also agreed to Minato's proposal, although he did not inherit the fourth Hokage, which gave him a lot of opinions on Minato. He could show the powerful strength of the village and shock other villages. He was still willing to do it. If that's the case, then this Chunin exam should be held together with the major ninja villages. The content of the exam is the same as before, but we have to choose the examiners carefully. After all, the examiner also represents the face of our Konoha. When this topic was brought up, several people began to discuss it and began to recommend suitable candidates in their minds. Let Shikaku Nara be the examiner for the first exam. I believe that with his ability, he is fully qualified to serve as the examiner for the first exam. Namikaze Minato immediately sent out his own advisors, or rather his cronies. As someone who assisted him, Namikaze Minato naturally trusted him extremely. I agree, Nara Shikaku certainly has this qualification. The third Hokage nodded and said that during his reign, Nara Shikaku had already shown his talents and played a huge role in the third ninja war. Many other ninjas in the ninja village had a shadow of Nara Shikaku's wisdom. What about the examiner for the second examination? This one must be strong enough. After all, we also need to protect the safety of those genin as much as possible. Although there will be sacrifices in the second test every time, what they need to do is to minimize this sacrifice. Leave the second round to Hinata Hisashi. With his white eyes, he should be able to play a full role in the second assessment. Moreover, his strength is not bad and he should be qualified to serve. After everyone thought for a while, Maido Monoyen spoke. Hyuga Hisashi is Hinata Hisashi's younger brother. That's okay with him. The third Hokage nodded. What do you think, Minato? After all, Minato is now the fourth Hokage. For important decisions like this, the final decision-making power rests with Minato. No problem. Minato also nodded. Although he didn't have much contact with Hinata Hisashi, since he was the twin brother of the Hyuga clan leader, he thought his strength was not much different. Then, the most important third assessment will come. The examiner of the third assessment will be directly related to the face of our Konoha village. After turning to bed, Koharu said with a solemn face, if there were only ninjas from his own village, then the three examiners could just deal with it casually. But with ninjas from other villages participating, it was absolutely impossible to just deal with it casually. Orochimaru is a good choice. With his reputation in the ninja world, it is more than enough to frighten the ninjas in other villages. The third Hokage spoke directly. Although he did not choose his own apprentice when choosing the fourth Hokage, he still hoped that such a good thing would fall on his apprentice. No, Orochimaru doesn't have that time now. He is currently conducting an important experiment and cannot be disturbed, and I think he himself will refuse. As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, Danzo immediately spoke. Then who can serve as the examiner for the third examination? It would be great if one of them, Jiraiya or Tsunade, is in the village. I have a candidate. What do you think of Hatake Satoru? At this time, Namikaze Minato suddenly remembered the brother of his disciple. Although he was already a little drunk on the night of celebrating his taking over as Hokage, and his consciousness was a little blurry, but if he read it correctly, when Satoru left his house when doing so, you should use ninjutsu similar to space attributes. White Fang's son. But isn't he a little too young? Can he scare the people in other villages? After turning to bed, Zai-Achan said with some worry, although Hatake Satoru is not old, he is very powerful and he was also called the White Devil in the Third Ninja War. Whether it was the Cloud Ninja Village or the Mist Ninja Village, he faced Hatake Satoru. There are a lot of shadows, so I think he should be qualified. Namikaze Minato continued. I also think there's nothing wrong with Hatake Satoru. Then, the third Hokage also spoke. Since this is something that Hokage-sama has already decided, we have nothing to say, but we just hope that Hokage-sama's vision is correct. The meeting was over, and the fourth Hokage immediately ordered people to send invitations to the major and minor ninja villages for the Chunin examination. Call Hatake Satoru over. Minato, who was sitting in the office, suddenly spoke. Yes. Then a man with white hair and a mask appeared in front of Minato and then immediately left using the teleportation technique. Hatake's home. You finally came back, why don't you come in and sit for a while? Satoru, who was lying dead at home, suddenly felt that familiar aura, and his 6 eyes had already seen the other person, and he spoke without looking back. I'm on a mission now, Hokage-sama calls you. Looking for me. I shouldn't have done anything wrong, right? Hatake Satoru said with a somewhat surprised tone. Since the end of the war, Satoru has not taken on any missions and has been resting at home. Is it possible that you plan to punish me because I didn't perform the task? I don't know, but don't keep Hokage-sama waiting too long. After that, Kakashi used the teleportation technique again and left. Tusk, when you become an Anbu, your elbows are turned outward. He originally wanted to get some useful information from Kakashi, but now it seemed that it was hopeless. I hope it's a good thing and not a troublesome thing. After simply tidying up, Satoru headed to the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, are you looking for me? Well, the village is going to hold the Chunin exams recently, and the village has decided that you will be the examiner for the 3rd exam. Namikaze Minato went straight to the topic and spoke directly. Hearing this, Wu raised his eyebrows. What's the problem? Seeing Satoru say nothing, Minato Namikaze asked directly, isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to serve as the examiner for this 3rd assessment? Although his strength is sufficient, Satoru knows that his age should not be recognized by most people. This was confirmed by Sandai and I, and besides you, I can't think of anyone else who is more suitable, White Devil. Upon hearing this title, Satoru grinned. Okay, then I will take on this task. Well, then I ask you to understand. Soon, all the major ninja villages had been invited to Konoha's Chunin examination. Except for the Mist Ninja Village, all the other ninja villages responded to Konoha. After all this time, the Mist Ninja Village was defeated by Konoha. The situation in Yekeng is so miserable, it's a wonder that we can come here. As time goes by, there are more and more new faces in Konoha village. In order to prevent these people from causing trouble in the village, Anbu have also increased the frequency of patrols. Almost every outside ninja has an Anbu to patrol, monitor. It's true that Konoha asked us to take part in the Chunin exams, but they still looked at us so strictly. If that's the case, wouldn't it be over if they didn't ask us to take part? A dark-skinned cloud ninja said angrily. It is not difficult to guess from his appearance that he is not very old, probably only about 10 years old, but the perseverance in his eyes suggests that he must have experienced war. Although he may not have been on the battlefield, he has at least seen war. It's normal. After all, the 3 battles have just ended. Only the alert points can ensure that nothing goes wrong. The Jounin who led the team said that if their Cloud Ninja Village held a Chunin exam, they would also closely monitor the ninjas in other villages. At this time, he suddenly saw a figure with white hair and an eye patch outside the window. That guy. Seeing this person, his expression immediately became much more solemn, and besides being solemn, there was also a hint of panic and fear. What's wrong, Captain? The few Cloud Ninjas naturally noticed something strange about him and looked over at him. Except for a man holding a bunch of desserts in his arms, there was nothing strange about him. White Devil. The 4 slowly came out of each other's mouths. That guy is actually a White Devil. Several people looked at the harmless-looking face with disbelief on their faces. Yeah, that's right. The Kumo ninja Jounin who led the team said in a serious tone. Satoru seemed to feel that he was being watched. When he turned around and looked up, he saw several heads looking at him in front of a window. Hi. Satoru waved to them and said hello. But the next second the heads of those people disappeared from the window in an instant, and even the curtains were drawn. Ah, am I so terrible? Satoru scratched his face in embarrassment and said with some confusion. He found us, what should we do? Although the other party doesn't look like much, It is a taboo for ninjas to determine a person's strength based on their appearance, so they will never underestimate the other party. Moreover, their Reikage also issued an order. When encountering a white demon, they should run away if they can. If they really can't run away, surrender as long as they can save their lives. Why are you panicking? It's not a war anymore. We were invited to take part in the Chunin exams. We are their guests in Konoha. Yes, there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as we don't cause trouble in Konoha, there is nothing to be afraid of. As if to comfort himself, the words "nothing to be afraid of" were repeated twice. It seems that many ninjas with malicious intentions have entered the village. As he walked, Satoru paid attention to the people around him. In addition to some people who looked at him with curiosity and fear, there were also people who looked at him with anger and hatred. Emergency mission: any ninja who destroys the village can be killed immediately. An Anbu teleported to Satoru's side, and after explaining the mission content, he left directly. Kill him directly. It seems that I really underestimated Namikaze Minato's decisiveness and determination before. If the third Hokage were in office now, the order issued would definitely not be to kill, but to capture alive. Before Minato Namikaze succeeded the fourth Hokage, everyone looked down upon him. Sarutobi Hiruzen used to think that Namikaze Minato was a person who was easier to control and more controllable. However, in just over a month, his rights were already being taken away. This was completely inconsistent with what he had imagined before. But he had no choice. After all, he was no longer Hokage. Even if he was the previous Hokage, his status in the village was not as high as that of the current Hokage. In the past few days, Anbu has secretly eliminated many ninjas who caused trouble in the village, and even if their own ninjas died, those ninja villages could only hold it in. After all, they were the ones who caused trouble in the first place, and they did not any reason to trouble Konoha. Hey kid, hand over the food in your hand to me. This way you can suffer less physical pain. At this time, 3 ninjas appeared directly on a small road that was necessary to go home and surrounded Wu. Tusk, I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to me so soon. This is the disadvantage of being young. Although Satoru is wearing a Konoha ninja forehead protector, no one would regard him as a jounin. He is too young. I didn't expect that you ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village would dare to rob our Konoha ninjas. Who gave you the courage, or is there someone commanding you in secret? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and hand over everything you have on you. It's just an excuse to hand over things. You just want to find a reason to punish me. Humph, that's good if you know. Oh, what a pity you chose the wrong target. Satoru stretched out his right hand and just snapped his fingers. The 3 people surrounding him immediately disappeared, leaving only 3 small pits. After solving these 3 borers, it did not affect Satoru's mood at all. Now all Konoha ninjas have accepted this task. Anyone who makes trouble in Konoha can be executed on the spot. This also allowed some ninjas in other villages to see Konoha's iron-blooded methods, or the cruelty of the fourth Hokage, and they did not care about any more hatred between them and other villages. But it was because of this that those who wanted to make trouble calmed down for a while. Minato, did you go too far this time? The war finally ended. Now we shouldn't deepen the hatred with other villages. Hiruzen frowned in front of Minato and spoke seriously. On the contrary, Lord 3 generations, only in this way can peace be extended for a longer period of time. Only by showing the outside world how powerful the village is, will they not have the heart to provoke war again. But many people have expressed dissatisfaction with our behavior. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that Minato's attitude would be so determined. If they don't cause trouble in the village, then they will naturally be safe. The current situation is just what they asked for. Minato did the right thing. At this time, Danzo also walked in and said, he and Minato had the same view on this matter. Danzo was a person who would do anything to make Konoha better, so he now appreciated Minato's approach. For those who endanger the safety of the village, we must give them a bloody lesson to let them know that Konoha is not that easy to mess with. If that's the case, then it's up to you. I just hope it won't deepen the hatred between the villages. The Chunin exams started as scheduled. The first and second exams had nothing to do with Satoru, so he didn't pay too much attention. It wasn't until the third exam came that Satoru appeared in the examination room. Is that the white devil of Konoha? I don't see anything special about him at all. The ninjas from other villages looked at Satoru standing in the middle of the examination room and said, especially the Sand Ninja Village and Iwa Ninja Village, with contempt for Satoru in their eyes. For them, how powerful can a child be, no matter how strong he is? Their mission was completely exaggerated by the Cloud Ninja Village and the Mist Ninja Village. And the third generation Reikage also died at the hands of the Iwa Ninja Village, which already made them despise the Cloud Ninja Village. Since there are 10 assessments, it seems that there are indeed a lot of people taking the assessment this time. According to the experience of the past Chunin exams, when it comes to the third assessment, it is enough to have 5 competitions, and now it is twice as many. The battle point of the third assessment is up. If I find that one of the parties has fallen into an obvious weakness, then I will immediately declare the end of the battle. If the opponent continues to attack after losing combat effectiveness, then it's my fault for being rude. Before the exam, Satoru first explained the rules of the exam clearly. Death is not allowed in the third round of assessment, because those who can participate in the final round of assessment all have good talent and strength. In the future, it may not be impossible to become the backbone of the village, so even if you die, you can't die in the exam. As Satoru's voice fell, the first battle of the third exam began. The first person to appear was a Konoha ninja. He didn't have any family symbols on his body. He looked like a civilian ninja, and his opponent was a Kumo ninja. Seeing these two people, Satoru shook his head slightly, because he could already judge the outcome of this battle through his breath. The Kumo ninja definitely had the strength of a Chunin, and the ninjas of Konoha had just stepped into the battle. At the level of a Chunin, he is no match for the other party. Sure enough, in less than 10 rounds of fighting, Konoha's ninjas were already defeated by Kumo ninjas. Although they did not lose their fighting power, everyone watching the battle could see what the outcome of this battle was. But the next second, everyone discovered that the Cloud Ninja had no intention of stopping. Instead, he took out a kunai and stabbed directly at the vital part of the Konoha ninja. This fatal blow would kill even the Konoha ninja. Yi's ninja can barely avoid it and will be destroyed in the future. Seeing this scene, Satoru's figure appeared directly in front of the Cloud Ninja like a ghost and grabbed the opponent's kunai with one hand. I said, "This battle is over. Didn't you hear me clearly just now?" Wu frowned and said, a hint of murderous aura emanating from Wu's body. The Cloud Ninja also felt a biting chill in an instant, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat in an instant. Then with a snap, he knelt down in front of Wu, completely losing his fighting spirit. In the first battle, Satoru declares victory for the Kumo ninja. Seeing this scene, the fourth Hokage's expression in the stands became ugly. He did not expect that in the first game their Konoha ninjas would lose. Don't worry, we still have members of the Uchiha clan. With their clan's strength, it should be more than enough to deal with the genin or chunin of other villages. As if he could tell that Minato was in a bad mood, Nara Shikaku, who was next to him, leaned into his ear and said, "Well, let's hope they don't disappoint us." Recently, Minato has also been working hard to ease the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the villagers, but this kind of thing cannot be done overnight. It is relatively simple to change a person's impression, but if you want to change the impression of a clan, that is a very difficult matter. Moreover, there are also obstacles from the elders, as if they are planning to force the Uchiha clan out of Konoha. Is that the White Devil? He made a Chunin lose his fighting power just by relying on his own aura. The contempt in the eyes of the ninjas from other villages, including the Iwa ninja and the Suna ninja, has receded. Although some ninjas can indeed make a person lose their will to fight with their momentum, such ninjas are very rare and can be said to be the elite of the elite. I'll say the rules again. The battle is over. If you do something that hurts your life, it won't be that simple next time. Satoru knew that the battle had just ended. The hatred between the villages could not disappear so quickly. It was normal to kill someone during the battle. I heard that during the second exam, a big war broke out among the ninjas in each village, and many people died directly during the second exam. It can be said that this year's Chunin examination is the exam with the highest death rate. Even if there are jounin to guard it, it is useless. After all, the grudge between the two villages will only become deeper if the other village intervenes. About 3 hours later, the third Chunin exam finally came to an end. This time, 4 ninjas from Konoha became Chunin, 2 from Cloud Ninja Village passed, and 2 from Iwa Ninja Village. There was one person who passed through the Sand Ninja Village, and the last one was a ninja from the Grass Ninja Village. The passing of the ninja from the Kusanagi village was beyond everyone's expectations, because he defeated the Suna Ninja Village among the 5 major ninja villages in the third test. It is still rare for a ninja from a small ninja village to defeat a ninja from a big ninja village. However, Satoru discovered a strange chakra on the other party's body, which gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Just as Minato was about to announce the end of the Chunin exam, a villager sitting in the audience suddenly let out a painful wail. His skin quickly turned red, and then his body collided, and then his body screamed. There was an explosion, and the surrounding villagers were also affected by the explosion. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this movement, and Namikaze Minato's face became extremely ugly. With such a change, someone wanted to slap him in the face again in front of all the villagers. However, this happened in more than one place. Almost every few seats, a villager exploded. No one is allowed to leave here. Check, find out for me who is behind this incident. The fourth Hokage, what do you mean? A rock ninja had an angry expression on his face. No one is allowed to leave here until you are cleared of suspicion. Fourth Hokage, aren't you afraid of starting another war by doing this? A cloud ninja also spoke. Isn't your current behavior triggering a war? Looking at Namikaze Minato's sharp gaze, the Kumo ninja couldn't help but feel weak in his heart. But Minato Namikaze was right. Although they didn't know who did this and which village it was, the occurrence of such a vicious incident that attacked the villagers was no different from triggering a war. But this matter was definitely not done by us young ninja. Whether you did it or not, after we investigate clearly, we will naturally give you a clear answer. At this time, the Anbu had already appeared on the stage and sealed all the entrances to the auditorium. Some people who wanted to force the card were also suppressed by the Anbu. Is that you? At this time, Satoru suddenly appeared in front of the grass ninja and said, "What are you saying?" Seeing Satoru's sudden appearance and hearing what Satoru said, a flash of panic appeared in the eyes of the grass ninja. Stop hiding it. That kind of ninjutsu that can make people explode is unheard of. It should be your blood inheritance limit, right? Satoru put his hand on his shoulder. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand. What are the blood inheritance limits? The other party shook his shoulders, trying to shake off Satoru's hand, but Satoru's hand was like a pair of pliers, locking his shoulders tightly. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of personnel from other places, and several Anbu instantly surrounded the grass ninja in the middle and surrounded him. They felt that Satoru would never do this for no reason. He must have discovered something. What happened? At this time, Minato also used the instant body technique to catch up. Even without the flying thunder god technique, Minato's speed should not be underestimated. Hokage-sama, is this the way you treat guests in Konoha? If this is how you treat guests in Konoha, then which ninja village will dare to come to your Konoha to take the Chunin exam in the future? Before Satoru could explain the reason, the other party spoke directly. If you are a guest, we will naturally treat you well, but if you are an enemy, it is a different matter. I suspect that this explosion has something to do with him. I saw a special chakra in his body, which should be a special blood inheritance limit. Really? Are you sure? Namikaze Minato looked at the other party with murderous intent in his eyes. Even though the other party seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old, such a vicious incident had already caused casualties to the civilians of Konoha. If the culprit was really, if it's his words, then you can't let him go no matter what. Well, and when those people exploded, I also noticed that there was a special chakra connecting them to each other, so there shouldn't be any problem. Do you have any evidence? You're not just trying to find a scapegoat because I'm from Zio Ninja Village, are you? The other party struggled in Satoru's hands and shouted, and the sound reached the ears of everyone present. You may not know that I am also a blood successor limit holder, and I also have eyesight, so I can see clearly things that ordinary people cannot see. After saying that, Satoru lifted a corner of the eye mask, revealing a fluorescent eye. The moment he saw this eye, the other person was immediately stunned, because he knew that he seemed to have been exposed, and now no matter what kind of sophistry he made, it seemed that it was useless. Afterwards, his body quickly turned red. Hokage-sama, get out of here quickly. The Anbu who saw this scene quickly reminded Minato because it was a precursor to an explosion. However, the imagined explosion did not happen, but the aura on the opponent's body improved a lot, reaching the level of a jounin, and the body surface also exudes blood-colored air. Among these blood-colored air, Wu also discovered that special chakra. If this blood-colored air touches the human body, it will reside in the human body, and then it can cause an explosion at any time. The opponent directly punched Satoru and rushed towards him, but the opponent's fist was easily held by one of Satoru's hands. This scene was obviously beyond his expectation, and his eyes were stunned for a moment. Why do you do this? Because you Konoha ninjas killed my parents. You Konoha ninjas are my enemies. Is it wrong to avenge your parents? The other party's face looked a little ferocious, and his tone was roaring. Everyone who heard this sentence probably understood the cause of the matter. It was nothing more than the hatred caused by the war, and this person was the one who inherited this hatred. It is normal for casualties to occur in war. Satoru spoke. But my parents have surrendered, but you Konoha ninjas still killed them. Obviously, they are just ordinary ninjas, and they can't help but participate in the war, but you. Tears already appeared in the other party's eyes. It stands to reason that after the opponent's ninjas surrender, they can be captured alive instead of killing them. But there will be a few exceptions in every village, including Konoha. I also sympathize with your experience, but since you have done this to the villagers of Konoha village, we will definitely not forgive you. I have no intention of going back alive this time, but it's worth it to take you, the white devil of Konoha, away before I die. Then, a large amount of blood-colored energy suddenly spurted out from the other party's body, immediately surrounding Wu. Enlightenment. Hatake Jounin, the fourth Hokage and several ninjas next to Hatake Satoru all shouted anxiously. It's worth it to be able to take away Konoha's white devil before he dies. A ferocious smile appeared on the other party's face. Oh, do you really think you can kill me with this little trick? Suddenly, Wu's voice rang out from the blood mist, and then Wu's figure slowly walked out of the blood mist and appeared in everyone's sight. What? How is that possible? Why didn't my attack work? Seeing Satoru appear in front of him safe and sound, the other person's face was filled with an incredible expression and deep shock. An Anbu immediately used a sealing scroll to seal the blood mist. These things were useless to Hatake Satoru, but it didn't mean they were useless to them. Are you okay, Satoru? Namikaze Minato also immediately asked Satoru with concern. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, but what should we do with this guy? Although he is also a pitiful person, he has made an unforgivable mistake by attacking us in Konoha, so just kill him. Although Namikaze Minato also sympathized with the other party's experience, his attack this time had caused casualties to several villagers in Konoha, and he had to give an explanation to the villagers. I'm sorry. Let me answer your last question before you die. It's not that your attack didn't work, but that your salary didn't touch me at all. After finishing speaking, a cyan light ball appeared in front of the other party, and the terrifying suction force emitted from the light ball swallowed up the other party's body in an instant. This scene not only shocked the ninjas of other villages, but also the ninjas of Konoha village. Although everyone knew that Hatake Satoru was very powerful, most of them saw him take action for the first time. Therefore, I was shocked by the ninjutsu performed by Satoru. It's over, Hokage-sama. Good. Namikaze Minato nodded and then announced that the Chunin examination was completely over, and all ninjas in the village could now return to their villages. After it was over, Minato called all the Jonin of Konoha village together and held a simple meeting. The pain of war will not be healed so quickly. What happened in the Chunin exams is a lesson. Namikaze Minato said with a serious face, although when the Chunin examination was held, he had already thought that someone would take advantage of this time to cause trouble, but he did not expect that such a big thing would happen. So we must strengthen patrols in the village. If we find suspicious people, we can arrest them directly. If they show resistance, we can also kill them directly. Everyone knew that this time the fourth Hokage was really angry. Yes. Now on the streets of Konoha village, Chunin and Jounin wearing vests can be seen everywhere. Although the task of guarding the village has always been the work of the Uchiha clan, this time all ninjas in Konoha must participate. Come in. Satoru, I have a task for you. Just when Hatake Satoru was about to leave, Namikaze Minato suddenly stopped him. What mission? Regarding the compensation that Yun Ninja Village will provide to us Konoha, the compensation has never arrived, and Yun Ninja hopes that we Konoha will personally send people to get it, so I hope you can be this candidate. After all, no one knows whether some other troubles will arise from the Kumo ninja. The other ninjas are not strong enough, so after much thought, it is most appropriate for you to go. No problem, then leave this task to me. Well, the mission level is A, but you have to be careful. The Raikage seems to be not very easy to talk to. Clear. Thinking of the Raikage's fiery temper, Satoru also knew that this task would not be so easy to complete. Trying to get Lei Ying to obediently pay the compensation is tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Then you should leave as soon as possible, or you can go with the returning Kumo ninja. Well, that's a good idea. After leaving the office, after confirming when Kumo ninja would leave, Satoru waited for them at the gate of Konoha early. Hey, we meet again. Seeing a few acquaintances wearing Cloud Ninja forehead protectors, Satoru greeted them very enthusiastically. What do you want to do, guy? Seeing Satoru, the leading Jounin of the Kumo ninja immediately became alert, and the rest of the Kumo ninja tensed up, ready to attack at any time. Don't you have to be so nervous? I'm not a devil. Seeing several people in this state, Wu quickly waved his hand. I just went to your Cloud Ninja village to ask for compensation for 3 battles, so I plan to go with you, and I happen to be on my way. After hearing this, the other party's vigilance relaxed slightly. It just so happens that I can protect you on the way so that you don't have any accidents on the way back. When the time comes, your Raikage will use this as an excuse to not compensate us. HMPH, our Raikage-sama is not that kind of person. The Jounin of the Cloud Ninja immediately retorted and said, who knows, after all, your Raikage is known to have a hot temper. Although we have a hot temper, our Raikage-sama is very trustworthy. If you are trustworthy, you won't delay the compensation until now. This sentence directly made the other party speechless, because he could not find any facts to refute. They did default on Konoha's compensation. He had another task when leading the team to participate in the Chunin exams this time. If he wanted to get the compensation, he had to send ninjas to get it himself. He also knew that Raikage would definitely make things difficult for the other party. If they wanted compensation, they would give it to them, but they would definitely not hand it over so easily. Okay, let's go. You should feel honored to have me protect you. After all, not everyone deserves my escort. I think being with you is more dangerous. The other party muttered softly, but Satoru heard what he said clearly. What did you say? Satoru instantly put his face in front of the other person's, and his tone of voice couldn't help but become a little cold. No, it's nothing. I said it's our honor to have you escort us. The Cloud Ninja suddenly said nervously. He had just felt a murderous aura in Satoru's body. If he refused again, he might not be able to leave Konoha alive. That's right. The expression on Satoru's face changed instantly, and he patted the other person's shoulder with a smile. Okay, let's go. Standing at the gate of the village, Satoru immediately took a forward posture. When several other people in the ninja village saw what happened to Ninja Kumo, they couldn't help but mourn 3 seconds of silence for Ninja Kumo. Just follow the white devil, as long as they don't get eaten by the devil. Along the way, the atmosphere seemed rather solemn. The genin and chunin of the cloud ninja did not dare to speak at all. Even the jounin looked trembling in front of Satoru. Although they are both jounin, there is a huge gap between jounin, and Satoru is the one who stands at the top. Perhaps only people at the 6 paths level can pose a threat to him now. When they were at the border between the kingdom of Yu and the kingdom of the moon, Satoru told them how many cloud ninjas he had killed here. When they arrived at the bridge of Thunder Moon, Satoru told them how he led a team to destroy the bridge of Thunder Moon. Bridge, and how he successfully escaped from the hands of the 4th Raikage. Whenever Satoru told these things, their expressions would become extremely ugly, but Satoru seemed not to notice and kept talking to himself. Finally, after arriving at Yun Ninja Village, they breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the Cloud Ninja Village? It looks really not as good as our Konoha. I finally understand why you always want to occupy the territory of other ninja villages. There really is nothing. Satoru was there making sarcastic remarks. Hey you guy, I have tolerated you all the way, and now you have arrived at our ninja village. How dare you be so presumptuous? Suddenly, a chunin who participated in this exam said, and this chunin was the one who was preparing to kill the Konoha ninja in the first battle. Does this give you so much confidence because you're back in your village? Satoru brought his face closer and said, and a terrifying aura instantly crushed him. That's enough, Lord Hatake. I will take you to see Lord Raikage. The Jonin said with an ugly expression. Well, let's go. I haven't seen you Raikage for a long time. Then, under the leadership of the other party, Satoru followed the other party to the building of Raikage's office. Ding dang dang. Come in. A strong voice came from inside. When he heard this voice, Satoru knew that it was the Raikage. Lord Raikage, I'm back. Well, how's it going? Raikage looked at the documents on the table and asked without raising his head. 2 genin passed the exam. Only 2. Hearing this number, Raikage frowned and raised his head, but the next second he saw the face that impressed him deeply. Even though he had not seen it for nearly 2 years, Raikage had always remembered this face. Then Raikage instantly jumped up from his seat. The thunder armor appeared directly on the surface of his body, and then punched directly towards Satoru. However, his fists were still the same as last time. When he was about to get close to the opponent, no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch the opponent. Long time no see, is this how the Raikage welcomes you? Satoru grinned and said with a smile, and this scene also frightened the Jonin directly. He never expected that the Raikage-sama would suddenly take action. What are you doing here with us? Raikage said with an ugly expression. Although he had expected such a result when it actually happened, he still felt a sense of powerlessness, or a feeling that his power was useless. Lord Raikage, you are such a noble person and forget things so much. Didn't you ask us to come and get the compensation personally? Snort. With a cold snort, AI lowered his fist and at the same time dispersed the thunder and lightning armor on his body. It's not impossible for you Konoha to want to compensate you, but there is a condition. You say, if you defeat me, you will be able to get your compensation. Otherwise, there will be nothing. Lord Raikage, aren't you a little pushy? How can I be your opponent? If that's the case, then you can go back. You won't get any compensation from Konoha. Lei Ying simply shook his sleeves, turned his back and said, Lord Raikage, aren't you making things difficult for me? How can I explain to Lord Hawkage when I go back? Then there's nothing you can do. If you can't defeat me, you'll have to leave empty-handed. Upon hearing these words, Satoru immediately felt that he was being targeted. This Raikage just wanted to find an excuse to deal with him, or to have another fight with him. Are you sure, Raikage-sama, you really may not be my opponent? You have to compare yourself to know whether it's true or not. Okay, then I agree to your terms. There was no way in order to complete Konoha's mission, he could only do this. The Kumo ninja Jonin on the side took a breath of cold air. He felt that Hatake Satoru was completely crazy. How dare he fight against Raikage? Then let's get started and make a quick decision. Afterwards, Reikage took Satoru directly to a training ground in the Cloud Ninja Village, surrounded by rocky cliffs. If you lose, you will be embarrassed. There's no way I'm going to fail. After saying that, the Thunder Escape armor possessed him again. Thunder Escape, Thunderplow Hot Knife. Reikage directly used his signature move, and his powerful wrist force hit Wu's face directly. Successful. The ninjas watching the battle could see that Reikage's wrist had already sent Satoru's body flying away. No one can survive the Reikage's attack head-on. However, the expression on Lei Ying's face did not change in any way. He could feel that his body did not touch the other party. Damn it, is there really no flaw in this blood inheritance boundary? Whenever he had free time, Reikage was thinking about how to break the opponent's blood inheritance limit, but he still had no clue. He originally wanted to use this battle to find the opponent's flaw again, but he still couldn't find it. He simply didn't find the conditions to launch this move. Even his own sneak attack could not touch the opponent's body. Although it's a little difficult for me to defeat you, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Satoru, who was knocked away by Reikage's elbow, reappeared in front of everyone unharmed. How is that possible? After eating Lord Reikage's Thunderplow Hot Knife, nothing happened. I must have been under an illusion. A Kumo ninja rubbed his eyes. No, that guy did withstand the Reikage-sama's attack head-on. Another Kumo ninja said with a solemn expression, "The White Devil is really not that easy to deal with. I don't believe your ninjutsu can last forever." After saying that, Reikage quickly launched another attack. His body was as fast as lightning, and the spectators could only see a flash of blue light. "I am no longer the same person I was 2 years ago, Reikage." Satoru stretched out his finger, and a small red ball appeared. Then a terrifying, repulsive force burst out quickly. The Reikage who was rushing towards Satoru didn't even have time to dodge, and was directly knocked away by this terrifying, repulsive force. This scene immediately stunned all the Cloud Ninja who were watching. They did not expect that their Reikage-sama would be knocked away in an instant. However, Satoru's attack was not over. In addition to his unlimited technique, Kang and his physical skills were also very terrifying. The moment the Reikage flew out, Satoru had already appeared in the Reikage's body. He gathered chakra in his hand and punched the Reikage directly. However, a substance similar to black lightning appeared on Satoru's fist. The Reikage noticed Satoru's movement and instantly stabilized himself in the air, body shape, and then threw out the same punch. The two fists, one large and one small, collided directly. The impact caused by the collision of the two fists directly forced the surrounding spectators to take a few steps back. Everyone thought that Satoru would be knocked out by the Reikage, but it turned out that the Reikage was knocked out again. How is it possible? How could this guy have such terrifying power in his body? Reikage looked at Satoru opposite him with a shocked expression. Is this strange power the ability of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas? No, this move is called Black Flash. You won't understand it if I explain it to you, but you can simply understand it as the ability to increase your strength in an instant, which is a critical hit. In the spell battle, Gojo Satoru will definitely use Black Flash, and even continuous Black Flash is not impossible. After all, with 6 eyes, he can accurately control the power of the spell. As for why the highest record of Black Flash is not Gojo Satoru, he feels that no cursed spirit can withstand Gojo Satoru's Black Flash. Even if it is a special magic power of the level of Clepsydra, Gojo Satoru can rely on ordinary physical skills. He has already brutalized the other party. If you use Black Flash, you can probably destroy the Clepsydra with one strike. To put it bluntly, it is to use a special technique to instantly strengthen your attack. HMPH kid, do you think this kind of power obtained through shortcuts can defeat me, who is already powerful in my own right? The chakra in Reikage's body exploded again, and his hair exploded. Wouldn't you know if you try it? Satoru has been studying the ability of Black Flash for a long time in order to cope with the current situation. Although he can be said to be a mage in essence, sometimes he still yearns for the battle of a warrior. In terms of speed, no one can match Satoru, who has mastered Kang, so Satoru only needs to focus on improving strength. But Satoru's physique is there, and even if he continues to work hard, there is an upper limit. There are only a few ways to increase strength that Satoru knows. One is Tsunede's strange power, which is very simple. As long as you have precise control of chakra, you can easily master it. The other is the 8-gate dungeon, but it is very difficult to master the 8 gates of Dungia. With Wu's current physique, he simply cannot open a few gates. However, Satoru did not give up learning the 8-gate Dungia. After all, it would be a pity not to learn such a powerful physical technique. Moreover, he is proficient in the reversal technique and can completely repair the damage to the body. In other words, even if Satoru opens the door of death, there will be no problems. Another way is the Black Flash that can deal critical damage in the world of magic. The essence of Black Flash is the space distortion produced when the error between the physical strike and the magic impact is within 0.0000001 seconds. The power is 5 times that of normal attacks, which is much greater than the increase in monster power. You know, the power of 5 is not 5 times. The greater your base, the greater the power of using Black Flash. This is also the reason why Satoru was able to defeat the Raikage. Raikage once again burst out with extremely fast speed and arrived in front of Satoru almost in the blink of an eye. His fist hit Satoru's face directly, but his attack stopped as usual. But Satoru's fist would not stop and directly hit Raikage's abdomen, and a force of energy could be seen penetrating behind Raikage's back. A powerful pain swept through Raikage's internal organs in an instant, and a stream of blood spurted out directly from Raikage's mouth. It's not over yet, Raikage. Just when Satoru was about to punch again, he suddenly felt his fist being held by Raikage's other arm. In this case, I have already met you, right? Raikage's voice sounded in front of Satoru. Holding Satoru's fist, Raikage punched Satoru's body again, but the result was the same as usual. What? Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. His other hand had clearly touched the opponent. Ying, you are too naive. Infinity between us is everywhere. Just because you met me does not mean that you have broken the infinity between us. It is because I deliberately let you encounter it. As Satoru's voice fell, Raikage instantly felt a strong resistance coming from his other hand. This resistance was forcibly separating the hand that was in contact with Satoru. Black Flash. A substance similar to black lightning appeared in Satoru's hand again, and he punched out, instantly knocking the Raikage away more than 10 meters. The Thunder Shadow fell on the ground and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Lord Raikage. At this time, the Kumo ninja who were watching the battle finally couldn't stand anymore and surrounded the Raikage one after another and looked at Satoru warily. They did not expect that Lord Raikage would be beaten by the opponent. The other party's body seemed to be completely unharmed. What they didn't notice was that Satoru's left and right sides had become distorted. The Raikage's grip just now almost crushed Satoru's hand, but he immediately used the reversal technique to restore it to its original state. Do you want to continue, Raikage? Although I can't defeat you, you should know that there is no way you can defeat me. Hearing this, Raikage became a little silent. If he didn't fight the opponent personally, he wouldn't feel the powerlessness at all. However, just when Raikage was about to speak, Satoru suddenly saw a huge tentacle attacking him behind him. Black Flash. Satoru quickly turned around and punched the huge tentacle coming towards him. In an instant, the moment it collided with the fist, the tentacle was directly shattered. Brother. At this time, a figure also jumped over Satoru's head and jumped in front of Raikage. The person who came was none other than Kurabi, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumo Ninja, and the tentacle that was shattered by Satoru just now was the 8-tailed tentacle. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Is this the guy who hurt you? Bai looked at Satoru in front of him solemnly. Through the blow just now, he already knew how much terrifying energy the white-haired boy in front of him contained in his body. Bai, be careful, this guy gives me a very dangerous feeling. At this moment, the 8 tails in Kurabi suddenly spoke. What, is your Cloud Ninja village planning to have a wheel battle? If so, then I don't mind a little indulgence. Stop it, B. Just when Kurabi was about to take action against Satoru, he was suddenly stopped by Raikage. Let this battle end here. I will give you the compensation Konoha deserves. In the end, Raikage compromised because he knew that Satoru had not used his full strength, at least not the terrifying gravitational ninjutsu he had used when he fought him last time. And if there is no way to break the opponent's blood inheritance limit, any attack will be useless. This is right. Wouldn't it be better if we had done this earlier, Raikage? A smile instantly appeared on Satoru's face. If Satoru learned how to change faces, he would definitely be very talented. Now Young Ninja Village's attitude towards Satoru seems to be the same as towards the god of plague, and compensation will be made soon, as if it is eager for Satoru to leave as soon as possible. And through this battle, their inner fear of Satoru has increased. Seeing the fate of Raikage, they now stand in front of Satoru, and they no longer have the courage to attack him. Brother, Zyoba said that guy is very dangerous. After receiving the compensation and Satoru leaving the Cloud Ninja Village, Kurabi said to the Raikage with a solemn expression. Kurabi put away his usual cheerful appearance. To be called a dangerous existence by a tailed beast, he was definitely not an ordinary person. I know that guy has a blood inheritance limit that isolates all attacks. If there is no way to break that blood inheritance limit, then he will always be invincible. The ability to block all attacks. I don't know if the tailed beast Jade can break through it. I don't know, but you can give it a try next time you have a chance. Now the Raikage can be said to hate Satoru to the extreme. Not only did Satoru successfully take away Konoha's compensation, but he also made him lose face in front of the ninjas in the village. Okay, when I get the chance, I will definitely give him a super large-tailed beast Jade. What Satoru didn't know was that he had been completely targeted by the Raikage brothers. Send someone to put a reward for him on the black market. Let's set the reward at 50 million taels. Yes, Raikage-sama. The ninjas from Young Ninja Village immediately started operating, and they also spread the news that Satoru was carrying a huge amount of supplies. They would never allow Satoru to bring the supplies back to Konoha so easily. Satoru also had no idea that he had been offered a reward on the black market. Since he was not in a hurry, Satoru walked slowly and leisurely towards the village. On the 10th day, Satoru arrived at the country of Tang. Tang Jiguo, you can take a good rest here. Although Satoru has stayed in the kingdom of Tang for a long time, he has never found a suitable opportunity to experience the Tangquin culture here. Now Satoru will naturally not miss this good opportunity. After finding the largest hot spring, Satoru went in. The moment he soaked in the pool, Satoru felt instantly comfortable. Satoru leaned against a rock, enjoying this rare experience. Wow, this is so big. Wow, that one is so white. Wow, that one is so round. At this moment, a lewd voice suddenly reached Wu's ears. After Wu concentrated his attention, he found a wretched man with white hair standing at the top of the rockery, holding a telescope in his hand and looking across. At a glance, Satoru recognized who this guy was. No one except that pervert could do such a thing. Then Satoru seemed to have thought of something interesting, and a smirk appeared on his lips. There's a pervert on the rockery in the men's soup garden. Wu changed his voice and screamed in a female voice, which instantly attracted the attention of all the girls opposite to the rockery. Sure enough, I saw a white-haired man with a nosebleed using a telescope to peer in the direction of their girl's soup. Suddenly, all the things at hand that could be used as weapons were thrown over from the opposite side. Soap, towels, a bathtub, and even Satoru saw a stone fly out. Let me go. Is the girl opposite here really an ordinary person? Satoru clearly saw that those girls did not have any chakra in their bodies. Did this sentence reveal something, and then they were able to move a stone? Their power should not be underestimated. Then, pig-like screams came directly from the men's soup. After all, many innocent people suffered. Satoru doesn't plan to take another dip. Hey boy, is it you who shouted just now? At this time, Jiraiya appeared next to Satoru from nowhere, looking at Satoru with resentful eyes. Why do I hear what Jiraiya-sama is talking about? Do you know me? Oh, I remember. You are Kakashi's brother. Stop making excuses. You are the brat. Kakashi has already told us about your bad character. Apart from you, who else can do such a thing? Then Jiraiya-sama, do you have any evidence? Evidence. I, Lord Toad Sage Jiraiya, do I still need evidence to identify you? But what are you doing here in Tang Country? Is it possible that you are also here to collect materials? Jiraiya said curiously. No, I just happened to pass by here after completing my mission, and I happened to meet Jiraiya-sama here, but I didn't expect that Jiraiya-sama would actually do something vulgar like peeping. How can that be called voyeurism? That is called collecting materials. In order to complete the masterpiece of my dream, this is an essential step. Jiraiya said in a somewhat passionate tone, as if he was accomplishing something great and incredible. Later, a novel appeared in Jiraiya's hand at some point, and Satoru immediately recognized the words written on the cover, Intimate Love in Paradise Part 1. How about it? Do you want to admire my masterpiece? Jiraiya waved the novel in his hand in front of Satoru's face, as if to seduce him. Forget it, I'm not interested in this kind of novel. Cut. Jiraiya's previous enthusiasm immediately disappeared. You are really ignorant. You must know that your brother likes my novel very much. The limited edition I wrote personally has been collected by your brother at a high price. Kakashi is actually reading this kind of novel now. Satoru said in shock he didn't expect Kakashi to be so sullen now. What is this kind of novel called? You brat can't speak. This is called art. Jiraiya said excitedly, as if Satoru's words were tainting his work. Okay, this is art. If Tsunade-sama knew that Jiraiya-sama used this material, Jiraiya-sama might have to discuss art with the Shinigami. You kid really can't speak. I originally planned to kindly remind you of something, but now it seems like I'll forget it. After saying that, Jiraiya turned away and looked at Satoru with his peripheral vision. He knew very well what it felt like for someone to say half of what he said, so he felt that Satoru would eventually relent and let him tell him. Oh, forget it. Satoru naturally understood what Jiraiya was thinking, so he turned around and left without giving Jiraiya a chance to show off. This change immediately stunned Jiraiya. This was completely different from the scene he had imagined. Forget it, let me tell you, you kid is really even less cute than Kakashi. Konoha Ninja Hatake Satoru has a bounty of 50 million taels on the black market. This bounty has reached the level of every village shadow. It's up to standard. It's actually 50 million taels. I didn't expect that I'm already so valuable. Satoru vaguely remembered that in the original work, Asuma Sarutobai's bounty was only 35 million taels, and he also had an identity as the son of the third Hokage. Otherwise, he might not have such a high bounty. It's true that no one hates you so much that he has offered you such a high reward. Maybe it's the fourth Raikage. After all, when I went to the Cloud Ninja Village this time, I asked him to clean up a good meal which made him lose face in front of the villagers. Apart from the fourth Raikage, Satoru couldn't think of anyone who had such great hatred for him. Just you. A guy like you can still take care of the fourth Raikage. You are fooling me. But I still have to remind you to pay more attention recently. Many people have been targeting you. After all, your current reward is the gold is really too high. Even though you have the title of White Devil, most people will look down on you because of your age. Don't worry, no one can kill me because I am very strong. An arrogant smile appeared on Satoru's face. Are you really Lord White Fang's son? Hearing Satoru's tone, Jiraiya put his head directly in front of Satoru and looked at him carefully. Master White Fang is not as arrogant as you. He is very low-key. Because what I said is true. Even Master Jiraiya, you may not be my opponent even if you use Sage Mode. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's expression immediately changed, becoming much more solemn in an instant. How do you know I know the immortal mode? Who knows, maybe it was told to me in my previous life. After saying that, Satoru turned around, waved his hand, and left directly. What an interesting kid. He seems to have a lot of secrets. Jiraiya's eyes showed a hint of interest. It's really an unexpected bonus. I didn't expect to see Jiraiya here. However, I was offered such a high reward on the black market. The Raikage is really a small-minded person. Hatake Satoru's high bounty naturally caused a stir in the black market. Although many people have already heard of the title White Devil, Age is always an important factor in observing a person. They didn't believe how strong Hatake Satoru was, and they always thought it was a rumor, just for Konoha to once again package a character like Konoha's White Fang. So many people are already interested in Hatake Satoru. He owns 50 million people, and is not even a movie. No matter how you look at it, this kind of business is a sure profit. This guy is my prey. A ferocious-looking man looked at Wu's reward order with an arrogant expression on his face. Hey, believe it or not, I'll kill you first. Come on, if you can do it, give it a try. Soon, a war broke out in an underground black market because of Hatake Satoru's ownership, but some smart people had already quietly searched for Hatake Satoru. What a bunch of idiots. Seeing such a chaotic black market, the Kumo ninja who issued the mission muttered, "How can someone who can defeat the fourth Raikage be so easy to deal with?" They have now completely imagined Hatake Satoru as a soft persimmon. I hope some of you will be able to come back alive by then. He knew that the white demon was not a merciful master. Otherwise, he would not be called a demon. There were very few ninjas who could survive in the hands of the white demon. After resting for a day in the kingdom of Yu, Satoru was ready to set off again. But at this time, a follower appeared behind Satoru. It was Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama, why are you following me?" When he reached a small road, Wu stopped and spoke to the empty surroundings. "I'm not following you, it's just that I happened to be on your way." At this time, Jiraiya suddenly appeared next to Satoru. "Really? That's such a coincidence. But how did you find me? Your perception is too sensitive." Jiraiya asked curiously. Even ordinary Jounin couldn't find his footprints. "Jiraiya-sama should know that I have the blood inheritance limit, so it is not difficult for me to discover Jiraiya's whereabouts." Satoru showed his eyes to Jiraiya. "It's a bit like a white eye." Jiraiya observed for a moment and said, "Well, I also have the abilities that Byakugan has. Doesn't that mean that you had spied on the female bathhouse that day?" Jiraiya's hands directly squeezed Satoru's shoulders, and he said crazily, with a very crazy expression on his face, "Well, Tilda, you can put it that way." Satoru scratched his face in embarrassment and said with some embarrassment, "Damn it, why don't I have such a blood inheritance limit?" Jiraiya's eyes had already shed rivers of tears and he was filled with regret. Why didn't he have this special blood inheritance limit? Well, this may depend on fate. Some things can't be forced, so Jiraiya-sama, it's better to give up. Damn it, this is the only thing I will never give up on. The next second, Jiraiya instantly changed his fighting spirit, and flames shot out from his eyes. "Satoru, sell your eyes to me, no matter how much money you have." Upon hearing this, Wu's face showed a helpless expression. "Jiraiya-sama should give up this idea as soon as possible. Instead of focusing on my eyes, it is better to focus on the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. In this way, Jiraiya's chances are still greater. After all, the Hyuga clans, there are a lot of eye rolls. The old stubborn ones in the Hyuga family will definitely not give it to me. Then I won't give it to you, but Lord Jiraiya, you can go to Lord Orochimaru and give it a try. Maybe Lord Orochimaru's scientific research ability can help you develop a pair of eyes that can see through." Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes flashed with golden light. "You're right, I'm going to give it a try." After saying that, Jiraiya immediately used the teleportation technique to disappear. "Tusk, I knew I was in trouble, so I ran really fast." Satoru scratched his hair. There were already people surrounding him. The moment Jiraiya disappeared, all these people came out. Satoru now has serious suspicions that Jiraiya just found it troublesome, so he left now. "White Devil, Hatake Satoru, right?" One of them walked up to Hatake Satoru and said, "That's right, it's me. What can you do for me?" By looking at the attire of these people, Satoru already knew what they were doing. There was a long line on the forehead protector they were carrying, rebel ninjas, and a few samurai with swords. Being able to gather so many, there is only one organization that is very rebellious, and that is the black market. "It's nothing, I just want to use your approval to let us brothers have a good time." "Oh, really? You bunch of salted fishes just want to come and take my head." "Salted fish? You bastard, how dare you look down on us?" "No, I should be the one who is looked down upon." The expression on Satoru's face changed instantly. The smile just now disappeared and was replaced by a very cold expression. Spell Kang. As Satoru's voice fell, a large pit appeared on the ground instantly. The scope of this pit directly covered everyone. The people who were clamoring in front of him just now were gone, and only the remains on the ground were left. The blood stains prove that they have been here. Jiraiya, who was observing from a distance, was also shocked when he saw this scene, although he also knew that those who came were just a group of miscellaneous fish, and he could easily deal with them. But the move just now was completely he has never seen it before. Although he had already heard something about Hatake Satoru's ability to inherit the blood limit, this was the first time he had seen the specific ability. Naturally, Satoru also discovered Jiraiya's prying, but he had no intention of hiding anything. After all, some things had already been exposed. At this moment, an arm connected with a black line attacked directly from behind Hatake Satoru, but stopped when the opponent's fist was about to touch Satoru. It seems like a big guy is here this time. Satoru turned around, and finally a smile appeared on his face, because he had recognized who the person was from the perspective of the Akatsuki organization, but looking at it now, it seemed that he had not joined Akatsuki yet. Oh, interesting ability, it actually blocked my attack. At this time, a man wearing a mask and a black robe walked out of the woods behind him. His tone seemed to contain praise for Satoru. Who are you? Among the rebellious ninjas in Taki Ninja Village, I don't remember that there is a person like you. My name is Kakuzu, and I was the first Hokage who assassinated Konoha. What? When Jiraiya heard this in the dark, he was immediately shocked. If what the other party said was true and he really assassinated the first Hokage, wouldn't this guy have lived for more than 100 years? Assassinate the first Hokage? Could it be that he threw a kunai 800 meters away? You bastard! Kakuzu said angrily, and he naturally heard the mocking tone in Satoru's tone. I want your heart. At this time, Kakuzu stretched out two hands at the same time and his fists turned black, and the two black fists shot directly at Satoru. Careful. Seeing the menacing fists and Satoru who didn't make the slightest dodge, Jiraiya couldn't help but shout. He could already see the power of that fist. Even if he was punched, he would be seriously injured. But the next scene shocked the two of them again. Just when Kakuzu's fist was about to touch Satoru's body, he suddenly stopped. It's useless. You can't touch me with your attacks. Not always. Then, Kakuzu's arm passed directly through Satoru's side and then wrapped around him. That's it, kid. Kakuzu directly picked up Satoru and then fell heavily to the ground with a pop. A huge burst of smoke directly blocked the sight of the two people. Is this all the person who assassinated the first Hokage could do? Satoru's voice suddenly came out from the smoke. After the smoke dissipated, Satoru appeared in front of the two people intact. How is it possible? Why is this happening? Kakuzu said in disbelief. Otherwise, why do you think I was offered a reward of 50 million taels? The next second, Satoru's body appeared directly in front of Kakuzu. The black flash condensed in his hand and punched him directly. The extremely fast movement speed and attack speed gave Kakuzu no time to react. A single punch penetrated Angle's body. Jiraiya, who saw this scene from the side, immediately shuddered. This guy's power seems to be more terrifying than Tsunade's. A stream of blood spurted out directly from Angle's mouth, but when his blood was about to fall on Wu's body, the same thing happened, as if it was blocked by an invisible barrier. It's not over yet. Hearing Satoru's words, Kakuzu immediately retreated, but Satoru followed suit. People like Kakuzu, who sowed other people's hearts to gain immortality, have long been unable to exercise their bodies, and because of the sutures on their bodies are also very fragile. This is why Satoru can penetrate his body with one punch. Reason. Wind escape press harm. Looking at Satoru, who was so close, Kakuzu opened his mouth, and the terrifying wind pressure instantly sprayed out from Kakuzu's mouth. But Satoru didn't even dodge and punched directly through the opponent's heart. Shadow levels are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, and they also have areas in which they are good and bad, and Angle just happened to meet the kind of person he is not good at. His earth escape defense was useless in front of Satoru's fist. Well done, Satoru. At this time, Jiraiya jumped out again. After all, normal people thought that after piercing the heart, he should be dead. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Before Jiraiya could finish speaking, Satoru dragged Jiraiya backwards, and where the two of them had been standing, black lines suddenly emerged from the ground. An angle slowly stood up. Let me go, what kind of monster is this? Jiraiya said in shock. This was the first time Jiraiya had seen someone who could pierce the heart and still survive. How else do you think he survived from the time of the first Hokage to now? He really is a monster. The look on Jiraiya's face changed. I didn't expect that I couldn't avoid such trouble. Jiraiya was already ready for the battle. He originally wanted to come out when the battle was over or when Satoru couldn't hold on anymore, but unexpectedly he came out early. Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. Kakuzu immediately recognized Jiraiya's identity. At this time he had already given up. One Hatake Satoru had already left him helpless. If another Sannin came, then he might really have to stay here today. Composite ninja technique, flame, wind, and waves. I saw two masks suddenly flying out of Kakuzu's body. One opened his mouth and spit out flames, and the other spit out hurricanes. With the increase of the hurricane, the power and scope of the flames were directly increased. Suddenly, a sea of fire appeared directly in front of the two people. Water escape, water chaos. Looking at the sea of fire coming towards him, Jiraiya quickly formed seals with his hands and spurted a waterfall-like water flow from his mouth, rushing towards the sea of fire. Although Shiranbo is only a sea-level ninjutsu, the power of the ninjutsu can be adjusted with the amount of chakra of the user. The amount of chakra used in the water released by Jiraiya this time is enough to reach an A-level ninjutsu. Level. The collision of fire and water immediately produced a strong burst of water vapor, which immediately blocked the sight of the three people. And Kakuzu immediately used this time to leave here quickly. The speed he ran was already comparable to the speed he used to escape after throwing a kunai 800 meters away and assassinating the first Hokage. After the water vapor dissipated, Kakuzu was no longer in front of Jiraiya and Satoru. Did you escape? We need to report this matter to Minato. A person who has survived from the first generation era must take it seriously. Jiraiya said with a solemn expression. Escape. Escape from my hands is not that simple and easy. After saying that, Satoru shook his hands. The technique is reversed, Kang. A giant blue round ball appeared behind Wu. This scene scared Jiraiya so much that he retreated more than 10 meters away. What does this guy want to do? Jiraiya was very shocked at this moment. He felt a huge threat from the giant blue ball behind Satoru. Spell reversal, he. Another giant red ball appeared next to the giant blue ball. Zu Shikui. I saw the two giant balls slowly merging, and with the black lightning the surrounding space was distorted. After the two giant balls merged, they seemed to have become a space containing the universe. I saw the giant ball rapidly expanding and advancing forward. All obstacles on the way forward were destroyed, and the ground seemed to have turned into a rift due to this blow. And at the angle of the rapid attack, he felt a strong sense of crisis. The second he turned around to look, his pupils immediately widened, and his body was swallowed up in an instant. Done. Satoru turned around, gave Jiraiya a thumbs up, and said proudly. At this moment, Jiraiya had a completely dumbfounded expression. He really didn't know what words to use to describe the scene he saw in front of him. None of his ninjutsu seemed to be damaged. Ninjutsu is so powerful that even senjutsu can't do it. But did you escape with your life? Your life is really big. Satoru moved his eyes vaguely, and he saw one of Kakuzu's hearts emerging from the earth, then disappeared into the woods. Are you a monster? Jiraiya walked up to Satoru and said in shock. His jaw couldn't close. He really didn't know how on earth such a monster could appear in Konoha. The appearance of a Minato is already a rare genius in decades. After Minato, there is Kakashi, a person who developed an A-level ninjutsu at the age of 12. At this time, the appearance of Satoru completely subverting Jiraiya's three views. The destructive power of the blow just now can be called an S-level ninjutsu. Has it gone too far? What do you think? Jiraiya looked at the bare area in front of him and couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He felt that his life for the past few decades had been in vain. But that guy was hit by this blow, so he should be dead, right? No, he's still alive. Is he still alive? Then this guy's ability to survive is comparable to that guy Orochimaru. Who knows, maybe he won't be as good as Orochimaru-sama. For this battle, Satoru was very satisfied with his performance. It was his first time to use the Kaion style. Unexpectedly, the effect was beyond his expectation. However, if he wanted to reach the level of Gojo Satoru's performance, there were still some the road needs to be walked, and the one who managed to survive found a few ordinary people who were alone, and directly took away their hearts, and directly occupied the body of one of them who was relatively powerful. His expression was full of fear. That guy. The white-haired figure appeared in Kakuzu's mind, and his body suddenly shivered. Satoru has become Kakuzu's nightmare, and now he is no longer qualified to stand in front of Satoru. If he sees Satoru again, he will definitely lose the courage to fight. 50 million taels is too low and not worthy of that guy's strength. Immediately, when he thought of Satoru's reward on the black market, Kakuzu couldn't help but shook his head. His original idea was as naive as those trash, but it almost cost him his life. Now Kakuzu can't think of anyone else in the entire ninja world who can be that guy's opponent. Although he knows that his strength is not what he says, he is definitely a group of people who belong to the first echelon, but when facing that guy, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Perhaps the first Hokage is qualified to be his opponent. Thinking of this, Kakuzu shook his head and threw this ridiculous idea out of his mind. How is it possible? How can this guy be worthy of the first Hokage's attack? Born in that era, he knew very well how powerful the first Hokage, known as the god of the ninja world, was, and how disappointing his strength was. When they returned to Konoha village, Minato Namikaze looked very happy when he saw Satoru bringing back a few scrolls of supplies. Well done, Satoru. I heard that you even fought with the fourth Raikage to complete this task without embarrassing our village. This task was completed successfully. Namikaze Minato directly added an S-level mission to Satoru's resume. I can leave the next task to you regarding Yun Ninja Village, right? Namikaze Minato said with a smile, but when he saw the smile on the other person's face, Satoru no longer had the sunny feeling when he first met him. Instead, he asked with a sinister and conspiracy-filled tone, "You'd better spare me, Hokage-sama. The fourth Raikage has such a fiery temper. I don't want to have too much contact with him anymore." He had just completed his arrest for the fourth Raikage. If he went to the Cloud Ninja Village again, wouldn't it be uncomfortable? But in the village, except for you, no one should be able to take advantage of the fourth Raikage. You don't want your brother to face such a dangerous enemy. Kakashi is now the thunder escaper in the village, the strongest ninja. Hearing this, Hatake Satoru instantly felt a little angry. He found that Namikaze Minato was a proper smiling tiger. Sure enough, there was no one with a good heart who could become a Kage. You are vicious. Then I'll leave it to you for these tasks related to Yun Ninja Village, Satoru. After saying that, Minato Namikaze took out a half-meter-high stack of documents and piled them directly in front of Satoru. Seeing this scene, Wu's mouth twitched unconsciously. After Satoru left, Jiraiya also appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. "Teacher, are you really right? Satoru has a powerful ninjutsu." Jiraiya had already told him once, but even so, Namikaze Minato was still in disbelief. Doesn't the compensation requested by Tang Jiguo explain something? That boy has a huge power in his body. Maybe he will be the son of prophecy mentioned by the Toad Immortal. If this is really the case, then Jiraiya-sensei no longer has to travel around the ninja world. Namikaze Minato also knew that in addition to collecting materials from everywhere, Jiraiya's other mission was to find the child of prophecy mentioned by the Toad Immortal, and Jiraiya was the one who led the child of prophecy. Let's observe him for a few days, and with his current strength, he doesn't need my guidance at all. Maybe, even I may not be his opponent. Isn't even the teacher a match for Satoru? It seems like we need to find Kakashi to get a good understanding of Satoru's situation. This made Minato's inner vigilance towards Satoru increase to a higher level. After all, for a very powerful person, even if he is loyal to Konoha, he must keep an eye out. I hope I can get some useful information out of Kakashi's mouth. In the following time, Satoru began a miserable mission career, and not only the missions of Yun Ninja Village, but also all the difficult tasks were handed over to Satoru by the fourth Hokage. Of course, it's not all tasks that Satoru is interested in. Only some difficult tasks are of interest to Satoru. At this time in the ninja world, the name White Devil has become louder and louder. The people in the black market have long given up hunting Hatake Satoru because no one who wants to hunt Hatake Satoru is alive. Come back. The only one who came back alive was Kakuzu, and Kakuzu was also seriously injured and almost died. Almost everyone in the black market asked Kakuzu about Satoru's strength, but Kakuzu only answered one sentence. If you want to die, you can give it a try. Everyone knew that Kakuzu was already scared. After completing another mission and returning to Konoha, Satoru suddenly discovered that there were many more Anbu hidden in the village. What happened? This time, it was rare for Satoru to stay in the village for a longer period of time. After more than half a year of repaying debts, Satoru had paid off half of his debts, so he felt that he could rest for a while. However, after staying in the village for several days, Satoru did not find Kakashi at home. It seems like something big is going to happen. 3 more days passed before Satoru finally found Kakashi at home. What happened? Why are there suddenly so many Anbu in the village? Satoru asked, getting straight to the point. Kushina-sama is pregnant. So in order to prevent anyone from doing anything detrimental to Kushina-sama during this time, the village has strengthened its defense 3 times more than usual. This matter was originally a secret, but because Satoru was Kakashi's older brother, and the person Kakashi trusted the most, Kakashi didn't hide anything from him. Kushina is pregnant. The Night of the Nine Tails is coming soon. The Night of the Nine Tails can be said to be a disaster more disastrous than the Third Ninja War for the Konoha ninjas. After all, the Konoha village lost a Hokage on the Night of the Nine Tails. Satoru is also thinking about whether to stop Nine-Tailed Night. With his current strength, he can completely stop Obaido. As time passes, Satoru continues his journey of repaying his debts. In a flash, 9 months passed. Counting the days, it might be almost time for Kushina to give birth. At this time, Satoru was also rushing to the village. But suddenly, Satoru felt as if he had hit a wall, blocking his way. Satoru reached out to touch it and found a transparent barrier appearing in front of him. Enchantment. Satoru didn't observe carefully just now, but now using his 6 eyes, he found that he was surrounded by 6 people using barriers. It seems that Uchiha Obaido has really made sufficient plans for his plan. Satoru muttered to himself. He knew that this barrier was prepared for him by Uchiha Obaido. White Devil of Konoha, please stay here for now. At this time, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the void, and then a man wearing a mask appeared in front of Wu. Do you really think this kind of barrier can stop me? Besides, you are looking down on me too much by using a shadow clone to talk to me. Then I'm really sorry because the main body has more important things to do. As for whether it can stop you, it doesn't matter. It's enough to trap you for a while. See you later, White Devil. Then, the other party's figure turned into a burst of smoke and disappeared. You are really naive, Uchiha Obaido. Do you think you can hold me back with this level of barrier? In Konoha, Obaido has successfully unlocked the Nine-Tailed Seal, and the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, which has been sealed for decades, appears again in front of the ninja world. Kyuubi. Did something happen over there with Minato? When the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the 9 tails, he showed a shocked expression on his face. Kushina's delivery was attended by Minato, and someone was able to successfully untie the 9 tails in Minato's hands. The seal directly made his old heart sink to the bottom. The intruder must be very powerful. And the third Hokage also noticed that the Sharingan symbol appeared in Kyuubi's pupils. A member of the Uchiha clan. Has anyone in the Uchiha clan opened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Thinking of this, the third Hokage felt a trace of fear in his heart. After all, no one hoped that a person of Uchiha Madara's level would appear again in the ninja world. And if a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan really appeared in the Uchiha clan, for Konoha, this is definitely not a good thing. Stop Kyuubi quickly. We must not let him continue to run wild in the village. All the ninjas in Konoha are fighting desperately against the Kyuubi, even though they know that their own power is so insignificant in front of the Kyuubi. Behind them are the families they protect, and they are not allowed to retreat. It turns out to be Kyuubi. At this time, the anonymous White Fang naturally noticed Kyuubi, and now he fell into a very tangled state in his heart. He didn't know if he should take action now. If he did, then all his hidings in the past few years would be exposed. But if he didn't take action, he really couldn't bear to watch the ninjas in the village continue to sacrifice. No, we must stop him. Suddenly, White Fang's eyes became firm. Compared with the lives of the ninjas in the village, his seclusion had no meaning. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He is a ninja of Konoha. Even though he was rejected by all the villagers before, he is still a ninja of Konoha. He wears Konoha's forehead protector. Kyuubi raised his giant claw and was about to drop it. This blow would at least cause casualties to several ninjas in Konoha village. Sakumo returned to the secret room of the store and took out a knife, which was the same as before. The knife is engraved 1-to-1. Hatake sword technique, thunder slash. Hatake Sakumo jumped up high and slashed down with his sword. The sword was wrapped with the power of thunder and he slashed down directly. A terrifying blood mark immediately appeared on Kyuubi's palm. This blow directly caused Kyuubi to roar in pain, and all the Konoha ninjas who were rescued looked at the figure with disbelief. Who is this? He has such powerful sword skills. The third Hokage, who had been paying attention to Kyuubi's movements, had a shocked expression on his face. Is this sword technique from White Fang? But isn't White Fang already dead? Could it be Kakashi? But now the third Hokage had no time to think about this. The Kyuubi who was hurt by this blow was obviously a little angry, and the tailed beast Jade condensed directly. No, if this blow falls, Konoha village will be finished. Feeling the violent energy contained in the tailed beast Jade, the third Hokage was already panicking. Can't stop it. Hatake Sakumo also looked at the chakra energy body above Kyuubi with a solemn expression. Everyone quickly evacuated the civilians first, then left here immediately and took refuge in the surrounding directions. Although Hatake Sakumo's appearance is still in his transformed form, the ninjas who have just been rescued by him have completely recognized Sakumo. It is assumed that Sakumo is a trump card in the village that has not yet been exposed. A powerful ninja. The tailed beast Jade was quickly condensed and was immediately shot out by the 9 tails. A smooth ravine appeared on the ground wherever the tailed beast Jade passed. The target is actually Hokage Rock. However, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Shuido instantly appeared on top of his stone statue. I won't let you act so recklessly anymore, Kyuubi. I saw the fourth Hokage taking out a flying thunder god kunai, and then quickly forming seals with both hands. The flying thunder god guides thunder. Densely packed runes appeared on the Hokage rock, and a terrifying force of space burst out. The tailed beast Jade with terrifying power was immediately attracted in, and there was an explosion outside the village of Konoha. The fourth Hokage is here. As soon as Minato took action, the morale of the Konoha ninjas was immediately boosted. If that's the case, then I can't lag behind. Necromancer, Ape King, Ape Demon. At this time, an old monkey appeared next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kyuubi, Hiruzen, what is going on? The monkey demon was shocked when he saw the huge thing in front of him, the Kyuubi. There is no time to explain anything now. The first thing is to get Kyuubi out of the village. Clear. After saying that, the monkey demon turned into a wish-fulfilling stick and fell into the hands of the third Hokage. Then it quickly stretched out and directly pushed the 9 tails out of the village. The third Hokage, why did the Kyuubi appear? At this time, several Anbu also appeared next to Hiruzen. I don't know, but the first task now is to suppress the 9 tails. We will discuss the problems later. Yes, although they knew that the Yemen's attack was insignificant to Jiue, they had to do it. The third generation has already taken action, so there is no need for me to take action. Afterwards, Hatake Satoru put the knife back into the scabbard. At this time, his knife was already covered with cracks. Since the knife was only made of ordinary materials, it could not withstand Hatake Satoru. Shiju's terrifying thunder attribute chakra, the sword was already damaged with just one strike. If he used another strike, the sword in his hand would be completely shattered. But where is Minato? It's probably very difficult for the third Hokage to suppress the Kyuubi alone. Hatake Satoru also found that Minato's aura disappeared. He was clearly on the Hokage rock just now, but now it was gone. Just when Satoru was about to observe the battle between the third Hokage and the Kyuubi, just in case it was necessary to take action again, Satoru appeared directly in front of Satoru. "Father, Satoru, have you completed your mission?" "Yeah, but I was delayed for a while on the way back. I didn't expect that the Kyuubi had been released," Hatake Satoru said with an ugly expression. The barrier created by Obaido was unexpectedly troublesome, and it took a lot of effort for him to get out of the barrier. "You go back first, father, and leave the Kyuubi to me. Can you?" There was doubt in Hatake Satoru's eyes, but he was more worried about Hatake Satoru. After all, the Nine Tails was the most powerful existence among the tailed beasts. "Don't worry, father, I am very strong." A smile appeared on the corner of Hatake Satoru's mouth, signaling to reassure Hatake Satoru. Then, in the next second, Hatake Satoru's body appeared between the third Hokage and Kyuubi. "Hatake Satoru, why are you here? Go and take shelter quickly." Seeing the appearance of Hatake Satoru, the third Hokage immediately frowned and said that he had already ordered all young ninjas to take refuge and store more reserve power for Konoha. "Don't worry, Sandame-sama, let me deal with this beast that has lost its mind. If the opponent is Kyuubi, I should be able to be a little more serious." Satoru took off his blindfold, revealing the eyes of the sky with white mist, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There was no fear on his face when facing the strongest tailed beast. "You should step back a little first, third generation. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will affect you soon." After saying that, Satoru's figure appeared directly in front of Kyuubi, and his fist wrapped in black directly hit Kyuubi's abdomen. The powerful force made Kyuubi's eyes turn white for a moment, and his mouth seemed to be filled with tears. A few drops of saliva have been spat out. The huge body also slid back dozens of meters due to Satoru's fist. This scene immediately startled the third Hokage and the Anbu standing around him. "Is the Hatake Jonin so powerful?" An Anbu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered to himself, "If this fist had hit me, I might just be dead." "It's not over yet," continuous black flashes. Then, Satoru's voice was heard again, and Kyuubi's body was hit with a chaotic combination of punches. Kyuubi's huge body was also directly hit by Satoru's fists and kept retreating. To be able to defeat the Nine Tails like this with physical strength alone, I'm afraid Hatake Jonin's strength has already surpassed Hokage-sama. Although the Anbu did not specify whether he surpassed the third Hokage or the fourth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen always had the feeling that the other party was alluding to him. After all, he was in a very awkward situation when he had to deal with Kyuubi just now. Does the majestic Kyuubi only have this strength? Looking at Kyuubi lying on the ground, Hatake Satoru stood in the air and spoke condescendingly, his expression full of contempt for Kyuubi. "Damn humans." The Kyuubi opened its mouth, and the terrifying terror flashed directly, and then it reached the front of Wu in an instant, and an explosion occurred. "Satoru! Hatake Jonin!" The third Hokage and Anbu shouted anxiously. Although they were really shocked by Hatake Satoru's strength just now, how could they withstand the tailed beast's attack with the strength of human flesh? The flames produced by the explosion instantly engulfed Satoru, but after the flames dissipated, it was discovered that Hatake Satoru appeared in front of everyone intact. "Is it just that you have such strength, Kyuubi?" Then, at this moment, Satoru noticed that the Sharingan pattern in Kyuubi's eyes had disappeared. It seems that the fourth Hokage has successfully lifted the contract seal between Obaido and Kyuubi. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the fourth Hokage appeared on the battlefield with Kushina and their newborn child Naruto. He directly used the psychic technique to channel something similar to an altar and placed Naruto on it. "Thank you for your hard work, Satoru. Leave the rest to me. The fourth Hokage, how do you want to seal the Kyuubi again? Use the Ghoul seal to seal half of the 9 tails in my body, and then use the Bagua seal to seal the 9 tails in Naruto's body and leave it to the village." "Minato, why are you sacrificing our child?" Before Satoru could speak, Kushina took the lead and said that she knew how painful it was to be a Jinchuriki, so she didn't want her child to become a Jinchuriki in the village. "Kushina, this is my duty as Hokage." When Minato made this decision, he felt quite painful in his heart. No one wanted to see their child suffer a tragic fate, but as the Hokage and the leader of the village, he must do it when necessary. Make sacrifices. "But if you use the corpse seal, you will die too. You don't have to do this for me. Naruto still needs your company." Hearing this, Minato shook his head slightly, and when Kushina saw the firm expression on Minato's face, there was also a hint of disappointment in his expression. She knew that he could no longer change Minato's mind. At this time, Satoru also understood why Minato used the Ghoul seal. Kushina, who had been pulled out of the tailed beast, could not live much longer, and Minato was now determined to die. If the Kyuubi is sealed back into Kushina's body, will he still be able to survive? Suddenly, Wu suddenly thought of this method in his mind. "Yes, Kushina, if the Kyuubi is sealed back into your body, will you be able to continue living?" After hearing Satoru's words, Minato also reacted. He was so anxious just now that he actually forgot this method. "I don't know either, but I feel like I should give it a try." There was also a daze on Kushina's face, and then there was a little joy in her tone of voice. If possible, no one would want to die, and Kushina also wanted to grow up with her child. "Then let's give it a try first," Minato said with a firm expression on his face. He also wanted a family of 3 to live happily. "Satoru, help me hold the Kyuubi away from you first. I need to prepare a sealing technique." Good. If he could save these 2 people, Satoru would feel happy inside. "Kyuubi, let's have a few more rounds." Satoru faced Kyuubi, and a terrifying aura erupted directly from his body. Looking at the tiny human in front of him, Kyuubi unconsciously felt a trace of panic in his heart. "Damn human, do you really think you can stop me? I am the Kyuubi, the strongest tailed beast." Kyuubi roared angrily, and the 9 tails gathered above his head, and the red chakra and blue chakra directly condensed into a ball. "We can't let your hair-tailed beast Jade be released, Kyuubi." I saw Satoru clenching his hands, and a deep fluorescence suddenly appeared in his eyes. Spell Kang. A terrifying suction force suddenly appeared in the middle of the tailed beast Jade, and in just a moment, it absorbed the huge tailed beast Jade. "What?" Kyuubi's eyes were full of shock and horror. This was the first time that he was forcibly interrupted while using tailed beast Jade. "But in order to make it easier for you to be sealed, let's make you obedient and weak. If the target is Kyuubi, then if Kyoshi is a little more aggressive, there shouldn't be any problem." Satoru was also a little excited inside. He also wanted to see what level his virtual style could reach now. The technique is reversed Kang. A giant cyan ball with terrifying attraction appeared behind Wu. "What's this?" Minato, who was carving the curse seal, felt the terrifying aura and said in shock. "Is this the terrifying move Jiraiya-sensei mentioned?" Spell reversal He. A giant red ball that released terrifying repulsion appeared next to the giant blue ball. I saw that these 2 giant balls containing terrifying energy were slowly merging. The moment the 2 energies collided, the surrounding space was distorted. Zushi Kui. Following Satoru's gesture, the fused giant ball quickly rushed towards 9 tails. Not good. Feeling this terrifying energy, Kyuubi had a bad premonition in his heart. If he was hit by this attack head-on, he would definitely be seriously injured. Kyuubi wanted to escape, but he found that he seemed to be locked by this energy. In almost less than a second, Chinese letter had already hit Kyubai's body. When this attack landed on Kyubai, a terrifying explosion was produced, and the white light produced made the night look like day. After the white light dissipated, Kyubai was seen lying on the ground with many scars. "Satoru, get out of the way." At this time, Minato suddenly shouted, "It's really just the right time to finish it." Satoru immediately stepped aside. Then black spells extended directly from the ground, instantly wrapping up the helpless Kyubai. Satoru noticed that during the technique, the unconscious Kushina and the sleeping Naruto were lying in the sealing technique at the same time. Are we still going to seal the Kyubai into Naruto's body? Spell seal points. I saw Minato quickly forming a seal, and the sealing technique wrapped around the Ninetales actually forcibly split the Ninetales into two. Next, the Bagua seal. Minato's two hands were seen again, and he slapped the ground hard. The sealing technique entwining the two Ninetales was constantly stretching into Kushina and Naruto's bodies. Finally, a swirling seal appeared on both of their stomachs. The seal is completed. After the seal was completed, Minato said in a weak tone that the seal that forcibly separated the Ninetales consumed too much chakra. In addition, two powerful sealing techniques were cast at the same time, and the chakra in Minato's body had already been exhausted. It's already bottomed out. Did you seal half of the Ninetales into your child's body? The fourth Hokage, what are you doing this for? Satoru said with some curiosity that it was enough to seal the Ninetales into Kukina's body. There was no need to seal the Ninetales into Naruto's body. In order for Naruto to have some self-protection in the future, the Ninetales is the most powerful tailed beast. Even if it is only half of the tailed beasts, it is still the most powerful among the tailed beasts. And if Naruto can control the power of the Ninetales in the future, that's also a good thing for him. At this time, the third Hokage and others also arrived belatedly. "Minato, how are you? Are you okay?" The third Hokage jumped directly in front of Minato and asked with concern. "Okay, the Kyuubi has been sealed, but I'll leave it to you first, third generation." After saying that, Namikaze Minato closed his eyes and fainted. "Take the fourth Hokage to the hospital to rest. We must not let him make any mistakes." The third Hokage immediately ordered the Anbu beside him. Yes, the two Anbu helped Minato up and walked away. Later, the third Hokage noticed the two sealing techniques on Kushina and Naruto. What is going on? Why are there two sealing techniques? The third Hokage asked Hatake Satoru with some confusion. Hatake Satoru was always present, and he felt that Hatake Satoru should know something. The fourth Hokage split the Ninetales into two and sealed them into Kushina and Naruto respectively. It can even decompose tailed beasts. Obviously, this kind of thing is beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's knowledge. Bring these two people to the hospital as well and be sure to protect their safety. The third Hokage ordered the Anbu again. Yes, third generation Sama. The remaining Anbu also began to move separately, and soon only Satoru and the third Hokage were left on the field. "Thank you for your hard work in this battle, Satoru." "Well, I think so too, so I feel like my tasks can be reduced in the future." Hatake Satoru climbed up along the pole. Hearing this, the third Hokage's face dropped. "It's useless for you to tell me this kind of thing. You should tell Minato. After all, he is the Hokage now." Yes, the third generation of adults is now a person who has abdicated and has no power. Hatake Satoru smiled and patted the third Hokage's shoulder, completely unaware of his increasingly darker complexion. "I'll leave the matters here to you first, Lord Third Hokage." After saying that, Satoru's figure disappeared behind the third generation. "I am already a person who has abdicated and has no power, so what's the use of leaving it to me?" The third Hokage also muttered quietly. However, things that should be dealt with still need to be dealt with. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a flash. In the past 3 days, Minato and Kushina had been unconscious. The sealing technique and the in and out of the Ninetales had consumed too much physical strength of both Minato and Kushina. On the 4th day, Minato slowly opened his eyes while lying on the hospital bed. "You're awake, Minato-sensei." Kakashi Hatake, who had been guarding the bedside, said in surprise when he saw Minato open his eyes. "Well, how are Kushina and Naruto doing now?" Minato asked in a weak tone. "Don't worry, teacher. My wife's vital signs are very stable. She will be able to wake up soon. Naruto is also very healthy and can cry and make trouble." That's good, that's good." After hearing Kakashi's words, the wrinkled expression on Minato's face finally relaxed. During the past 3 days when he was unconscious, Minato had been frowning. Looking at the expression on his face, you could tell that he was always worried about something. How is the village doing? Then, Minato remembered the safety of the village. Because the Kyuubi was dealt with in a timely manner, the damage to the village was not serious. Now the village is slowly recovering. However, several families' territories have been destroyed. Now they are all trying to choose a new one, where there are quarrels from time to time. Minato frowned again when he heard this. Didn't Sandai say anything? Sandai said, "Wait until you wake up before making plans." "Okay, I get it." Namikaze Minato sat up directly and put on his usual clothes. "Teacher, you shouldn't get out of bed yet. You should rest more." Seeing Minato's actions, Kakashi quickly stopped him but was rejected by Minato. "No, show me Kushina and Naruto first." "Is teacher." Afterwards, Kakashi took Namikaze Minato to Kushina and Naruto's wards. Along the way, many injured people saw that Namikaze Minato woke up, and all of them had happy expressions on their faces. "Hokage-sama, you finally woke up." Along the way, people greeted Namikaze Minato. "Well, you should take good care of your injuries and just leave all the rest to me." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Hearing Namikaze Minato's words of encouragement, they felt that all their injuries were healed. The Anbu who were guarding Kushina and Naruto also noticed that the fourth Hokage had woken up and walked out of the darkness, following closely behind the fourth Hokage. After all, in addition to performing some special tasks, Anbu's other responsibility is to protect the safety of Naruto. "You guys stand guard outside the door. I can just go in by myself." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Several Anbu watched Minato walk into the ward. "Kushina, I'm coming." Looking at Kushina lying on the hospital bed, Minato gently caressed Kushina's cheek. "This time I protected you, Naruto, and the village." Minato moved from his cheek to Kushina's hand again, holding it tightly. Then Minato noticed Kushina's eyelids moving. "Are you awake, Kushina?" Seeing this scene, Minato said with some excitement but found that Kushina did not react. "Then you should have a good rest first. I will come to see you after I finish handling the affairs of the village." Then Minato hugged Naruto gently again and left. At this time, the third Hokage was already standing outside the ward. "You're awake, Minato. Well, now that the third generation is worried, leave all the affairs of the village to me." "Okay, you don't know, I feel like I've aged more than 10 years in the past 3 days." After saying that, the third Hokage pretended to pat his waist. "Thank you for your hard work, Sandai." Minato and the others then returned to the Hokage building. The first thing to do next is to hold a memorial service for the heroes who died in Konoha this time. All other things will be mentioned later. When the memorial service began, everyone in Konoha stopped what they were doing and came to the cemetery all dressed in black. The sky, which had been clear just now, turned dark at this moment. It started to drizzle, and everyone was immersed in sadness. Some of the people in Konoha had expressionless faces, while others hid their faces and cried bitterly. Minato's face was also very ugly. It was all because of his negligence this time that such a thing happened. The masked man. Thinking of that man, Minato couldn't help clenching his fists, and his body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura made the Anbu hidden around Minato shudder. After the memorial service was over, Minato convened a meeting with the team leaders and all the high-level officials of Konoha. The purpose of this meeting was to divide the territory of each family. The theme of the meeting had just been clarified, and Danzo seemed to be the first to prepare it, taking out a map of Konoha. "Place the Aburame clan next to the forest, because they have already put forward the conditions for managing the forest." Hearing what Danzo said, the leader of the Aburame clan nodded, and several other elders of Konoha also agreed with Danzo's point of view. The Nara clan is not in the disaster area and remains as it is. The destroyed guard headquarters was rebuilt here. Danzo pointed to the corner of Konoha village on the map. Seeing this position, Uchiha Fugaku immediately frowned. At the same time, the Uchiha clan. Before Danzo could finish speaking, Uchiha Fugaku interrupted him directly. Lord Danzo, the Uchiha clan is a security police force that protects the village. This place is too far from the center of the village to handle emergency tasks. After hearing Fugaku's words, the heads of several other families also nodded. In emergencies, Anbu will be dispatched, Danzo said calmly. For training, the police force needs a training ground, right? At this time, the third Hokage also spoke. In this case, a place suitable for training is nearby. You can use it as a training ground exclusively for Uchiha. Obviously, Danzo had already discussed this with the third Hokage. This was not the right decision to make. As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, Namikaze Minato immediately retorted. For an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Minato. Chief Fugaku is right. As the village's police force, the Uchiha clan needs to deal with emergencies that may arise at any time. It is indeed inappropriate to be on the edge of the village. Fugaku's expression was relieved when he heard the fourth Hokage speaking for him. But the fourth generation, ordinary villagers have already had deep opinions on the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan is still allowed to be in the center of the village, it will deepen the conflict between the two parties. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato also began to think deeply. I will discipline my people. Fugaku said directly. Are you sure you can handle it? Danzo stared at Fugaku with his only remaining eye. I can. Uchiha Fugaku also said firmly. Okay, if the guard bullies civilians again, then the Uchiha clan's guard will be directly disqualified. That's no problem, Chief Fugaku. This sentence was spoken by Minato. He must also think more about ordinary civilians and control the Uchiha clan. No problem. Well, Lord Danzo, please continue. Hearing what the fourth Hokage said, Danzo glanced at the third Hokage again and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen gently shaking his head. Danzo knew that this time his idea was in vain. After settling the matter of the Uchiha clan, the next distribution was much easier, and all the families had no objections and it was over quickly. Thank you, Yandame-sama. After the meeting, Fugaku went directly to Minato and said gratefully, No, after all, I am the Hokage of the village. Everything I do must be for the sake of the village, and if the Uchiha clan fails to fulfill their duties as a guard, then I will really abolish your qualifications as a guard. I understand, don't worry, our Uchiha clan will definitely protect the safety of the village. At this moment, Kakashi wearing a mask suddenly appeared next to Minato. Minato-sensei, master is awake. Upon hearing this, Minato didn't even have time to say hello to Fugaku, and left directly using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Kakashi bowed to Fugaku, and when he was about to leave, Fugaku suddenly stopped him. Kakashi, Clan Chief Fugaku, what do you want from me? Kakashi still had a few connections with Uchiha Fugaku, and the Uchiha clan had been trying to fight him over the matter of Uchiha Obito's Sharingan. Use the Sharingan well. The Sharingan is more powerful than you imagine. Yes, Chief Fugaku, this is a gift left to me by my best friend. I will definitely make good use of it. Fugaku nodded, then turned and left. Kushina, you finally woke up. Well, are you okay, Minato? Kushina leaned on the bed and said weakly. Don't worry, I'm fine. That's good. If you're busy, just deal with the village affairs first. I'll just have Naruto with me. No, I just finished my work and I can stay with you for a long time. Kushina smiled sweetly. Her husband and son were by her side. Is there anything happier than this? Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since the night of 9 Tails. Sidai, there are clues to the recent missing children case. Nara Shikaku said to Minato, who did it? Minato asked with a solemn look on his face. The disappearance of children was a big event recently, and it gave him a headache. It's Orochimaru. Minato frowned upon hearing the name. Then tell the third generation about this matter, and let the third generation handle it with full authority. After all, Orochimaru is also a disciple of the third generation, so it would be most appropriate for him to deal with it himself. Yes. When the third generation got the news, He was very sad and immediately led a team of Anbu to surround Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru, it's really you really fell. The expression on the third Hokage's face looked very sad. He saw many missing children soaked in the water. Then what are you going to do, Sarutobi-sensei? Are you going to kill me? Orochimaru spread his hands and said without fear, if you don't do anything, I'll go out first. After saying that, Orochimaru directly formed a ninjutsu with his hands, and a terrifying sound wave was emitted directly. Several Anbu brought by the third generation fainted directly, and even the third generation Hokage collapsed on the ground. Sarutobi-sensei, you are still too kind. Just as Orochimaru left the laboratory, Kakashi walked out of the jungle opposite. Orochimaru, just surrender and capture him. Kakashi said, the Reikiri in his hand already condensed. HMPH, do you want to defeat me with such ninjutsu? You underestimate me, Kakashi. Orochimaru said with a smile, not taking Kakashi seriously at all. After Orochimaru said this, Kakashi rushed forward with Reikiri in hand, and Orochimaru also took out a kunai which not only avoided Kakashi's attack but also directly split Kakashi's face. Anbu mask. Although it is a Sharingan, I don't dare to be interested in such a fake. With just one blow, Orochimaru had seriously injured Kakashi. Just when Orochimaru was about to deal with Kakashi, Satoru suddenly appeared next to Kakashi. It's too early for you to deal with Orochimaru now, Kakashi. Hearing Satoru's voice, Kakashi's tense heart immediately relaxed. Do you want to die for attacking my brother, Orochimaru? Turning his head, Satoru said to Orochimaru with a gloomy expression, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted from his body. Hatake Satoru, what, you want to stop me too? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, as someone who was once on the same battlefield as Hatake Satoru, Orochimaru knew very well how strong Hatake Satoru was, and even he had to deal with it seriously. And it is said that on the night of Kyuubi, Hatake Satoru was the one who was able to hold Kyuubi back. I'm not interested in you, but just because you want to kill my brother, I can't forgive you. Satoru's words made Orochimaru feel a biting chill. Then are you going to do something to me? Orochimaru's whole body immediately became alert. What do you think? If you can survive my attack, I will let you go. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's heart suddenly began to beat rapidly, and his subconscious told him that he must run as soon as possible. The technique is reversed Kang. A giant blue round ball appeared behind Wu. Spell reversal he. A red round giant ball appeared next to the blue giant ball. Zu Shikui. I saw the red giant ball and the cyan giant ball merging, and the space around the giant ball was directly distorted. As Satoru's gesture fell, the fused giant ball ran directly towards Orochimaru. Suddenly, an endless crack appeared in front of Wu, and a rift seemed to have formed on the ground. This move, Kakashi, who was behind Hatake Satoru, stared at this move in stunned silence. The appearance of this move caused his Sharingan to sting, and his Sharingan was unable to comprehend the mystery of this move. Orochimaru, are you dead? After being shocked for a while, Kakashi spoke. No, that guy has many ways to save his life. However, Satoru had no intention of continuing the pursuit. Orochimaru was seriously injured by this move, and all that escaped were a few small white snakes that burrowed into the ground. Satoru suddenly felt that his Kyoshi was now the same as Amaterasu. They were obviously very powerful moves, but they had not killed anyone. At this time, the third Hokage had also recovered some of his strength and came over after hearing the sound. He was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. What's going on? The third Hokage asked with a shocked look on his face. It's nothing. I happened to meet Orochimaru who was escaping and had a battle with him. Is Orochimaru dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a trembling tone. Perhaps he didn't even notice the change in his tone. After witnessing the battle between Hatake Satoru and Kyuubi, he knew that his apprentice was definitely no match for Hatake Satoru. No, that guy has many ways to save his life. Hearing Satoru's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the appearance of the third Hokage, Hatake Satoru sneered inwardly. Oh, how will you feel when you are killed by your beloved disciple? Then let's go back to the village first. It seems that Orochimaru has completely left here. After returning, Orochimaru will be listed as an S-class wanted criminal. The third Hokage spoke. Now, as long as Orochimaru does not cause trouble in the Fire Country, the third Hokage will choose to let him go. Except for Gojo Satoru, no one noticed that next to the virtual track, there was also a white-haired man who was almost scared to the point of pissing his pants. That guy's strength is really getting more and more terrifying. Can anyone really stop this so-called virtual style? The white-haired man said with some fear he was almost in trouble just now just because he was just a short distance away. But Orochimaru, I must bring you back to the village. As soon as he said this, the white-haired man showed a firm look in his eyes. This person is none other than Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. It's really good luck. Satoru naturally saw Jiraiya, and a smile appeared on his lips as if the prank had been completed. But Orochimaru should really thank Jiraiya for saving his life. It was precisely because Orochimaru and Jiraiya were on the same track that Satoru changed his direction slightly at the critical moment of final release. This gave Orochimaru a chance to survive. Otherwise, the move just now would very likely result in the death of 2 Konoha Sannin. Did Orochimaru actually run away? When he got the news, there was a look of surprise on Minato's face. He didn't expect that Orochimaru could escape from the hands of the third Hokage. After returning to Konoha, Danzo directly found Hiruzen. Hiruzen, although Orochimaru is your apprentice, he must die. He knows too many secrets of our Konoha. We cannot keep him. Danzo, don't think that I don't know what you and Orochimaru are doing. If Orochimaru dies, do you think you can escape? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Danzo directly and spoke in a very unkind tone. And suddenly, he was frightened by the sudden outburst of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't know how long it had been since he saw Hiruzen get so angry. Don't mention this matter again, otherwise, you will be as guilty as Orochimaru. After Danzo pointed at Hiruzen, he left angrily. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen already regretted letting Danzo establish the roots. It was not like he had never thought of changing roots to a leader before. But this is an impossible thing. All the ninjas in the root have special seals planted by Danzo. Outsiders cannot break them. And the ninjas in the root can be said to be 100% loyal to Danzo. After all, even he, the current Hokage, dares to assassinate him, so no one except Danzo is qualified to take charge of the root. If you don't kill Orochimaru, you will regret it one day. Before Danzo disappeared, he also left such words to the third Hokage. Humph, you'd better worry about yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. Since the night of the Nine Tails, Danzo has frequently targeted the Uchiha clan. Now most of the Uchiha clan can be said to be full of resentment and anger towards Danzo. And not only the Uchiha clan, but also several other families in Konoha have a lot of opinions about Danzo. After all, almost everyone in each family has someone at the root, and they naturally don't want to see their own clan members become a puppet controlled by Danzo. Now even if Danzo died suddenly one day, the third Hokage would not be surprised. Orochimaru's matter has just been settled. After all, there are only a few people in Konoha who can be Orochimaru's opponents. As for Danzo, he no longer has any responsibility. After all, the third Hokage still missed his old relationship very much. Danzo was his former rival. The two lived and died together and shared adversity. I don't know how many disasters they have gone through together. There is no way to describe the relationship between the two of them in words. Time passed quickly again. In a blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Everything in the village had begun to stabilize. Although a few spies from the enemy country still appeared from time to time, it was no longer important. Konoha, there is no important information worthy of their prying eyes. Hatake Satoru is now 16 years old, and no one except him knows how terrifying his strength has reached. Now even the fourth Hokage rarely assigns tasks to Satoru. As long as Satoru doesn't do anything outrageous, Satoru can do whatever he wants. This is the benefit of being strong. It's been a really boring day. On this sunny day, Satoru lay on the table in his father's shop and complained boredly. Then you go and take on some missions. Recently, since you've been here, there have been more Anbu around me. In a few days, I feel like my identity will be exposed not by myself, but by you. Don't worry, the fourth Hokage should have guessed it. Hatake Satoru said in a lazy tone, still chewing things in his mouth, and his voice was a little unclear. After the night of the Kyuubi, the fourth Hokage personally found him and asked Hatake Sakumo if he was still alive. At that time, Hatake Satoru neither admitted nor denied it. As his strength increased, Hatake Satoru's mentality also changed. Some changes had taken place, and he didn't want Hatake Sakumo to continue living in anonymity. You really haven't inherited any of your father's will of fire. Even if he is like this now, Hatake Sakumo still deeply loves the village where he has lived for decades. This kind of thinking is something Hatake Satoru cannot understand, and he does not want to understand it. TCH, can you use that kind of thing as your inheritance? Satoru threw another piece of dessert into his mouth and said in a nonchalant tone, but he makes you stronger. Hatake Sakumo said in a serious tone, but I'm already very strong now. Hearing this, Hatake Sakumo was speechless. He had heard Satoru say this more than once. The first time he heard this sentence, Sakumo wanted to teach Satoru a lesson in order to stop him from being too complacent. But unexpectedly, Satoru taught him a lesson, and his anus was almost hit by the opponent's millennium kill. Just then, a child with black hair and two tear troughs on his face walked in. I'd like a box of glutinous rice balls. The other party walked to the front desk and said to Hatake Sakumo. Satoru also curiously set his sights on this little boy. This kid was a regular customer in their store, and he also had a very special identity. He was the son of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Itachi. Here we go again, Itachi. Hatake Sakumo greeted him very enthusiastically. For this kid who contributed a lot of sales to himself, Hatake Sakumo still had a good impression of him. Well, the glutinous rice balls at my uncle's house are the best in the entire Konoha village. Hearing what Satoru said, Hatake Sakumo also had a happy smile on his face. Look at people, it's not like you. They only know how to eat but don't know a single nice word to say. Seeing Gojo Satoru's lazy look, Hatake Sakumo became angry. Yes, Uncle's glutinous rice balls are the most delicious in the entire Konoha village. Hatake Satoru echoed. This boy. Hatake Sakumo shook his head. He was really speechless about his eldest son. His younger son was often missing due to busy tasks. The eldest son who could see him often still made him angry every day. Looking at how leisurely you are every day, why don't you become a team teacher? In this case, it won't be a waste of your combat power, and you can also make some contribution to Konoha. The brat like just now is good. Uchiha Itachi is said to be a rare genius. He should be very suitable to become your disciple. Father is really loyal to Konoha. After all, our Hatake clan has received the favor of Konoha village. If there were no Konoha, then the Hatake clan would have perished long ago. There would be no me, let alone you. Yes, everything my father said is right, but being a teacher seems to be quite interesting. You can try it out. Satoru also wanted to experience what it was like to be Itachi's teacher. Then go quickly and don't get in my way here. After saying that, he kicked Wu out without mercy. Tusk, he is really heartless, but Uchiha Itachi is indeed an interesting kid. For a person who can think about things from the perspective of Naruto at the age of 7, it can be said that his ideas are very precocious. And Itachi has naturally been able to see Hatake Satoru often in the past 2 years. But since the Uchiha clan doesn't know much about Hatake Satoru, he didn't get much information from Fayu. All I know is that Satoru is very strong. What are you thinking about? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to Itachi, and the sudden sound startled Itachi. It turns out to be Shisui. Itachi exhaled. What are you thinking about? You want to be so absorbed that you don't even notice that I'm approaching. Uchiha Shisui asked curiously. I'm thinking of a ninja named Hatake Satoru. Hearing Itachi's words, Shisui looked slightly surprised. What's wrong with him? Or did you have some conflict with him? Without, the Uchiha shook his head. But from your tone, it seems like you know him. Shisui nodded, but the expression on his face became slightly solemn. What kind of person is he? Seeing Shisui's face, Itachi asked curiously. He rarely saw Shisui with such a serious expression. He is a very powerful person. Even I am no match for him. If we fight him, he can even defeat me without any injuries. Hearing Shisui's words, Itachi's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Aren't you even his opponent? Shisui nodded. During the Third Ninja War, he was our leader. I once competed with him, but I lost without even touching his clothes. He has a very special blood inheritance limit. It is said that even the fourth Raikage suffered defeat in his hands. He is actually that strong. If you can, try to be on good terms with him. Even if you can't be on good terms with him, don't be his enemy. After leaving the dessert shop, Hatake Satoru directly found the fourth Hokage. Looking at the fourth Hokage, who was lowering his head and handling the documents seriously, Hatake Satoru did not disturb him. It was not until Namikaze Minato was resting that Hatake Satoru made a sound. Ahem. This cough immediately startled the fourth Hokage, and after he saw the person clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. The fourth generation master is really dedicated. He's so attentive when handling documents. Hatake Satoru said, "It turns out to be Satoru. Can you please enter through the front entrance next time? Don't be so elusive. If you scare me like this, I feel like my life will be shortened by 10 years. Ha, I'll try to be more careful next time." Ahem, tell me, why do you, such an idle guy, come to me? The fourth Hokage asked. He knew that Satoru would go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. I've been a little bored lately, so I wanted to find something to do. Then why don't I arrange some tasks for you and let you do them? There just happen to be a few S-level tasks. I'm worried about who to find to do them. The fourth Hokage said tentatively, "No, it's too much trouble." Then tell me, what do you want to do? The fourth Hokage asked helplessly. Hatake Satoru can be said to be the only jounin who can choose tasks at will. Be a team leader. Teacher leading the team. Well, it can be considered as doing your best for the village. The fourth Hokage nodded. It was better than Satoru sitting idle. Then I will assign a few students to you, right? Well, but there is one person I want to designate. Who? The fourth Hokage asked curiously. He also wanted to know who could catch Satoru's eye. Itachi Uchiha. These 4 words came out slowly from Wu's mouth. Itachi Uchiha. Hearing this name, the fourth generation's expression changed. Being his teacher means that you may be involved in things between the village and Uchiha. Although the Uchiha clan has changed under Fugaku's suppression, there are still many radicals, so the relaxation between the Uchiha clan and the village is not big. You wouldn't disagree, Hokage-sama. No, since you want it, then I'll give him to you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It just so happens that tomorrow is the graduation examination of the ninja school. You and I will come here tomorrow to watch it together. Satoru nodded. Time came to the next day in the blink of an eye. When Satoru arrived at the Hokage office, he found that it was already full of people, and Hatake Satoru was the last one to arrive. Good morning, Hatake Jounin. Everyone greeted Hatake Satoru. Hatake Satoru also nodded and responded. They were already in Konoha village. Everyone looked up without looking down. Although they were not familiar with each other, they could still be called by their names. I didn't expect that Hatake Jounin actually planned to lead the team. A Jounin said to Hatake Satoru, "There is no other way. Life in the village is really boring and there are no battles to fight, so I can only take care of a few children to pass the boring time." Then Hatake Jounin should be more serious. After all, these children are the hope of Konoha's future. Of course, after all, I used to be Konoha's hope for the future. Everyone still respects Hatake Satoru. Among this group of Jounin, Hatake Satoru is the youngest, but as people who have experienced the Third Ninja War, there are many stories about Hatake Satoru. Shayadu has heard of it. Although they don't know the specific strength of Hatake Satoru, they know that Hatake Satoru is very strong. Okay, the graduation exam is about to begin. As a student who graduated early, Itachi naturally stood out among this group of older students. As expected, the content of the graduation examination this time is still the clone technique. For this basic 3-body technique, anyone with a little bit of talent in ninjutsu can complete it well. There was no one who failed the assessment, and Uchiha Itachi graduated from the school at the youngest age and ranked first in the school. As expected, he is indeed the child of the Uchiha clan leader. This talent seems to have surpassed that of the former genius ninja, Hatake Kakashi. When one Jounin said this, the other people all looked at Wu. After all, do they know that Satoru is Kakashi's biological brother? However, they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that there was no strange expression on Satoru's face. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Itachi is originally a very talented ninja, and he also has the blood limit of the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan. It is very possible to surpass Kakashi in the future. Satoru said in a normal tone. Now Kakashi's Sharingan can be sealed independently. The chakra is no longer encumbered by the Sharingan, and its strength is much stronger than in the original work. Even many of the 1,000-year extension moves have been developed by Kakashi. But after Itachi activates the main Jikaiyu Sharingan, his strength will increase by several levels, and it will be difficult for Kakashi to be Itachi's opponent by then. So in order to make Kakashi stronger, Satoru also took great pains. He planned to let Kakashi learn Senjutsu. He believed that with Kakashi's talent, learning Senjutsu would not be a problem. For this reason, Satoru also asked Kakashi and Minato to sign the contract seal of Mt. Myaboku. After knowing that Kakashi was Minato's disciple, the toads of Mt. Myo were also very friendly towards Kakashi. When Kakashi wanted to learn Senjutsu, the old toad at Myamu Mountain also raised his hand to welcome him. After all, few people came to their place. But until now, Kakashi has not fully learned Senjutsu. The difficulty of Senjutsu is beyond Kakashi's expectation and beyond Satoru's expectation. And Kakashi has to come back often to perform tasks, so the practice of Senjutsu is also one step at a time. I don't know whose disciple Uchiha Itachi will eventually become. At this time, another Jounin said, in their hearts, these people actually hope to become Uchiha Itachi's teacher. After all, in this case, they can establish a relationship with the Uchiha clan. Although the relationship between the village and Uchiha is now well known, there is no doubt that the Uchiha clan is the most powerful clan in Konoha village. For them, the advantages of establishing a relationship with the Uchiha clan outweigh the disadvantages. I have assigned Uchiha Itachi to Hatake Satoru. Namikaze Minato answered the other party's question directly. Everyone who heard this immediately cast an envious look at Hatake Satoru. Congratulations to Hatake Jounin for getting such an outstanding disciple. Hatake Jounin is also a genius. It can be said that Uchiha Itachi is a perfect match for you. Several people said complimentary words to Hatake Satoru one after another. No matter where you are, you need to be humane and sophisticated. What the hell, that's ridiculous. Hatake Satoru replied with a smile, but a trace of pride could still be seen on his face. As the class division progressed in the end, only Uchiha Itachi and two other recent graduates, a boy and a girl, were left in the classroom. Damn it, did the three of us end up in the same team? Another boy looked at Itachi and said unconvincedly, if Itachi hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have been the first in the graduation assessment. Gastradia, watch your tone, Itachi is our junior. Another girl looked at Itachi with eyes full of admiration. Although Itachi was still very young, he had already begun to look handsome. Zinzi, you guy, you actually helped an outsider, Tianma said through gritted teeth. Where are you from being an outsider? Itachi will be our teammate from now on. The girl named Shinko immediately retorted. Just when Tenma was about to say something more, the classroom door was suddenly open, and Hatake Satoru walked in slowly with his hands in his pockets. It turned out to be him. At this moment, Itachi was very shocked. He did not expect that his instructor would be Hatake Satoru. Gather on the rooftop. After saying these words, Satoru's figure disappeared instantly. Is this a Jounin? He's so handsome. Seeing Satoru's actions, Tianma immediately said with excitement, as if he would become such a handsome person in the future, with a hint of admiration in his tone. What a speed! Itachi's eyes were stunned for a moment. He didn't realize how Hatake Satoru left at all. Is this a ninja who is more powerful than Shisui? It seems that by following him, I should be able to learn a lot, and maybe I can rely on his power to resolve the conflict between the family and the village. Soon, the three of them arrived at Tiantai Mountain, and Wu was already leaning on the railing, waiting for them. Okay, everyone is here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Hatake Satoru. I am a Jonin of Konoha Ninja Village. I like to eat desserts and my dream is to live a peaceful life. Which of the three of you will come first? Hatake Satoru introduced himself simply and clearly. My name is Tianma. I want to become a strong man and dream of carrying forward our family, but my ultimate goal is to become Hokage. The ninja named Tianma spoke first. Well, that's a pretty good dream. Satoru nodded and said, almost every ninja who just graduated from school has the goal of becoming Hokage. But if you want to realize this dream, you have to work hard and make efforts beyond ordinary people. After all, you have countless competitors. Yes, Teacher Wu, I will definitely work hard. As if encouraged by Hatake Satoru, Tianma instantly became high-spirited. My name is Zinzi. I like handsome guys and cute things. I hope to live a peaceful life every day. My dream is to run a flower shop of my own when I have money in the future. After Zinzi finished speaking, he smiled sweetly. Well, it's a very practical dream. If you work hard and complete the task, it won't take long to come true. Hatake Satoru commented, my name is Itachi Uchiha. I like desserts and my younger brother. I hope there will be no more wars in the future and that the village and family can coexist peacefully. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. As expected, he is truly a disciple. Satoru sighed inwardly. This dream is difficult to realize and it cannot be achieved by one person's efforts. After all, as long as there are still people, conflicts will occur. If the conflicts become severe, war will break out. As for the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan, hearing these words, Itachi became 100% alert, hoping to get the answer he wanted from Satoru. That's a bit difficult to solve. It will take a long time. Is there any good way? Uchiha Itachi asked expectantly. Now the fourth Hokage, your father, and the head of the Uchiha clan all hope that your clan and the village can coexist peacefully, but the villagers' views on your Uchiha clan have become deeply ingrained and cannot be eradicated so easily. This will take time. Grind slowly. And we must eradicate all the radical faction of your Uchiha clan. In this case, it would not be difficult for the village and the Uchiha clan to live in peace. Are there still sacrifices required? Uchiha Itachi said with a somewhat disappointed tone. If you don't want a sacrifice, there is another way. Any solution? Uchiha Itachi's dim eyes became bright again. Then a Hokage appears in your Uchiha clan to satisfy the vanity of those radicals. However, if this happens, the radicals of your Uchiha clan will become even more arrogant and domineering. At that time, other families in the village will suffer. Isn't there some way to get the best of both worlds? Uchiha Itachi asked unwillingly. Itachi, you have to know that if you want to get something, you have to sacrifice something. There are so many good things in the world, especially for you Uchiha clan. The more you lose, the less you gain. The more, okay, let's disband today. We will gather directly at the Hokage building tomorrow to take you on your first mission in life. Yeah, that's great. Tianma screamed happily. This is the first time for anyone to be very excited and excited. Only Itachi's expression didn't change at all and he lowered his head in despair. Okay, don't think so much. The boat will go straight when it reaches the bridge. Satoru walked up to Itachi and rubbed his head. If you want to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, it cannot be done overnight. This requires the efforts of the entire Uchiha clan. It cannot be done by just yourself. If you really want to do something for your family and the village, then work hard to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you have the right to speak. And only then can the masses hear your voice and listen to you. Opinion. And only by becoming stronger can you protect the person you want to protect. Don't you like your brother? If he is too weak, there is no way to protect him. Well, I will definitely become stronger. The moment he mentioned his brother, Uchiha Itachi's eyes immediately became determined. I must change the situation of my family. I must let the villagers improve their view of the Uchiha clan, and I must protect my brother. Itachi Uchiha directly stated 3 certainties, which were also his dreams and hopes. I also believe you can do it. After all, you are my disciple. If you can't do it, then I will help you. Thank you, teacher, but I think I won't let you down. Early the next morning, when Satoru arrived at the Hokage building, his team members had already been standing there waiting for him for a long time. Seeing Satoru walking slowly and leisurely, Tianma waved excitedly. Teacher Satoru, we are here. Oh, good morning, everyone. Satoru also waved his hands at them. Teacher Satoru, you are too slow. We have been waiting here for more than 2 hours. Immediately, Tianma said with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Haha, I'm sorry. I saw a newly opened dessert shop on the road and couldn't help but line up to buy some desserts to try. Satoru said, picking up the bag in his other hand. Is this a meeting gift given to us by Teacher Wu? Zinzi's eyes were also shining. After all, girls still like desserts. No, this is what I eat myself. After all, you are quite bored when you are doing tasks. You can eat something to pass the time. Wow, Teacher Satoru is so good. Ha ha ha. Let's go in and see what tasks the Hokage will arrange for us for the first time. After speaking, Wu patted the backs of several people and led them inside. At this time, Namikaze Minato was in the mission hall, issuing missions to several other teams. My career as a ninja has officially begun from today. Tianma thought excitedly in his heart that he seemed to have imagined in his mind the scene where he would become a hero of Konoha and become famous in the ninja world. Don't smile so obscenely, Tianma. Zinzi punched Tianma directly on the head, instantly pulling him from those unrealistic fantasies to reality. Satoru, you're here. Seeing the arrival of Hatake Satoru, Minato said with a smile. Well, take them to perform the first mission and see if there are any simpler missions and assign one to us. What about this? After hearing Satoru's words, Minato directly pulled out a piece from the bottom of the task list, handed it to me and asked. Seeing the 2 big A-level ones above, Satoru's face immediately became a little ugly. Hokage-sama, are you giving me a mission or a mission for them? Ha, sorry, I got the wrong one. Minato laughed and said, then handed the top task list to Satoru. Well, this is pretty much it. Seeing the word D, Satoru nodded with satisfaction. D-level tasks can generally be completed without leaving the village. Teacher Satoru, what is our first mission? Seeing the task list in Hatake Satoru's hand, Tianma couldn't bear the excitement in his heart. The same goes for Shinko and Itachi. After all, this is their first mission, so it is very memorable. A very simple task, clean up the garbage on the Konoha River. Huh. I, a ninja, have to carry out such a mission, Tianma said in an unbelievable tone. He had experienced systematic learning in the ninja school, but he was actually going to do a garbage-picking attack. Shinko and Itachi were also a little disappointed. Okay, no more nonsense, let's get to work quickly. Wu patted the 3 of them gently and then led a few people towards the river. I didn't expect that I, Lord Tianma, would have to do such a task. It's really embarrassing. Okay, why are you talking so much and not even saying a word without looking at Itachi? After hearing Gastradia's complaints, Zinzi scolded him. Okay, we've reached our destination, let's start taking action. After saying that, Satoru sat on a branch, leaned against the trunk, opened the dessert in his hand, and ate it 1 bite at a time, as if he didn't care about his students. The 3 of them worked for more than 2 hours, but they only cleaned up the garbage by the river. As for the garbage in the middle of the river, they seemed to have given up. Teacher Satoru, we are done. Tianma said a little tiredly, although this kind of task is not very tiring, but having to bend down for a while makes the back sore. Well, it's not up to standard over there. Satoru pointed at the garbage in the middle of the river with a toothpick, but we simply can't do it. Tianma said helplessly, you are ninjas. Naturally, ninjas have to use ninja methods to solve problems. After saying that, Satoru also jumped down from the tree. I'll demonstrate it to you once, and then you'll have to rely on your own learning. After saying that, Wu walked up towards the tree, his hands in his pockets, and his body was completely parallel to the ground. Wow, that's amazing. Tiama's eyes shone with envy. Next is the water. Then, suddenly another voice sounded behind several people. The three of them immediately looked back and found that one Satoru suddenly appeared on the water surface without knowing when, standing steadily on it without any sign of sinking. Then, with a bang sound, the Satoru standing on the sea turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. When everyone looked back, Satoru was leaning on the original place again, with his hands behind his head, looking a state of leisure. That the shadow clone just now, Tiama said to himself. The expression on his face seemed to say, Mr. Satoru, I want to learn this ninjutsu. The principle of climbing up a tree or standing on the water just now is very simple. As long as you attach chakra to your feet and control the chakra accurately, you can do it. Your next task is to give this skill to learn. After all, this is an essential ability for ninjas. Yes. The three of them answered at the same time. Gastradia took the lead and stepped on the tree, but just after climbing a few steps it fell down. Seeing this scene, Wu shook his head helplessly. Zinzi's expression was a little scared, and he tried cautiously, but never took the second step. The most outstanding among them was naturally Itachi. With chakra attached to his feet, he climbed up the tree step by step, with his hands open as if to keep his body stable. Well, you are indeed Uchiha Itachi. Satoru nodded and admired in his heart. Damn it, I was surpassed by this kid. I can't just admit defeat. Seeing that Itachi had climbed so high, Tiama immediately felt a sense of competition. When he was in school, he was also a genius. If Uchiha Itachi hadn't temporarily joined the graduation examination, then he would definitely be the first place in the graduation examination this time. So this time he vowed in his heart that he would not be compared to Itachi. When Zinzi saw the two people working hard, he made up his mind and bravely took the second step. Sure enough, only comparing with each other can inspire growth. The talents of several people are not bad. Itachi has succeeded in the first attempt, and the same goes for entering the water. Tiama and Zinzi were having some difficulty. They kept climbing up and falling down, and their bodies were already scarred. Not to mention that it hasn't even started yet. When the sun went down, Tiama and Zinzi completed the tree climbing training. Although the two of them were in a miserable state, judging from the expressions on their faces, they were still happy in their hearts. It worked. It finally worked. Gastradia raised his hands and shouted, then fell directly to the ground. Although he did not faint, the energy in his heart relaxed and he no longer had the strength to connect. Well done. Wu appeared next to the two of them, gave them a thumbs up and said with a smile, Well, we succeeded, Mr. Satoru. Tiama also extended his thumb in response. Then you go back and rest now. But what about the mission? Tiama said hesitantly. This was the first mission in his ninja career, and he didn't want to be unable to complete even a D-level mission. Don't worry, just leave the task to me. Itachi, come back. Satoru shouted to Itachi, who was still doing tasks in the river. Since Itachi completed these two trainings, he has been doing tasks by himself. However, the amount of work one person can do is still leisurely. Itachi is just half of the total amount has been completed, and half of the garbage has not yet been cleaned up. Hearing Satoru's shout, Itachi jumped out of the middle of the river. Spell, Kang. As soon as Wu's voice fell, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on the river below the garbage, sucking in all the garbage. Okay, the mission is successfully completed. Satoru clapped his hands and said, As expected of a teacher, you are really amazing. Tiama said with excitement. Itachi also had a shocked expression in his eyes. What kind of ninjutsu was that just now? Why is there no record at all? Itachi thought in confusion. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to Itachi. This person is still somewhat familiar to me. Itachi, so you are here. Why didn't you go to the training ground today? The visitor said this to Itachi as soon as he opened his mouth. The first mission was carried out today. Itachi simply replied, and then the visitor looked at Hatake Satoru. Long time no see, Captain Hatake. Well, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Shisui, you've become stronger. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Shisui. Satoru's 6 eyes can see every corner of Shisui's body very clearly, especially the eyes where there is a very special chakra. This chakra has made Satoru feel threatened. No, there is still a big gap between you and Captain Hatake. Shisui didn't know whether these words were truthful or modest. Haha, you are so humble, Shisui. If I guessed correctly, your Sharingan should have evolved to a higher level. Hearing this, Shisui was immediately shocked because he had never told anyone about this. 2 pairs of Manjikayo Sharingan appeared in the Uchiha clan. It seems that your Uchiha clan is about to rise. 2 pairs. Whose is the other pair? Thinking of this, Shisui felt a panic in his heart. If the people in the village knew that 2 pairs of Manjikayo Sharingan appeared in the Uchiha clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Captain Hatake, please tell me who the other person with the Manjikayo Sharingan is. Shisui bowed directly to Satoru and said in a very sincere manner, "Of course, he is the most powerful person in your Uchiha clan at present." Satoru didn't name who it was, but Shisui already knew it. The most powerful person in the Uchiha clan is none other than the clan leader. Clan chief Fugaku actually turned on the kaleidoscope. Then why did he hide it? Shisui said with some confusion. Itachi was listening beside the 2 of them, completely confused. He hadn't even opened the Sharingan yet, let alone what the Manjikayo Sharingan was. Who knows, maybe I have the same idea as you, Satoru said with a somewhat frivolous tone. But how did Captain Hatake know about this? As soon as he said this, Shisui's face became solemn for a moment, and the Sharingan in his eyes also rotated, turning into a shape like 4 blades. Looking at this posture, it seems as if Hatake Satoru is planning to take action without telling him the reason. Do you want to attack me? Don't forget, you were no match for me in the last battle. You don't think that you can defeat me after a few years, do you? Although he said this, Hatake Satoru also became wary in his heart. Of course, it's impossible to defeat Captain Hatake using ordinary means, but with these eyes there might be a chance. Hearing what Shisui said, Hatake Satoru's face instantly darkened. Heh, it's interesting. Come and give it a try. After saying that, Hatake Satoru also took off his blindfold, and his fluorescent 6 eyes looked directly at Shisui's blood-red Sharingan. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was tense, as if a war was about to begin in the next second. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared between the 2 of them and stopped them. Shisui, Satoru-sensei, please both of you stop. Itachi knew that if Shisui fought with Satoru at this time, the current situation in the village would immediately be unfavorable to the Uchiha clan. Itachi. Looking at Itachi with firm eyes, there was a hint of surprise in Shisui's tone. Our wish is for the village and the family to coexist peacefully. We must not be the instigators of war. Upon hearing these words, Shisui's kaleidoscope turned directly back into ordinary eyes. I'm sorry, Captain Hatake, I was a little impulsive. After calming down his emotions, Shisui bowed to Satoru again. It's just this one time. Although your eyes are very strong, they may not work on me. If it happens again, I will definitely not be merciful. Satoru put on the blindfold again and disappeared with a teleport. Shisui, you were too impulsive this time. After seeing Satoru leave, Itachi said to Shisui, I know, but things about the Manjikayo Sharingan are too important. Even our own people don't know about it. How does he, a foreigner, know about it? So, what exactly is the Manjikayo Sharingan? Itachi finally asked his inner doubts. The Sharingan of the 3 Magatama has evolved again, and is the Manjikayo Sharingan. And our ancestor Uchiha Madara is so powerful because of the Manjikayo Sharingan. If the village knew that 2 pairs of Manjikayo Sharingan appeared in our clan, the delicate balance maintained between the family and the village would be broken in an instant. The village will not allow another pair of Manjikayo Sharingan to appear in the Uchiha clan, Shisui said solemnly. After returning home, Satoru's inner mood is still very low. He is not afraid of ninjutsu or taijutsu, but illusion is his current weakness, and he has not found a good way to resist illusion. Illusion, in the final analysis, is a kind of mental attack. As long as the spirit is strong and the will is firm, most illusions can be broken. However, illusions like other gods and infinite Tsukuyomi which are like plugins, cannot be resisted by will. So if Satoru and Shisui were to have a real fight now, Satoru would destroy him in an instant before Shisui could use the Manjikayo Sharingan. It's rare for you to look so ugly. At this time, a voice reached Satoru's ears, and Kakashi appeared in the room without knowing when. It's nothing, it's just that an unpleasant thing happened. By the way, aren't you able to operate the Manjikayo Sharingan freely now? Hearing this, Kakashi shook his head. No, every time you activate the Manjikayo Sharingan, you need to consume a lot of chakra, and you don't dare to try the tricks hidden in your eyes easily. Every time you use it, your vision will weaken. Well, how's your mastery of magic? I've almost mastered 80% of it. In about 2 months, I should be almost there. Hearing Kakashi say this, Satoru nodded. If you fully master the magic of immortality, your strength will be greatly improved and you can definitely reach the level of a shadow. When he said this, Kakashi felt a little excited in his heart. No one doesn't want to make himself stronger. When Uchiha Shisui returned to the Uchiha clan, he immediately found Uchiha Fugaku. The two talked in the secret room for 3 hours. As for the specific content of the conversation, no one knew. All I know is that when Shisui left Fugaku's secret room, the expression on his face was very ugly. Shisui, what did father say? As soon as he saw Shisui coming out, Itachi immediately stepped forward. Hearing this, Shisui shook his head. Although the Fugaku clan leader also wants to reconcile with Konoha, the elders of the Uchiha clan firmly disagree. Just now the clan leader showed me a future. If the clan members know that we have the Manjikayo Sharingan, then the clan members will definitely Kyuubi captured it again, and let us use Sharingan to control it and occupy Konoha. Hearing this future scene, Itachi was a little shocked in his heart, but he also thought about the temper and personality of the elders of the Uchiha clan. Maybe they would really do this. This is also the reason why Chief Fugaku hid his Manjikayo Sharingan. One is to prevent Konoha from being afraid of the Uchiha clan, and the other is to prevent the situation I just mentioned from happening. Suddenly, something that Hatake Satoru once said rang out in Itachi's mind. If you want to make peace between the village and the Uchiha clan, then just kill all the radical factions of the Uchiha clan. What's wrong, Itachi? What are you thinking about? Noticing Itachi's trance, Shisui asked. I just want to deal with all the elders of the Uchiha clan. Then will the problem between Konoha and the village be solved? Hearing Itachi say this, Shisui immediately put on a very serious expression. Itachi, why do you think so? No, this is just a possibility. Perhaps Itachi also realized that what he just said was a bit excessive, so he quickly explained. If possible, I don't want any sacrifice between the family and the village. I don't want to see such a scene either. Both of them saw the determination in each other's eyes. Hey, can't the conflict between the village and the family be solved by just one's own clan? Fugaku, who was in the dark, heard the conversation between the two people and shook his head. However, the Uchiha clan has radical elements, and Konoha also has radical elements. As long as there are such people on one side, the battle between the Uchiha clan and the village will never end. The next day, Hatake Satoru's team gathered again at the place where they performed the mission yesterday. Today, I will train you to tread water. If you can tread water, it means that you have very precise control of chakra. When the time comes to use ninjutsu, you can also reduce unnecessary chakra loss. Ninjutsu. Teacher Satoru, when will you teach us ninjutsu? At the mention of ninjutsu, a look of yearning appeared in Tiama's eyes. It's too early for you now. Let's wait for a while and you will fully understand chakra. All right. Hearing Wu say this, Tiama said with a somewhat disappointed tone. Itachi, I'm sorry to bother you today. If the two of them fall into the water, I ask you to fish them out. Okay. After saying that, Itachi directly cast a shadow clone. The shadow clone and the main body each guarded one person. You are a really laid-back teacher and don't care about anything. A voice suddenly sounded in Wu's ears. I can't help it. Who gave me such an outstanding disciple? It's you, Lord Jiraiya. What are you going to do when you return to the village? Have you discovered traces of Orochimaru? The person who came was none other than Jiraiya. The two of them were on either side of the tree talking. Well, I discovered that Orochimaru has joined a special organization, and all the members inside are powerful ones, so I rushed back to report to Minato. This organization needs to attract Konoha's attention. Then why don't you go and report quickly? What are you talking to me about here? Would you like to go to that organization with me to find out what's going on? With your strength, the two of us will definitely be able to take away Orochimaru from that organization. No, it's too much trouble and I'm not interested. After all Jiraiya's thoughts are now focused on Orochimaru. Don't be so heartless. I can give you my handwritten, out-of-print intimate paradise. This is very worth collecting. No, not interested. People are kneeling on their knees begging me and I don't even give them. It's such a pity that you don't even want them when they are given to you for free. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. Oh, then you should leave it to the person who wants it. Satoru replied in a calm tone. He had also read Kissing Heaven, which was a novel banned for 18 years old. He really couldn't understand why this novel was so popular in the ninja world. Well, forget it. Maybe it's a good thing not to let you go with me to find Orochimaru. Otherwise, I feel that whether Orochimaru can survive in your hands is two different things. Now he still has the shadow of Hatake Satoru's empty move in his heart. Next time, no matter what he says, he will not stay in front of Hatake Satoru. By the way, there seems to be the person who assassinated you last time in that organization, the one with multiple hearts. Kakuzu. It's just a defeated general, not worth mentioning. Seeing that Hatake Satoru was determined not to go, Jiraiya chatted with him for a few words and then left. After all, he wanted to tell Minato about this organization as soon as possible. Akatsuki Organization. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya listened to the news from Jiraiya's mouth with a solemn expression. Well, their organization is named after Akatsuki. Each member of the organization wears a black robe embroidered with red clouds. Each member is very powerful. Orochimaru and Kakuzu, who once assassinated the first Hokage, are all in that organization. Among them, but no one knows who the leader of this organization is. Then, teacher, I will continue to leave Orochimaru's affairs to you. I will let the Anbu investigate this Akatsuki organization. Since the Akatsuki organization has two such dangerous figures, the other members must not be underestimated. From their members judging from the situation, it is definitely an organization that is harmful to the ninja world. I understand that I will continue to track Orochimaru. If possible, it is better to leave the investigation of the organization to Hatake Satoru. After all, his strength is obvious to all of us. At the mention of the name Hatake Satoru, a wry smile appeared on the fourth Hokage's face. How can I order that person? Although I am Hokage, powerful people always have some privileges, just like Tsunade-sama. When it comes to Tsunade, Minato also has a headache. He has expressed his hope that Tsunade will return to the village several times. After all, the village still needs powerful medical ninjas like Tsunade, but the other party doesn't care about him at all. Every time the news that came out for the first time seemed to have disappeared into the sea. Ha ha ha, Tsunade, I haven't seen him for a long time. As soon as he heard Tsunade's name, an ambiguous emotion appeared in Jiraiya's eyes. Tsunade has always been a regret in his heart. At this time, in the Akatsuki organization base in the Kingdom of Rain, all members were holding a meeting. It appears something has been leaked out about our organization. The leader, Pain, looked calm and spoke in a calm tone. It's not like the new guy attracted a follower. Kakuzu glanced sideways at Orochimaru and said. At this time, Kakuzu no longer had any good impressions of the ninjas of Konoha because of Hatake Satoru, and some only had hatred. Do you want to die, Kakuzu? A python slipped directly from Orochimaru's arm. As for the other members of the Akatsuki organization, they look like they have nothing to do with themselves. They only join this organization to achieve their own goals. As for whether they are loyal to this organization, it can be said that they have no loyalty at all. The survival of the organization has no bearing on them. Do you think you can kill me just because you are a snake charmer? Not to be outdone, Kakuzu replied that he was only afraid of one person in his heart right now, and that was Hatake Satoru. Others were still trash in his eyes, even Orochimaru, who had the title of Sannin. But it has to be said that in a certain way, these two people can be said to be connected by the same fate. After all, they are both people who survived the Hatake Sugu style. Do you want to try it? Orochimaru also stuck out his long tongue and stretched his neck very long. Come. Kakuzu's two hearts also burst out of his body, as if to see which of the two was more terrifying or more powerful. The other members watched the excitement, and some were even making noises, hoping that the two of them could fight as soon as possible. After all, among their members, no one was convinced by the other. Konan watched this scene calmly. Everything for her now was based on Nagato. She would do whatever Nagato said. If Nagato didn't give any orders, she would do nothing and just follow a paper man, saying, "Enough." At this moment, Tiandao suddenly said something, his tone filled with a sense of majesty, and everyone stopped making noise. Orochimaru and Kakuzu also snorted coldly and stopped talking to each other. For this Tiandao pain, they are more or less afraid in their hearts. After all, those eyes are the eyes of the legendary Six Paths Immortal, the Samsara Eye. Try to be as secretive as possible in future actions. If you find a tail behind you, deal with it immediately. This kind of thing will not be allowed to happen again. When he said this, Pain's eyes stayed on Orochimaru's body for a few more seconds. Clear. All the members spoke one after another. Reincarnation Eye. While Orochimaru was answering, his pair of snake eyes were staring closely at Pain's Rinnegan. There was a strong greed in his eyes. He had already seen the power of the Sharingan, and the Rinnegan was more powerful than the Sharingan. The more powerful eyes attracted his interest even more. If you look again, I'll pluck out your eyes. Pain seemed a little uncomfortable being stared at by Orochimaru, and frowned and said something. "Yes, Chief, it won't happen next time." Hearing Orochimaru being scolded, Kakuzu laughed out loud. However, while paying attention to the Rinnegan, Orochimaru also had some doubts about Pain's appearance. He felt that there was always a sense of déjà vu between this person and the girl standing next to him, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Then let's disband." After hearing Pain's words, everyone left one after another, and in the end only Pain and Zionin were left. "Nagato, don't you need me to deal with that guy?" Konan said that the guy she was talking about was their former mentor, Jiraiya. After all, they also knew who had discovered them. "No need, and Jiraiya is very strong. You are no match for him," Pain said with an emotionless tone. "He will not show mercy to anyone who blocks his path, even his own teacher. But Orochimaru seems to have recognized us. Why don't we kill him?" "No, Orochimaru is still very important to us now. He is a good fighting force. And based on his current relationship with Konoha, he should not tell them about our affairs." Orochimaru, who left the Akatsuki base, had been meditating, thinking about where he had seen those two faces. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly became enlightened. Also in the Kingdom of Rain, also in a cave, a few brats found them who were resting at that time. The face of the leader of the Akatsuki organization and the face of the former brat perfectly overlapped. "It's really fun." After thinking about all this, Orochimaru licked his lips directly. If Jiraiya knew that the disciples he taught would become like this, would he regret stopping me from killing them in the first place? After joining Akatsuki for so long, he already knew what Akatsuki's goal was, to collect tailed beasts, and in doing so, he would inevitably become the enemy of Konoha.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.